the bridge of all our communities and our generations. Vince Scully is also that same bridge. They're a bridge to the past and the bridge that brings together all our communities and all of the different generations.
Scully plans to retire this year after 67 seasons with the Dodgers. That's the longest a broadcaster has served a single team in the history of professional sports. Mayor Eric Garcetti, members of the LA City Council, and other fans stopped by Dodger Stadium for the renaming of what used to be Elysian Park Avenue. 88-year-old Vince Scully, a New York native, thanks God.
Welcome to this continuation of the Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for 2016-2017. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the committee, joined by committee members Bob Blumenfield and Paul Koretz, and we have a quorum and are ready to begin. Members, just as a reminder, the report list has already been distributed to you of the reports that were requested yesterday. So when we return from lunch today, we'll be approving that list and making sure that it reflects accurately the requests that you made yesterday. So please take the time either this morning or over lunch to look it over and make sure that it reflects what you wanted to ask. We're going to begin today, if there's no questions or other concerns to begin. We're going to begin with the city clerk and take that department out of order. So I'd like to ask Ms. Walcott and her team to come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. I really appreciate you taking us out of order.
My pleasure.
With me, I have my Executive Officer, Shannon Hoppus, Chief Management Analyst, John Chavez, and Ruben Viramontes of our fiscal staff. Want to thank everybody. I want to thank my team, my staff, the entire City Clerk's office, the Mayor's office, and the CAO for working so cooperatively with us as well as with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. I know we're not supposed to make any opening statements, but I do have two clarifications to make on our letter. And one is that the budget does not include, if you wanted to put anything on the ballot for November, that would have to be funded separately. We are also looking at a petition to be turned in next week that we will have to check the signatures, and we're going to probably have to come to council with a motion. I think we have enough funds internally to fund it. We just have to come and to move the money from one account to another. But because of the amount, we'd have to come to council. The other clarification I need to make is regarding our letter. I think there was some confusion on the way I wrote it, that it made it sound like the deficit was completely due to the neighborhood empowerment transition, and that's not the case. What I was trying to say was that the overall salary savings rate would make it so that we couldn't hire the additional neighborhood council program positions any sooner than the 6 months. I can't hire people until we don't have a deficit. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And other than that, we're open to any questions. We do want to make sure that both our election next year, our municipal election, and the neighborhood empowerment transition is successful. So for that, our biggest request is that neighborhood empowerment continue to work with us and so that the transition is smooth.
Okay. Very good. Members? Mr. Blumenfield?
Just tell us a little bit about transferring the administration of the funding for neighborhood empowerment to your office. Tell us how that's going to work out successfully and why we're doing it.
Well, we're doing it because we have full-time administration staff. That is what the city clerk does. And it's to allow neighborhood empowerment to work full-time on their policy and coordination issues and to take some of the administrative burden off the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. We do want to work with them to continue to make sure that the checking accounts stay in place for the neighborhood councils because that's really important to them. Neighborhood Empowerment has started to move toward letting them submit documents online. We want to make sure that continues. We want to put all our efforts into being as friendly and as streamlining as possible for the neighborhood councils. So the transition would basically work that even though, in my mind, July 1 is the arbitrary start date, that it would really have to be a transition over time until we were fully staffed. So it doesn't really matter whose payroll the people are on, just as long as we're all working toward a smooth transition.
Okay. Obviously, that's going to be a tricky thing, but I'm confident you guys can make it happen.
Thank you.
You mentioned that the money on if there's something on the November ballot, if we put something on the November ballot, there's no money in there for that.
Correct.
Concerns me because we're talking about DWP reform and some other issues, although that may end up pushed to the March ballot. What happens if we don't put something on the ballot, but there's a voter initiative to put something on the ballot?
You have to fund it.
We have to fund it. Right. So how much are we talking about potentially, if there is several ballot measures put on?
4.1 million for the first one.
And then diminishes from there?
If each one after that is about 500,000 after that.
Okay. So
up till 4, they only allow us to put on 4.
Okay, well
it's because of capacity on the ballot.
Okay, that's a concern because I think the probability of something being on the ballot is pretty high. So maybe we could ask for a report back on the feasibility of trying to get funding or contingency funding, or at least have a plan of action for ballot measures. I know it's not a fun topic because I'd rather ignore it until it happens, but we ought to think about it.
Well, normally what we would do is we would just report it in each FSR.
Microphone.
Normally what we would do is we would report it in each FSR, but we'll be happy to do a report back on that.
Okay. The closed captioning for council committees, I was a little confused by that.
Basically, right now, we have started the program where the audio is transcribed so that those that are hard of hearing can read the transcription of the committee, and so it's so that we continue the program into next year. It just has to do with when you're paying for software, it has to do with when the bills come in. You can't pay for. So we started the program this year, but the $18,000 is actually going to be due next year, fiscal year.
And you have you need the money for that?
Yes.
And it wasn't included in the budget?
I'm not sure we asked for it. We included it as a rollover request, but we'll try to. I mean, if that's not granted, we'll figure out something. It's not a huge amount of money.
And is that the Granicus?
Yes.
That is what we're talking about?
The outside company that does it is not Granicus. I mean, they're transcribing it off Granicus. What they basically do is listen in on the phone, and they're closed captioning it by telephone. I mean, they're typing it in as they listen.
Okay, so it's under a different
Yeah, it's a different contract.
I don't know. It's confusing to me, but I know we're paying Granicus, and we're supposed to be getting some of those services. And
Granicus does the streaming. They stream the video and they stream the audio, but they're not transcribing it.
Okay. All right. Well, I won't dwell on this one. I'm interested. Maybe we do a report back, not for the budget, but to send to IT. IGTCT.
We'd be happy to send you a report on how it works.
And especially in line, we're looking at some other options of trying to do more interactive, especially with the PEG money, because probably PEG money could be used for this too. It doesn't have to be general fund.
Yeah. We'll be happy to send you a report on that.
Okay.
Off budget, so that the CAO's not stuck.
Okay, thank you. Last thing, the Piper Tech for storage instead of Iron Mountain. That was in the proposal. I didn't quite understand it. How it's saving us, $500,000.
Okay, right now, currently, there's 180,000 boxes in storage at Piper Tech. There's another 180,000 boxes off-site at Iron Mountain. Now we're in the process of moving those boxes to a different vendor, a cheaper vendor. But the fact is, the more boxes that we have off-site, it costs the city money. And right now, we're spending about $500,000 a year on storage. And it doesn't cost that much to repurpose warehouse space at Piper Tech to house additional boxes to eliminate the cost of spending the contractual funds off-site, because we wouldn't really need any more staff. We just need the space.
And I see what you're saying. And this is space for contract type thing. It's not
right now. It's election space. We would still need some of that warehouse space, as I described in my letter, because we would still have, there would still be a fair number of election stuff that we do for neighborhood councils, for other internal elections. We would still be putting together the voter information pamphlet. So there's still part of that space that we're going to need. And it is a warehouse. It's underneath a helipad, so it's not something that can be easily turned into livable office space. But there is a warehouse space in the back of our election center that could be changed into, I mean, racks could be installed.
But is this really related to the budget in the sense that, I mean, these are decisions we're going to have to make?
It was an Exhibit H. It was part of Exhibit H in the budget.
Okay.
Well, if I could, we could certainly present this at the Municipal Facilities Committee that manages space needs for the city, and present it back separate and apart from the budget.
It just had to, we reported on it because of the Exhibit H request.
Got it. Okay.
And that's typically,
Microphone for
thanks.
Yeah.
And that's typically the way a space request would travel. It would go to the MFC and then on to the council. So this could be done offline, as Mr. Santana mentioned.
Because it certainly makes sense that you would use the Piper tag. I just was trying to understand the budget implications, and also nothing's really going to happen until we stop doing elections, which is going to be not this year's budget. So, okay. I'll stop talking about it then. Thank you.
Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. On item 14 on page 110 of the Blue Book, the mayor's budget proposes to delete funding from and regular authority for 2 vacant senior administrative clerks under the council ombudsman program. What were the specific duties of those 2 positions?
The 2 senior clerk typists?
Yeah.
They were part of our council public services staff, all the people that put together the council and committee input and agendas into the system. But since we have streamlined and gone electronic, we haven't had the need to fill those 2 positions.
Oh, okay. So these are positions that aren't really necessary.
They've been vacant,
any
yes.
longer.
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
So on the transition from done of the neighborhood council funding program, this is extremely important to me that this is seamless.
I agree.
Seamless, without one day of hiccup. And so I'd like actually a detailed report back with a transition plan and a funding plan to make sure that that happens seamlessly from the CAO with the input of both Dunn and the clerk. Because we cannot let this fail even for a week. So
I agree.
So I'd like to know that we're fully funded, how we're going to be fully funded to make sure that happens, how the bank account transfer is going to happen, how the physical transfer of the personnel is going to happen. I want to see it soup to nuts, how we're going to make sure that not one single neighborhood council complains that they couldn't get their bills paid. So that may be asking more than is humanly possible, but I would like to see the report with a plan for having that happen. I don't want to belabor this issue on the documents, but 360,000 boxes of paper currently in storage. Is there I assume that most of that is pursuant to some legal mandate, that we are still holding it in paper form as opposed to a digital format. Is that right?
Many of them are very old documents. They are relative to each department's records retention schedule. Most of the boxes off-site are city attorney, LAPD. I think those are the 2 largest departments that have, and they do pay their own bills. The city clerk does not pay those bills. But part of the issue with the previous vendor that we had was it cost more to destroy a record than it did to keep it for an additional year. So one of the things we did this current fiscal year was change, number one, we went out to RFP to change vendors to try and reduce costs, but we also changed the way that the records retention schedules are handled. Rather than have the destructions approved by council at the end, we moved the approval of the retention schedules themselves to the beginning of the process. Therefore, we've been able to get through the destruction a lot more boxes. I'd have to have Todd come up if you wanted to know the exact number, but I'm not sure, the exact number is not important to you. But our goal is to reduce the total number of boxes, period.
Okay. And then we can deal with that off budget. It's fine. The election issue, there's obviously going to be something on the 2016 ballot. I think with as much discussion as there's been, there's going to have to be some city measure. But this is the first time that I've learned that we are capped by the county in the number of measures that we can put on to the regular ballot. What happens if you hit the cap?
We would have to ask them to make an exception.
So then, is there some additional cost involved with that if you go above the cap? Do we have to have a special pamphlet published or something?
Generally, the reason that there's a cap and under the existing voting system of the county, and the reason why we haven't been able to consolidate earlier, is because of the size of the ballot. It's those 312 cards. There's only a certain number of spaces. So without going to a second card, which you can imagine would confuse many people, including all of us counting ballots. So it's a soft cap in that if nobody else put anything on the ballot, they may allow us to put more on the ballot, but it has everything to do with capacity of the voting system. Our other option would be to have a special, which, is going to cost you more money, but you could do a special or do a standalone.
But the problem is that part of that might be entirely outside of the control of the council. If there were a number of voter initiatives, for example, that exceeded the cap, then you could be pushed into a position of being forced to have a special election on the exact same day as the regular election.
Right. Or you could do it at a different time.
Quintuple the cost or something.
Right.
Okay. All right. And finally, did we include in your budget, I'm sorry I didn't check this, last year there was a little shortfall in the translation funding for the additional languages that we produce ballot materials in. That's included in this budget?
It is included in this budget, yes.
Very good. Anything else, members? Yeah, Bob.
Two more quick questions, I think. One, just on the cap question, in terms of ballot, is it first come, first serve, or is there any discretion in terms of if you had to limit it to a certain number of ballots, a certain number of measures?
I believe, and I'd have to check with Ginny, that it's just a cap. I mean, it's probably negotiable.
I mean, would the voter initiative take precedence over the city put on the ballot initiative, or vice versa?
I'd have to get back to you. I don't know.
Because, of course, you could also imagine shenanigans happening if somebody doesn't want the measure that we're putting on the ballot. They throw on.
Well, I think theoretically, and I'd have to speak to the city attorney on this and get back to you, but I think the way we did the last charter amendment, you could hold the initiative till, well, no, because March is our last one. So, yeah, I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't know.
I'm just curious about that. One last question, different topic entirely, but the question is, can the city's contribution for general benefits within business improvement districts be an in-kind payment, such as trash pickup, street sweeping, police patrols?
Yeah, that question was asked last year, and actually about a month ago we submitted a report on that back to council. The issue really is the city attorney has advised us against doing that because it becomes an accounting problem on making sure things aren't double counted. There's no clear way to do it right now. So right now the answer is no.
Okay. Yeah, I asked the question last year, but I didn't see the report back. So
finally the report. It was about a month ago. It wasn't that long ago that we resubmitted.
Okay, so we'll take a look at it.
I'll forward it to your office.
All right, thank you.
That's it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Right now, I only have one speaker card, but if there's any member of the public here who'd like to comment on on the budget today, fill out a card and bring it forward. Just wave your hand so I know that you're out there. No? Okay. Then Mr. Previn, come on up. And then after Mr. Previn, we'll be ready to proceed in order. So the city attorney will follow Mr. Previn if city attorney's office is ready to go. Otherwise, I see our controller. We can go with the controller if the city attorney's not ready. Mr. Previn, welcome.
Good morning. It is Eric Previn from CD2, and that was an interesting presentation from the city clerk. Obviously, they have been helping out with the Neighborhood Council, Department of Neighborhood Empowerment elections, which nothing has been resolved. Regarding the city attorney, of course, I would like to comment on the city attorney and the city controller later, but now I will take this 2-minute block, which may be the only block given the draconian rules in which you can only comment on one thing. I will simply talk about the transit occupancy tax revenue monthly status report, which is in the budget documents, is relevant to this budget. And it's great news because we are increasing our expectations to a substantial amount. $240-something million is going to be what we're expecting in transit occupancy taxes. To refresh the memory, this is a tax. It's about 13% and 1%, 14 total, that comes to the city for people who stay in hotel rooms. Obviously, we're expecting great numbers. $1.8 billion is the big number, and that gives us, at the percentage, something like $240 million. The Office of Finance that we heard from yesterday, Claire Bartels, collects these taxes, and then the public flows them into the general fund mostly. In some cases, we have had problems, and then we have to sue them, like in the case of Sportsman's REW LLC in my district. He finally agreed to settle at $1.1 million down from $1.6, a $500,000 reduction, and started making payments. We've asked, and this is an important bit of California law, to see that he has been making payments ongoing, like a good citizen following a problem, which is appropriate. Just like a prisoner would be on probation, you have to check in. And yet we have received no information from the Office of Finance. They are alleging that there's a city code that preempts the California Public Record Act, which obviously comes as a great surprise to those of us in California. And we would love to see a writing from Michael Dundas, the city attorney who is charged with these matters, expressly. And I can only say that the budget hearings are an important time for getting the fiscal house in order. And to reject a public inquiry like this feels completely improper. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Previn. Mr. Previn, just for clarification of the process, by the way, you are not limited to one topic per day. You're limited to 2 minutes per day. You can speak about as many topics as you'd like. The one topic that's on our agenda is the budget. So as long as it's within the context of the budget, you can speak about any department you'd like. You will have 2 minutes per day. We will have about 13 days of hearing. So you will have nearly 30 minutes of time to provide your comments about the entire city budget. So you're not being limited in any way. In fact, you're getting 13 times as much time as the Brown Act would require you to have. So just wanted to clarify that for the record. Thank you, sir. We're not in a dialogue. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We're not in a dialogue. The controller will be next. Sit down, please. We don't have back and forth discussions. I'd like to ask the controller to come up next, please. Mr. Galprin, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
And I'm joined by several members of my team here. Good morning to you and to the honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I wanted to thank you, the CLA, the CAO, Office of the Mayor, for all of your hard work and that of your staff on the budget. And notable thanks to the Chair for the orderly manner in which you're conducting these hearings. The task before you is identifying where resources are essential and how to stretch every dollar, of course. To that end, I'm here to stress the essential needs of the Office of the Comptroller and where the Mayor's proposed budget falls short with regard to funding of my office's core operations. We've sought to streamline operations and processes and to be judicious in our spending and asking for no less and no more than we need. The proposed budget and the cuts therein to the Office of Comptroller would adversely impact our ability to perform charter-mandated duties, and I respectfully urge you to help us avert that. The budget letter that the committee details our request, so I'll be brief and focus just on 5 key areas quickly. Staffing. The Office of Comptroller went from 214 authorized positions about 10 years ago to a number significantly less than that. In addition to that, the workload has actually increased. Plus, we're also doing a lot around not just open data, but smart data, as you know, critical data mining, analysis, data mapping, dashboards. The proposed reductions in our salary account will result in our office not being able to hire qualified employees and for important roles such as chief accountant, chief internal auditor. And therefore, I respectfully request that you restore $456,000 for such salaries. Second is related to our payroll system, and I know we've had a number of conversations about that. We, of course, process payroll for more than 40,000 city employees. We do so with a dangerously antiquated system. And we have asked for $346,000 for risk mitigation funding until the system can be replaced. It's going to take a couple of years to replace that system. We want to make sure that we do it right. Meanwhile, every single pay period, there are dozens of changes and patches that have to be programmed for every MOU change, modification, changes in law, etc. And that takes a great deal of time. The third area is auditing. And my audits have sought to be not merely critical, but really results-oriented. They also don't come cheap. The fact is that we have some small amounts of money for contractual services, and the proposed budget slashes that by $200,000. Meanwhile, the cost of these has increased, and we really need these in order to make sure that we get into areas which we need these contractual services for areas of expertise which our own auditors may not have. The fourth is waste, fraud, and abuse. The Charter, of course, charges us with investigating and preventing waste, fraud, and abuse. We currently have just one staff member who is right now responsible for examining, investigating every complaint and allegation received on our hotline, also email tips, department referrals, investigations in concert with other authorities such as the DA. So we're asking for one position. And then accounting assistance program, which I know is one of your favorites for the chair. And that has actually been a tremendous success in the last year. 11 retirees, 15 student interns placed in a variety of different departments to assist them. Now, lest you think that I'm just asking for money, my office has also offered what I believe are some very doable proposals for your consideration to increase revenues, reduce costs for our office and for the city, including an auditing fee for major construction contracts, electronic vendor payments, and enterprise account funding. So thank you, council members, for your time and consideration. I look forward to continuing our work together, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
I'm not sure I really have any questions. I think actually your concerns seem pretty compelling. Probably the most obvious one that I want to ask about, though, is waste, fraud, and abuse. How much money do you think we save by having an additional position to actually investigate all these things?
Well, I think it's very hard to quantify. There are various sort of numbers that have been put out there by different associations that can be a function of 10 times the amount of money, but I'm really reluctant to provide that kind of a number. I will say that one person to do all this is simply not sufficient. Some of the accomplishments that we have in the last year include monies that we got back for bank overcharges. We also have worked a lot on issues of excessive overtime. We also helped in recovery of some significant amounts of money relating to a workers' comp related vendor. And so all of these add up potentially to millions of dollars.
Well, all of these, to be honest, look like they may very well save us more money than what we're cutting. So,
I would agree wholeheartedly.
That tends to be something I look to avoid in a budget, cuts that actually cost us money. So I'll let everyone else ask their questions, but I think at the end I would ask for a report back on all of these requests and what the offsetting loss of funds would be by making these cuts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Sure, and I agree on that. I was going to ask for similar report backs, and I get it that it's hard to give us an ROI for the fraud and abuse, but it certainly would be helpful to report back on maybe the historical, because you can't predict what fraud and abuse you're going to find, but to help us justify it more than theoretically, you just named a number of them that probably all have price tags associated with
Absolutely.
them. So, as part of this process, to show us that, and we understand that this could be the year that nobody commits any fraud and abuse.
So may it be.
But it's one of those no-brainer things that everyone, whatever your ideology, is always talking about. The first place to cut is waste, fraud, and abuse. If I had a dollar for when in budgeting, when everyone said, "Well, just cut the waste, fraud, and abuse instead of X, Y, or Z," I'd be very rich. The analogy didn't quite work right, but I get it on the waste, fraud, and abuse.
I'd be happy to provide a list of some of the most notable accomplishments, which I think will help provide a better sense of what those numbers are. I just don't like to predict into the future what that number would be, but I certainly can tell you what it has been in the past.
Sure. Now, regarding the revenue enhancements, you contract with retired employees for account purposes, but you don't have full-time accountants at this point. Would a full-time accountant make a difference in terms of your model, moving to that type of model?
Are you talking about specifically for the accounting assistance program?
Generally, yes. For the accounting, well, that's what I understand. You have the part-time versus full-time, right?
Monique Earle, who's our acting Chief Deputy Controller. Did you want to address that?
Good morning, Council Member. There are two distinctions. The accounting assistance program helps various departments throughout the city with gaps in their accounting operations. And our office houses that particular program. And so what we are requesting in our budget is to make sure that we are reappropriated the funds so that the departments can make that request. We do have accountants, obviously, within the office of the controller and their various ones across the city. But this program augments the historic gaps that we've had in accounting. Full-time accountants across the city, I'm sure every single department can attest,
but in terms
would
of this
be beneficiary.
Program, did you want to move to having full-time folks, or you like having the part-time in this program?
Well, I think that's a budget decision that will need to be made based on the necessary resources. But right now, this program just serves as a stopgap.
Good.
Councilmember, if I could just add, if it was going to be full-time accountants, it would be for those departments that use the pool. In most cases, those departments have full-time positions available, but they just happen to be vacant for various reasons, whether it's exams haven't been issued or they just have too many vacancies and attrition is hard to keep up with. They use the accounting pool as a temp agency, if you will, for retired city staffers that have the knowledge of the city accounting systems to be able to pick somebody up on a 120-day basis and bring him into work right away.
Great. And my last question is more of a softball, but I do want to hear the answer to it, which is the technological customer service enhancements. I know we talked about some of the open data, and as you know, I'm all on board with that. I think you're doing a great job as far as
Thank you.
That goes. But tell us how those items might actually save the city money, and if there's a way to quantify some of that could be helpful to us here as well.
A great question. First of all, there are a variety of different technological improvements that we have been implementing in our own office, because after all, who are we in the controller's office to be telling everybody else how to get more efficient if we don't do so in our own shop? And this has really involved taking a look at each and every single process that we have, taking it apart and saying, what does it take to issue this particular kind of payment? What does it take to do this particular kind of process? How can it be streamlined? How can it be made more efficient? So that's sort of on an internal level. Now, when it comes to the open data, the first stage of this was very much about transparency, but really what we're looking at is a much greater opportunity here in terms of smart data, data mining, analytics. Eventually, what I would really like to have is sort of a data scientist, but that's for another day, and looking at what can be done to use that data in a thoughtful way. So a couple of examples. We actually did a lot of data mining around the issue of overtime, specifically related to the Department of Transportation and what we believed were some significant overtime abuses. But you can look at patterns in terms of how it is that people are working and what opportunities there are, where it might make more sense. For example, you talked about, let's say, hiring somebody full-time versus having contract persons. That data allows you to do that and to make much more sensible decisions. Also, having all the data out there about every single item that the city purchases. And being able to expose that to everybody to hopefully get more bidders, to also achieve better prices and better service for everything we do, I think is vital. So there's a whole new world, as it were, that is developing out there in terms of how this kind of data can be used by both those in other jurisdictions, which we're working with and following, as well as within the private sector. The opportunities are almost limitless, although it's just an area that is beginning to really come into its own.
Great. Thank you.
As we've discussed, Mr. Galperin, the PACER system is
yes.
a sort of critical concern. And so when you report back on that, I would like to ask you to kind of delineate what the best options are for ensuring that that is a seamless process, that we do it right, consultation that you've had with your outside consultants and so on about whether to allocate more funding to keep the current system going or to expedite the implementation of the new system, and how you've worked out that trade-off. I think it would be useful for us to understand.
We'll be glad to provide the details on that. Let me just say it isn't an either-or necessarily, in that there are two tracks. One is actually doing everything, and we are working on this to sort of scope what it is that is going to be required for a new system. But the other is to keep the one that we have alive for the next couple of years, which is sort of a necessity. You can't put a new system in place overnight, and even once you have it in place, you're running too often simultaneously in order to make sure that you've got all the bugs ironed out. We don't want a repeat of some of the major tech debacles that we've seen in a variety of different jurisdictions or departments. I certainly do not want to be the one to be on the watch when something like that happens. So it's really a question of doing both simultaneously.
Great.
Thank you so very much.
Anything else, members? Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Controller.
Thank you.
All right. That brings us next to the City Attorney's Office. Mr. Clark, welcome. Ms. Kapoor, welcome. Good morning,
Chairman.
Good morning, sir. We don't have much of an opening presentation. We're here mainly to answer your questions and provide any clarification. I know you know Mr. Clark, and we have some staff here as well to help out. So the only thing I did want to say is to thank you and the mayor for the support you've shown over the years. And we feel that we have, through that support, been able to really further some of the initiatives that are important not only to the city attorney but to the city. And we think that our budget request this year reflects that same cooperative approach. So any questions you have, we're here for you.
Thank you. Well, right back at you. I'll have to say that your office has been one of the priorities of this committee for the last few years, and we've augmented funding to try to offset some of the pretty devastating cuts that you had endured along with other departments during the downturn. And it's been money very well spent, I must say, in almost every respect that I can think of. There's been a real return on investment. And one of the areas that has been especially important to me has been the city attorney's emphasis on risk management, which, of course, transcends all departmental barriers. It's the sort of thing that we deal with in this committee along with your attorneys every single week when we have to pay for the sins of the past. And preventing those sorts of liabilities arising in the future is of the highest importance. And I know that the city attorney has really taken has really been visionary in trying to rethink the way the city attorney's office deals with our other departments in trying to teach them how to reduce risk, how to hold them accountable, how to gather the appropriate data, all things that we hadn't been doing before. And it's just so vitally important, and I really want to applaud your office, particularly with regard to the workers' comp, which I know is still kind of a work in progress, and maybe you could speak to that a little bit. But this is one of the areas that I think is the most common unnecessary liability that we have. When we invest more in risk prevention in the first place and reduce the number of injuries, it's good for the city, good for the workers. And then how we handle workplace injuries in the second place. We have so many of these cases that come up where a manager just did something stupid to an injured employee, frankly, and it ends up costing us a lot of money. And so the training that you've initiated and so on, just it's going to pay multiples of the expense in dividends. So maybe you could speak a little bit to that. I don't think we need a report back, but if you could just brag a little bit about what you're doing with risk management.
Well, I do want to brag about a couple of people in particular. I know that many of you know Kelly Porter, and I'll let her speak in a moment about some of the risk management efforts, especially as to workers' comp. The other individual I should mention is Carl Moody, who is the chief of our workers' comp division, who has really taken hold of this, and also certainly acknowledge the mayor's office and all the partnership they've done with us on this, including the wellness programs they're putting into place, which is the first stage of what you talked about, Mr. Krikorian, which is how to prevent the injuries up front. The training and the back end on how we deal with it once an individual is injured on the job, and how we keep the data and how we train the departments. And LAPD has been great at working with us to enhance their training as they're one of the departments that's the most impacted by the injuries. So I'm going to ask Kelly to maybe just spend a couple minutes explaining some of the things we've done in that area.
Just first, before you start, Kelly, I do want to remind the members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, that from the very beginning, the city attorney himself appeared here with Ms. Kapoor and myself talking about a focus on risk management. It has been a continual effort. Hiring Ms. Porter has been critical to that, Mr. Chairman, as I think you're aware. But not just in the workers' comp area, but we're working very hard. And part of the way we're going to handle the liability claims budget from here on out with this assessment by department will be critical. Kelly?
Councilman, on identifying and developing risk mitigation strategies for...
Pull it a little closer. All the way close. There you go.
For significant reoccurring harms in the highest liability cost centers. And really, we're really going to take a data-driven analysis, and we're going to be measuring the mitigation strategies for success. It's been a very collaborative effort with the mayor's office, and as Leela said, they will be unfolding their health and wellness programs, and we'll be supporting those completely. From the city attorney's office, we have been developing investigation strategies and training programs for supervisors, because they're really the first line of defense in these sorts of things. And we have been focusing on really building a brain trust and having reoccurring lessons learned and best practices at the supervisor level, and as the LAPD and the fire department are allowing us to come into their reoccurring supervisor training and their core curriculum.
All right, Mr. Blumenfield, any questions for the city attorney?
Sure. I mean, I just want to add to your echo about the importance of the risk management and appreciate what you're doing on that level. And ask you, related to that, do you think the sidewalk policy is going to change our risk significantly?
That's probably best addressed to me. Yes, although as you know, the impetus to the sidewalk program, which group of us developed, led by Mr. Santana, was primarily to correct an ADA problem. But along the way, we are going to start with kind of the worst of the worst in repairing the sidewalks. And we pay out a lot of money for what's trip and falls, which sound insignificant, but sometimes can be very serious matters. People get hurt on a bicycle or something with severe injuries. So we believe over time that will happen. We're trying to address those first. So it may be ancillary in some sense, Mr. Blumenfield, to the initial impetus, but it's very critical in the execution.
And I assume similar, if we did a comprehensive tree policy, that would help remove future litigation risks?
Yes, it's funny. When I first started, two of the first cases I was asked to approve settlements in both involved city trees, literally branches falling on somebody. In one case, a woman was sitting in her living room and was hurt pretty badly because a tree fell on her. Then another young child was hurt in a park. So we are looking at that. That actually, the lack of coring of the trees has been a major problem for us.
Yeah. So those are the two obvious ones. And then I guess just as a question, what are the other critical policies you see that we need to move forward on or adopt to further help remove this litigation risk and cost?
Well, there are probably a number of things. I think a very important thing is the change that's been made this year in terms of both accountability and transparency with the good work of the Mayor's Office and this committee, and that is to assess the various liability claims by department. The police department is about 57% of our overall claims, and there are 8 departments, including police, where there are a sufficient number of claims and payouts to justify breaking them out separately. That's going to happen now, so it won't just be a general payout from the general liability claims fund. Some things aren't included there. The proprietaries, for example, are governed separately, and the reports from them are separate. Sanitation has a special fund, although it will be reported out there, so that those are not general fund monies. But I think that the accountability, transparency, and Ms. Porter's efforts and her team will just be critical, including, by the way, she's revamped the claims operation. There are any number of claims that if we paid them early, we could get rid of them for a small amount of money. And if they blossom, if that's the right word, in a litigation, it costs a lot more money.
I think the other area is the employment area, labor and employment, and the personnel department has been working very closely with us to revise some of the practices and get them out to the department so that we're working on employment issues and labor issues at the very front end and treating them properly and correctly to resolve the liability or to avert the liability before it occurs.
Great. All important areas that I know we all want to work closely with you on as we move forward. Question about the dispensaries and litigation costs, and how much is that costing us, and how effective has that been in terms of closing dispensaries and the litigation costs in terms of the warning letters and actually bringing folks to task on that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Blumenfield, I don't have the number for how much it costs, and we can certainly get that for you. I will tell you that, in our opinion, it's been extremely effective, that we've been able to close the non-compliant dispensaries at a very high rate. The issue we face is that they open quickly too, and so we're kind of always kind of going against the tide a little bit, but we've been extremely effective at that, and I'll be glad to get you both the financial numbers and the specific number of closures if that would help.
Yeah, well, and also just to make sure that you have the funding you need to continue that.
I think at this point we are in good shape, and we appreciate that your council provided us some resources over the last couple of years. I think we all recognize with some of the initiatives that are going to be presented with recreational use, things are going to change, and at that point we're going to have to readjust and see where we're at.
I would say that a good bit of the actual expense is by the police department, because the investigation can be somewhat complicated in these cases. There are a lot of fly-by-night operators, if you will. So part of a good bit of the work is done by LAPD, so it would be part of their funding. But we work closely with them, and as Ms. Kapoor has indicated, we've closed hundreds of dispensaries near schools, houses of worship, youth recreation centers, and the like.
Great. One last question about, are we able to recoup expenses due to the nuisance abatement and foreclosed properties? And if so, how much have we recovered, and will expanding this program address quality of life issues for our residents in addition to the criminal activity issues?
Well, to answer the last question, it definitely will enhance quality of life. As I think everybody is aware, what this program is targeted at are what we call problem properties throughout the, so far we've been able to target a couple of the high impact bureaus. With the budget proposal that you are considering, we'd be able to expand that citywide. And we have been pretty effective at doing that, and we've gotten extremely positive feedback from the community when those properties are closed. I don't know the answer to the question as to whether we're recouping costs. I don't believe that we are at this point. I know that there's a program that is going to be put into place for the foreclosure registry program, at which that will be generating spending off some revenue and generating other revenue that would allow us to recoup our expenses or reimburse for our expenses.
If I could add, I think housing will be able to discuss more the revenue that's being generated when they come up.
Great. It's a great program, and it's doing great things, and it just theoretically should pay for itself at some point. But we'll talk about that with housing. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Workers' comp, just make a comment as a former claims adjuster, although somewhat briefly. My one observation, which I've probably made before, is that a lot of the costs come in when people feel they haven't been taken care of appropriately, that most people, when they file, they just want to get better and get back to work. And I don't know if it's the case in our case currently, but I know at some points there's an effort to try and save money on the treatment, and I'd say that's rarely money well spent. If we can emphasize getting people back to work and feeling whole and healthy, I think you'll settle a lot more cases without attorneys and without high costs. And I don't know how much of that piece relates directly to the city attorney's office, but to the extent that we're doing that, I'm pretty sure we'll save significant money.
Mr. Kretz, that goes back to the comment I made about the collaboration with the personnel department. One of the things they have taken a leadership role on is accommodating people back to work so they can come back to work but have the right precautions in place so that they don't either re-injure themselves or they can function with the injury that they may be experiencing, which goes to your point that many individuals want to come back and be productive. They just need some assistance and attention.
Very good. And I noticed funding for outside counsel has been cut from your budget a bit. I think you're at a pretty historic low already, and you've obviously done a good job in maintaining that at a low level. How functional is it to be $750,000 short? Can you survive with that? Will you have trouble with issues where you have to represent someone in case of conflict through outside counsel, etc.? How tight is that for you?
Well, it's going to be tight. When we came into office, one of the things that the city attorney and I talked about specifically was trying to cut the outside counsel expense. A lot of cases have been referred to outside counsel for reasons that were at best murky. One major case, which the chairman is well aware of, we paid millions of dollars to outside counsel because we had a conflict. It was not well spent, in my opinion. But I think we can do it now. It's a little hard to predict to some extent because we essentially hire outside counsel for two reasons. One is we have a conflict situation or a situation, that's usually done through the CAO's office. The second is where we don't have expertise. For example, at the airport in particular, at the port in particular, we're not admiralty lawyers, we're not aviation lawyers. So those are the kinds of situations where we have outside counsel. Also, sometimes, you've referred, I think, earlier, Mr. Chairman, to the cuts in our budget. We have many fewer attorneys than at the high point in the office we had, and sometimes we just can't handle a case because of sheer workload. But we think we can meet it.
But Mr. Kretz, I think the question you were asking is that we originally requested 1.75, and it was placed in the budget at $1 million. The additional $750,000 would be helpful to us at this point because it is really tight. If we're able to keep under that number, we certainly would, but it would be our request that we get the 1.75. I do need to clarify that the conflict counsel fees do not come out of this pot. They are from the CAO's budget. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that.
And also, port and airport, do they not pay from special funds, or do we still have to pay?
They're not general fund monies. They're paid by the proprietaries individually and separately.
If I could just add, in the same way that we're concerned about liabilities and are going to be reporting on unanticipated expenditures and liabilities in the various FSRs that come up next year, it's very likely as well in this context of the outside counsel.
So if they had additional needs in the course of a year, we'd have the ability to augment that.
That's correct.
But I think what Ms. Kapoor said is right. We felt we needed the 1.75, and I misapprehended your question somewhat, Mr. Koretz. All I said is if we only get $1 million, we'll try to manage to that. But there are many unknowns in that equation, and it's very hard to predict exactly. We felt in our preparing the budget that we needed the 1.75.
And I also see a cut in consumer protection fund of almost $2 million. Can you tell us a little bit about the fund and why you're expecting such a drastic cut and how that would be handled?
Councilman, that change reflects a reduction in the revenue, not a reduction in the staff working on the consumer protection cases. And in the mayor's budget, they have replaced that revenue with general fund revenue in order to keep our operation whole until we see additional revenue coming in from our cases.
Okay, thank you.
What do you attribute that to? Because I think the idea when we started this was that it would be at least self-sustaining. What was the drop in revenue attributable to?
Timing, essentially, Mr. Chairman. We have a number of very important cases under California Civil Code, Business Professions Code, Section 17200, they haven't hatched yet, but they will hatch this fiscal year for sure. One might actually come to fruition before the end of this fiscal year, not next fiscal year. So I think it'll be a very different story when we're sitting here a year from now, but it really is just timing.
Okay, good. You also have some important cases under the Krikorian Talent Scam Prevention Act, which I want to thank you about as well.
We pursue that statute religiously.
The foreclosure registry positions, that would be that you'd requested, that the city attorney requested in the letter, would be funded, as I understand it, out of the registry program funds. Wouldn't have a general fund impact then.
Correct.
So. That should be easy, but I guess for the purpose of noting it, let's make sure that we have a report back on funding those positions as well. I wanted to ask you, because we had touched upon it, I didn't really have a clear discussion about it. What is the status of full implementation of the city law system now and being able to really break out our data analysis of claims and
the city law system is fully implemented within our department. Probably for the last couple of months, all the users that are to use it have been using it. There are glitches with any new system, so we are working through those. The vendor has been extremely cooperative in helping us adjust and customize. We're working now on targeting what reports we want to be able to generate and customizing those reports so that they're useful to us and to the departments. We're also working with the CAO, or I should say the CAO is taking the lead, and we're helping them out to put in a risk management module to that city law, or it's a separate system, but it'll interact with it, which is an extremely robust and powerful system. Many people have had a demonstration over the last few months. I believe your office had a demonstration a couple weeks ago, and that is going to add a layer onto city law that is going to allow us to produce all slice and dice data in all kinds of ways. So we're fully implemented, and risk management is going to come up in the next year, I believe.
Great. Matt, I'd actually like to check that out too. So, you'll recall that I asked some time ago for a fairly extensive and detailed report on claims, settlements, judgments, and so on, broken out by subject matter and department, which this is the exact tool to achieve.
Yes.
So I guess I'd like to renew that request that had already been, because there was an initial response, and I appreciate that, but it was necessarily kind of cursory. And I think once that we have full implementation, we'll be able to have a much more thorough report back on historical trends, which is what I'm going for. And so I'd like to renew that as one of my
with the recognition,
reports back.
With the recognition that we need some time for the data to collect.
Of course.
And it will be only as historical is a little bit more difficult, but going forward, definitely.
This will not be a budget impact report for this budget.
Thank you.
This will be one that we'll get to when we can get to it. But I just wanted to put a pin in it. Is that the expression?
Yeah, there's the expression.
We're going to put a pin in it so that we don't forget.
An action pin.
Okay.
The pin is in. You got it.
All right. Very good.
In addition to the software and hardware, we've engaged in extensive training with an outside consultant too, because one of the issues, it seems to me, is what goes in. If it's a garbage in, it's a garbage out. So getting our lawyers to enter the right information will be critical. But the system now is much more adept at processing that once it's in.
This is just so important, and I'm really excited about finally realizing what we've needed, the tool that we've needed to have for as long as any of us can remember. So thank you very much. Anything else, members? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we're doing really well. Our next department is the zoo. Mr. Lewis, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Thank you. I'll just start out by saying I've got our Assistant General Manager, Denise Verrett, here with me, and Director of Administrative Services, May Kwan, as well, is here with us. So thank you for the time. I'll just briefly state that our budget request and what has come from the mayor is aimed at a couple of things. One was restoring some of the services that we lost during the reductions as it relates to park cleanliness, and also value of the visit by the visitors, and that is reflected in some of the as-needed positions that have been added, some full-time supervisory positions, and some new operations like giraffe feeding, et cetera. So be happy to take questions on the budget.
Very good. Thank you. We'll start with Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We always talk about the zoo marketing and the net results, attendance, and how we compare to other zoos. So where do we stand today, and how have our efforts been going in recent times?
So the where we stand today is that we have made progress. We're doing better than we were in the past, but we're not quite hitting the marks that were in the MOU, and we're trying to focus on different ways to do that. We just added a dinosaur exhibit, opened up, 2 weeks ago? About a week ago, to try to bolster the attendance through the summer. Ironically, and maybe you can blame us for this, we originally set that exhibit up to buffer against the El Nino that we were all expecting, which we didn't get. So hopefully it's going to be an added benefit to the attendance and revenue at the zoo.
And I know we're updating our marketing and business plan. Can you give us an overview of what we expect going forward?
Well, where we're at on that right now is we're engaged with a group to look at a strategic plan, which will then feed into the marketing and business plan. We have meetings scheduled next week to kind of start finalizing that portion of it. The last business and marketing plan really was aimed at how do we do what we're already doing. This one we're going to try to stretch a little bit and talk about what if and what the future of the zoo could be. That will be rolled into the business and marketing plan. Simultaneously, we are engaging a firm to relook at the master plan of the zoo, what the facilities look like, what the services or opportunities are, et cetera. So all three of those things are going to mesh together and come out towards the end of next fiscal year.
Okay, and in the budget, you take back operation of the carousel, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Why is that? Why would it be better under the zoo?
When the carousel was being built, the original concept was that it would be built. It was funded and built by GLAZA, and then it was given to the city. But that was in 2011, and we had taken quite a bit of cut on staffing and operations. So they began operating it at that time. We're in a better position now to assume those operations. It allows that the revenues, et cetera, will flow directly into the zoo's budget.
Very good. And in your budget letter, you mentioned some of the new projects that you're taking on as a result of visitors' surveys. Can you give us a general idea of what you got back in those surveys and what actions we're taking?
Yeah, one of them that was it was not surprising, but the level of concern was surprising, and that was literally about the park cleanliness, the grounds, the restrooms, et cetera. And so in the budget, we asked for additional custodial staff to address that. But probably just as importantly, again, prior to 2008, both custodial and grounds maintenance was under our Administrative Services Department. They took probably the biggest hit in the zoo as far as reductions, and that was compounded also by staff leaving. So we moved those operations under construction maintenance at the zoo. We have received a senior custodial 1 position and a senior park maintenance supervisor that will come back into the zoo, and we're going to move those operations back under administration. They really are our front line for visitor services, so we think that will help to address that. The other thing was just, as I mentioned, the value of the zoo visit. In the loss of part-time hours in the zookeeping side, one of the difficulties we've had is if we offer an event or a keeper talk or an experience and that keeper calls in sick, we don't have enough depth to continue providing that program. So we really are aiming at trying to be able to deliver the programs that we announce on a given day.
Okay, and last question. I didn't see a mention in the budget of our relatively new elephant exhibit and if there are any ongoing additional expenses that the zoo is committing to that.
No, the budget covers the existing program. We are continually looking for additional elephants. You know, our 2 cows are an advanced age, so we're looking at the opportunities to bring in animals. At that point, we would make a report to Budget and Finance on what the potential cost and how to get there if it's over what we have now.
And just say, for the record, I'm continuing to read more and more about how much better off elephants are in a sanctuary rather than a zoo. So at some point, I'll like to continue having that conversation with you.
Yeah, I guess I need to broaden your reading experience as well.
Fair enough.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your being here, and you know, as you know, I love the zoo, but I've been having trouble getting my head around the finances of the zoo. Started raising questions, I think, last year's budget and in arts and parks, and I'm still having trouble getting all the numbers to add up, and I have some concerns with the way the numbers are, and one of the things I think in our last conversation in committee talked about getting a full listing of GLAZA's, you know, salaries and expenses. I still haven't gotten that. Is that something that you can provide?
And I got that information from your staff this week as well. So I've met with the GLAZA leadership and trying to find out how we can get that information for you so that you can see what's going on there. So I don't have a date certain for you right now, but I am working to get you that information.
I'd like to get that during this budget process. I mean, so I feel like I've been asking for it for a very long time, and I think it's relevant to the budget. I don't know that anything major is going to change in this budget, but in terms of the zoo-GLAZA relationship, I think there's a lot of positive things, but I need to get my head around it. I think we all do, in terms of how the funding works. And part of it, for folks who aren't following it as closely, is, you know, there's this relationship between the admission price, which a portion of it goes to GLAZA and for marketing, and a portion of it goes to zoo functions, but one cannibalizes the other, and it's not always clear what's in the best benefit of the zoo. How much general fund money is going into the zoo?
Zero.
Okay, so does that include on page 180 of the supporting data? The total cost fund is $33 million. Is all of that?
I don't see the $33 million, but that's both the direct operating budget and the related cost. So there's no general fund contribution for the direct operations of the zoo, but the general fund picks up all of the related cost.
Okay.
So pensions and utilities are picked up by the general fund, yes.
Okay. So when I think of the costs of the zoo, I'm thinking of the entirety of the cost of the zoo. So I don't think it's fair for us to say that there are no general fund costs at the zoo when we're paying all these things on page 180 and 181 from, salaries, expenses, human resource benefits, water and electricity, building services, capital finance, wastewater, liability claims, bond interest, adding up to $33 million. Now, $20 million of that is paid out of the
Zoo Enterprise Trust Fund.
So is it not, the other $13 million is not borne by the city taxpayers in the general fund?
Yes, it is. And just to be clear, when we talk to groups, we give the full amount, the $33 million. It's just that the money that we have control over, which historically included $10 million from the general fund. So when we look at it, that's why I said zero. I was talking about the direct operating fund.
If I could add that this is consistent the way other budgets would be as well. So, you know, the related costs aren't represented in other city departments.
And I appreciate that. And that, I didn't mean that as a gotcha question. It was more sort of, I apologize if it came that way. It was more, when I think about the zoo and when I meet with GLAZA folks, and they're always saying, well, we don't cost the city anything. We're purely able to maintain ourselves. I don't see that as actually being true if you actually look at all of the real expenses that, there are other cities where when the zoo is completely independent, which is another model to go, and it's an interesting one. They are truly independent, or we get money back through the lease or something to that effect. But in this case, we are spending general fund money, or we are spending tax money on the zoo, and we get a certain amount of money back from the general fund to the general fund from admissions, right?
No, sir.
No. So there's no. So then all of this is above and beyond the admissions. So it would be wrong to say that the zoo is operated without just on the money that they make on admissions, if you include all the expenses.
That's true.
Okay. So that's good to know and to understand. And
Mr. Bloomfield, if I could put context, I think historically, though, there was an additional contribution of the general fund. It wasn't until the crisis that it forced the city to reduce its general fund contribution. The zoo had to sort of operate just on the funds that they received. Of course, the city continued to subsidize the related costs, as we do with all other departments. And so if we could certainly report back on the historical data in terms of how that general fund contribution had declined and has been consistently zero for the last few years.
Right, which has been great, and I don't want to diminish that. I hear these things, and I'm trying to get my head around how it all works, and the reason for the concern is also because of the marketing plan, which you're saying we're going to have a new revised marketing plan coming forward, but if it's I understand it's because the other one, of which we've been paying a tremendous amount of money for, has been somewhat of a failure. 36% in the first 2 years of a 3-year goal of $6 million was where we were trying to get. So in terms of the marketing efforts, is there any other way to characterize it? I mean, have we even gotten half of what we were supposed to get in terms of admissions?
Well, as I said in answer to Mr. Corrett's question, we have made progress. And as you and I discussed in committee, I think the numbers were too aggressive. But those were the numbers that were presented to the city, and we agreed to try it. Now, on the positive side, and I think I have a different opinion on us giving the money to GLAZA for marketing. That was money that didn't exist previously. The zoo's annual marketing budget was about $800,000, and we tried several times to increase that unsuccessfully. And so the MOU provided a way forward to create that. And even as they haven't achieved the full target, GLAZA has absorbed the reduction in the refund that they get. So they guaranteed us they would spend $2 million a year, and if they don't get the $2 million in the refund, they're still spending that. So that was literally $2 million that we didn't have before to do marketing for the zoo, or I guess 1.2 because we were doing 800,000. But so that was a benefit to the zoo. Whether the targets were correct or not is what we have to address, as you brought up in committee. So I think we have it has been beneficial to the zoo. We do know from our surveys that more people are aware of the zoo as a result of it. It just hasn't totally translated into attendance yet.
Right. I guess part of it is how you measure success, and a lot of times, and we've talked about it in committee, is that the success is in that we've spent all this money, but it's not translating into the actual outcomes, which makes me concerned of, well, where is the money going? And that goes back to my first question of wanting to understand better the finances of the whole picture of the zoo. With the GLAZA piece is the piece that is missing, at least in my mind, and trying to understand how all that works. Again, I don't want to come across as going after the zoo, because I really do love the zoo and the function that you're doing. I just want the numbers to add up and be transparent. And in my last year and a half of trying to get those numbers, I haven't seen, it hasn't been clear to me. And maybe that's because it's complicated, but also it seems like not all the numbers are there. So I look forward to getting the report on seeing the bigger picture of those numbers, and I appreciate your continued efforts on this.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your custodial staff is made up of a lot of part-timers.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to ask if I could get a report back on the costs and benefits of possibly converting some of those part-timers into full-time positions, both in terms of operations at the zoo, the potential for revenue enhancement through special events, reduction in or increases in overtime, all of the costs and benefits of moving some of those part-timers into full-time positions.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think that's it. Anything else, members?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. And that brings up next the Department on Disability. Mr. Simon, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, sir.
Feel free to go ahead and introduce your team. Brief comment. We have your letter. But
Absolutely. Joining me is Nicole Willett, who's my public information officer and essentially an acting COO, and Tony Abraham, who's our budget chief. In lieu of an opening statement, I do want to make a couple of very brief clarifications.
Please.
Of course, I do believe this budget goes a long way to supporting the department and our efforts to make the city fully compliant around ADA and related issues. The items I mentioned in the budget letter, the AIDS coordinator's office item, I do want to make clear that that's our technical assistance and administrative arm. It's not our traditional funding to providers for direct services. This is what we use to leverage dollars to build their capacity. The 508 Rehab Act and ADA item, I didn't want to, honestly, at first I didn't put it in writing in this letter, but I do want to say it publicly because it's important. This is what we envision as our largest, or the city's largest, accessibility risk management issue moving forward, and I believe it's honestly an issue on the scale of sidewalks and housing. So I do want to stress the importance of addressing a multi-pronged response to how we make our documents and websites accessible. And the last two items go to the core of our department's ability to provide our mandated work, which is supporting other city departments to be accessible. Having that staff expertise is critical. I have 6 people whose function is to support other departments. Arguably, 1 is a generalist, 2 are highly trained specialists, and none of those folks have had updated training probably in 5, 6, 7 years on a scale that we need to have to become to again fulfill our mandate of being the city's experts on a broad range of disability issues. And that's that.
Okay. Well, I think I'm going to make this pretty easy and just ask for reports back on funding sources for all of your requests. We'll just cut right to the chase on that. But the one question I do have, quite aside from the small adjustment of classification you had for sidewalk repair, the sidewalk program is going to be a monumental one, and your office is going to have to be fully immersed in it. And I just want to make sure that we have a plan going forward where you're going to have sufficient staffing to be able to advise Bureau of Engineering and others involved in this on compliance, and not just sort of be the final arbiter of saying yes or no, but what are the recommendations from the unique perspective of the Department on Disability for options that we have to achieve accessibility and also achieve the other goals that we have, and cost reduction and environmental protection and so on. So it's a pretty big ask of your department to be engaged in this, and I just want to make sure that we're ready for that with this budget.
Absolutely. We didn't make an additional staff ask in this because in our sort of growing relationship with Bureau of Engineering, Street Services, and others, I think we've sort of sorted out the way we need to interact on this process, right? We will provide some technical expertise around addressing the community's needs. What are the mobility issues that are coming in complaints or requests for repairs? That's sort of our role and process. We do have the staff capacity with this staff being hired and my current 5-person ADA team, I believe, to field those requests coming in. It all goes sort of digitally into the BOE's system, so we're not maintaining the system of tracking those, but we will work with each individual request for the disability-specific requests, and we will help frame those out and ensure that they're valid requests. Outside of that, it's really an advisory capacity where we're talking about discussions about new materials and so on. Are they going to be ADA compliant? So should we help advise on that process before the city moves forward in that direction? And otherwise, I believe there's really a good, strong team, and we're involved in the process on a weekly basis at this point.
Great. Now, a bit more broadly than sidewalks, I'd like us to be at a point, and honestly, I don't have any ability as I sit here to assess whether we are, and I look to your expertise on this, where the department is really forward-looking in advising other departments, especially general services, but all other departments on their ADA compliance, and as a risk management and loss prevention vehicle, if nothing else, just to try to anticipate where those potential risks may be and serve in an advisory capacity to the other managers as to how to prevent those risks. Do you feel like you're able to fulfill that function now?
You've just made a great restatement of I think the primary reason I was hired day one is to sort of turn around how we interact with other city departments so that we are viewed as a pure resource for them, that they should be bringing items of disability, possible noncompliance, our way, so we can help remedy that. So yes, I think we're in a good position of that. I've done a significant staff restructuring. We're working on with personnel and the CAO's office to continue making some changes there. But we're in a good position to provide that support.
Great. Now, I don't want this to turn into mission creep or something and start adding more onto your plate, but putting on my jobs hat, one of the biggest challenges that small businesses throughout the country have is the risk that they're exposed to from ADA noncompliance, predatory lawsuits, and so on. And I think there's a growing consensus that the objective should be ensuring accessibility and not the sort of gotcha liability. But small businesses have a lot of difficulty in ensuring that they are compliant and in responding when there are claims that they're not. So can you envision a time when the department maybe is a resource to Los Angeles area businesses that want to find out, what do I need to do in order to be compliant? Can you give me your recommendations on preventing future potential ADA liability and that sort of thing? Is that a bridge too far, or might we be able to actually provide a resource to our job-creating businesses in Los Angeles that way as well?
We're building that bridge as we speak. So it is, to a certain extent, a stretch for this department because it goes beyond Title II, which we traditionally do, what local government is required to do. But the Title III issues, what happens in our small businesses, is vital to, again, just the economy of the region and for the accessibility for all of our residents. So phase one, we are piloting already. Well, we'll be piloting by July 1. Which is a mediation program, a formal mediation program. I've had staff trained up who are disability experts, but now they are certified mediators. They're taking the county bar 30-hour certification, and our goal is to reach out with other partners here. We work with Building and Safety a little bit on developing how to reach clients that come to them with questions. And also with EWDD, we're planning for some trainings that again may start before July 1 with their small business training teams. So we'll reach out to folks. They'll have access to our expertise. This position is vital. That's why I'm trying to get that CAST position hired, because they'd spend some time on sidewalks, but some time working with small businesses. And again, the burden on small businesses that would be relieved if they were accessible, and the improvement to our communities would be extraordinary. So we'll ramp it up. We thought about proposing it as a revenue-generating program for this year, and after longer discussions with the CAO and others, we decided to sort of run it out for at least 6 months or so to make sure we're clear how it's working before we start charging for that. But I do ultimately believe, latest a full year from now, that this would be a revenue-generating program.
Oh, I absolutely do too. It may be difficult to document that for budgetary purposes because it is somewhat indirect, but I think the benefit that we'll have to our business community and in turn to our gross receipts tax and everything else, I agree with you. So I'm really delighted to hear that. Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Yes, most of the questions and asked for the report backs. I guess one small question I'll add is, can you explain why you believe that the in-house staffing for the Section 508 remediation of websites and documents is preferred to the contracting out for those services?
It's actually in addition to our conversations with the CAO and Mayor's Office are very helpful. They actually had recommended an online training program and recommended funding for it in this budget, which we think is a key prong to this. I need to have a training mechanism that I can get to the majority of city staff with, at least ones who create documents that go online or get sent out to the public, because literally all those documents need to be accessible. So the online training is a huge step in the right direction. We believe there's hands-on direct training that needs to happen, and Ms. Willett was actually hired as our PIO in part to do that training, train the trainers in our departments, but the scale is just beyond a single person. Additionally, this budget contemplates $10,000 for contractual services to do that outside remediation. So this is when city employees create documents that aren't accessible, need to get it on a website, and we need to fix it. It's time and labor intensive. We've seen costs of up to $30 a page to do that outside. We can report back with details on 2 or 3 vendors we've taken a look at. While every document that's sort of a new document needs to get fixed before it gets put on a website, and that scale is extraordinary, arguably we have to come up with a plan for how to start looking backwards on other key items that are already in our archives and already exist. So the scale of this is astronomical. Again, I think if we have a key plan of priorities that we reduce our liability by engaging that plan slowly over many years, a la a sidewalk plan. But at the same time, the cost for these 2 staff people, I believe they would be more than full-time employed working on these kind of documents. And just another example. So something goes out like a bicycle plan or a sustainability plan. Those entire documents need to be accessible to a screen reader. And if they're not when they're created, it's weeks of time for us to correct that. And I think it would be much cheaper to do in-house than try and move for these very large reports to get updated and compliant.
Yeah, I hear you. I did a small taste of this. We had an intern in my office who was visually impaired and had her going through my own website just to try to help make sure we're all up to speed. And it was amazing how many things are on just a regular council website. So I can imagine the need as you're looking at the much bigger picture.
Yeah, and I would add, it's still a learning process for us. With the city, our department produces an emergency preparedness manual for people with disabilities, and we just upgraded that with El Nino information and so on, and it literally took us weeks to do that, and that was, I want to say, a 70-page document? 90-page document. It's tough to do. And so we do, I think, need to keep some funding for outside contractors, sometimes for speed, and it can be a limited number. But I think this is a conservative request we've made.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. One, hopefully quick one, on the sidewalks. Are we going to be trying to address the least accessible sidewalks that are the worst problems first, or are we going to focus on responding to complaints? How have we decided yet how we're going to prioritize this from an ADA perspective?
You want to go right there? I'm going to defer that to the CAO.
So consistent with the settlement, 20% of the commitment that your council has made is going to be complaint driven. So as individuals express limitations due to the condition of the sidewalk for themselves or for a neighbor or someone that they know who is disabled, then those dollars would be committed to remediate those issues. The remaining will go towards a list of prioritizations that was negotiated with the plaintiffs, and consistent with the overall policy that your council adopted recently.
Yeah, the one thing I've never been that clear on, though, on the complaints, I mean, we all know we have a lot of complainers, so you may get a complaint for an inch raised sidewalk, and you may get a complaint for a sidewalk that's 1.5 feet raised, which I've seen recently. Do we prioritize all of them because they're complaints, or do we prioritize the ones where we actually find them inaccessible to folks and really in desperate need?
As your policy establishes, the objective is to go after the worst of the worst first. And so there'll be an assessment made of the condition of the sidewalk. The settlement allows us to determine whether it's passable, even though it may not technically fall into 100% of the ADA, so that the emphasis initially could be on those sidewalks that are clearly inaccessible, that are clearly problematic, so that over time, this is a 30-year program. Eventually, the goal is to go after all sidewalks, but the emphasis will be on those that require the greatest amount of remediation.
So, and the DOD's added perspective with that. I mean, we take a lot of the complaints right now. Again, we're sorting out that process between BOE and us, and ultimately it'll probably go through 311, and we'll both have the opportunity to look at them. That we assess the mobility issue, and honestly, we don't look at the extent of the damage to a sidewalk or a curb cut. We assess the mobility issue and suggest if we think something's a viable candidate for repair. We initially turned in about 130 requests that sort of been piling up for a little while, and they've all been processed by BOE and Street Services. They're both in 2 bid packages currently. We've exhausted the disability 20% set aside for this current year, is my understanding. So some of that package has already moved into next year. The ADA compliance officer just submitted another 73 individuals who had requests, and most of those requests are more than one item because there'll be a sidewalk and 2 curb ramps, for example. So that those requests will go into some bid package into next fiscal year already. So I do I hope we maintain vigilance to ensure that those requests are handled in a timely manner, because sometimes they literally make the difference in someone being able to get out to to a path of transportation or a market, and so we sort of treat them with equal concern. But I don't disagree with the CAO's assessment that we do want to get those most visibly damaged items prioritized. Another issue, briefly, is where we have things like utility poles and other barriers to actually making a sidewalk repair that make a traditional repair far more expensive. We understand, obviously, it will take more time and money to do those, but definitely want to keep working on finding ways to not push them too far down the road when it is a clear-cut path of travel issue for a person with a disability.
And one other question on HIV and AIDS, which I've been working on probably for over 30 years, and you obviously have put in a lot of time on that as well. And there's a good focus on that area in your budget. I wonder if you could tell us what the current status is of this work and what we can expect, and if we could ever get to the point of 0 HIV transmissions.
Los Angeles County represents about 40% of all the incidents of HIV, new incidents of HIV across California. We are a larger jurisdiction in dealing with the epidemic than most states in this country. So it still has a very large impact on our communities. By, I think, your direction, the City AIDS Coordinator is truly prioritizing an end AIDS plan. These things have been touched on nationally. He's working with LA County, where he chairs the HIV Commission, and with the state of California for us to come up with a plan that literally has a goal in the next few years of reducing new infections to nearly 0. It's quite ambitious, but it's certainly within the scope of his work in this department, and we're feeling very positive about it. And we will definitely be reporting back to you with the progress on that over this coming year.
Anything that's a key element of that gives us the biggest opportunity for progress?
We're seeing a lot of success. I mean, our syringe exchange programs, everyone still, I think, cringes when we bring them up, but we've reduced syringe-related transmission to extraordinarily low numbers. I don't have that specific metric in front of me at the moment, but this epidemic in Los Angeles is far less of an injection drug transmission rate than East Coast cities and even other cities in California. So we've been extremely successful with our programs along that line. Community education in hard-to-reach communities, mostly in communities of color and the transgender community. It's working on PrEP, making sure people understand medically and biomedically how they can stop HIV transmission, and the technology, the medicine is there if people have access to it. So it's helping that's why we work with about a dozen, I think, community providers to make sure that community has access to that kind of prevention. And housing, always had to it. I mean, the city has a high priority on housing and homelessness. That's one of the biggest, and for vets as well, one of the biggest factors around HIV transmission when people don't have stable housing.
And how much do we have to do still in terms of educating younger folks? Because my understanding is this generation generally doesn't know people that have died from AIDS, and so they may take it less seriously than some.
Yeah, it's always a tough one for me. As I think you will know, I was the AIDS coordinator for about 8 years for the city under Mayors Hahn and Villaraigosa. We get a split in this generation, right? Most have not seen the devastation of the epidemic, but half of them are used to PrEP, again, pre-exposure prophylaxis, the kind of biomedical response, and using condoms as a norm because they grew up that was a norm, and the other half feel they're sort of likely to acquire anyway and that it's manageable. So that's why we spend a lot of time and energy and some dollars working with community organizations that are based in these communities, youth-based organizations, communities of color, working with commercial sex workers and things like that people don't want to talk about, but that we're committed to making sure we reduce transmission in those populations.
Thank you. I wanted to double back just briefly on the complaint-driven sidewalk repairs, just to make sure that, because we haven't really had much of a conversation about this, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page. I think it was our intention, and I hope that this is the way we're progressing, that the both prospective and retrospective backlog of complaints will be taken together and then heat mapped and otherwise combined so that we have the most cost-efficient way to do the maximum number of repairs. So it isn't necessarily just the worst of the worst sort of by parcel, but it's where are the areas where we can provide the greatest continuity of accessibility for the least cost first. Am I summarizing that approximately right?
That's correct. I mean, it's actually required in our settlement to show it, to be able to illustrate where the assessment's being done, where the calls are coming from, and where the work is being done. And the way the departments are implementing the program is to do it in a coordinated fashion so that we're not just doing, one sidewalk here and then another part of town, another sidewalk, is to do it in a coordinated plan. But what often will trigger where the assessment's done is where someone calls in, and how it gets prioritized will be informed by the condition of that sidewalk and the overall pathway of that sidewalk.
Right. Now, one of the challenges that we've had, though, has been getting all of those complaints into a single repository.
That's right.
Because people complain to council offices. People call 311. People call the Department of Disability. People might call street services or engineering directly. Are we at a point where we can say that we can combine those complaints into a single place and make that intelligent assessment of where the maximum benefit for the least cost will come?
I think that's clearly your policy, is to establish 311 as the vehicle, as was stated. The department is using the 311 system as a way of identifying and evaluating that system to see if they're driven through disabilities. I'll find out, and we could certainly report back to the extent that we're there, but that is clearly the policy that you set.
Great.
So we'll submit a separate report back on how close we are to achieving that goal.
And General Manager Moore and I just had a conversation on this maybe a week ago even, and we're both very committed to making sure between BOE and DOD we have a seamless system. It's almost there.
Terrific. Anything else, members? All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Just time check, members. We're actually doing very well. We're ahead of schedule. I see Ms. Holt here. We will be taking ethics before lunch. So we'll take personnel next, and then ethics. Then we'll take a lunch break, and we'll begin with general services following lunch. So let's go ahead and bring up Ms. Macy and personnel right now. Ms. Macy, good morning.
Good morning. Would you like us to get started now?
Yeah, why don't you introduce your team? You can give a brief comment if you wish, and then we'll go right into questions.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to express my appreciation to this committee for all the support that you've given the Personnel Department over the years. And I also wish to thank the Mayor's Office and the CIO's Office for the important investments that they've made in the Personnel Department, which we're very appreciative of. I'd like to introduce my team here, many of whom are new and have not actually been before a budget hearing. I have Adam Kayumjan, who is our Assistant General Manager in charge of Public Safety. This is his third week at the city. And Greg Dion, who is our Assistant General Manager in charge of Workers' Comp Benefits and Employee Development. Susan Nakafuji, our Chief MA in charge of our budget. And Bill Weeks, who is our Assistant General Manager in charge of Civilian Hiring and Liaison Services. At this point, we're happy to take any questions from the committee.
Terrific. Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield, can you start us off?
Sure. I'll start off with sort of the big picture thing. You know, a lot of departments have been concerned, feeling that personnel could be an obstacle to bringing on the needed staff as fast as it can be. And I know you guys are moving forward, but how do you respond to that in terms of what that's going to look like this coming year, given the budget resources, and what can the other departments who are sometimes frustrated by not getting their folks, what can they expect this coming year?
So, again, we're very grateful to this committee. Last year, the committee gave us a number of resources to assist with examining, and in particular to reduce the examination backlog. There was quite a substantial backlog as of last year. I'm happy to report that we've reduced the backlog by about 50%, and we are much more in track on getting exams done in a much more timely manner without having them sit unassigned in our office. So what we've done is we have looked at the mayor's proposed budget, and we've looked at the different positions that are recommended for each of the various departments, and we've been conducting an analysis of whether there are currently eligibility lists for those positions, because if there is a list already, that drastically reduces the time it's necessary to fill. We've identified that there are a fraction of those in which we do not have an eligibility list, and so thus we would have to do an examination, and on some in which we actually have not received requests from departments. So actually this week, our department is sending out a memorandum to all of the general managers, asking them to identify those which are going to need classification actions and so forth, so we can get ahead of those. And we're also going to proactively reach out to those departments that we haven't received a request from, and so that we can make sure that we get their examination going as quickly as possible. I'm also happy to report that since we met last year, we've instituted a couple of technology improvements to improve transparency. So now actually members of the committee or any members of the public can go online to our website, and they can look and see what the status of an exam is, and they can also see where we have existing eligibility lists. So that information is much more transparent. So we hope with this, as well as our improved communication with the department, will help us expedite their hiring needs.
Great. Question about recruiting in police and fire. Both the budget is $115,000 for LAPD recruitment. Another wanted to, you know, obviously these are important topics. We were trying to get to 10,000 officers. Wanted to get a sense if you think this is the right amount of money for those topics, and they're a little different. With the police recruiting is one issue, and then the fire recruiting is another. Given that we had 10,000 applicants. Perhaps the money is being used less to try to let people know or more to trying to get a diversity. So maybe you could talk about the recruitment efforts and the money that's needed for that.
Sure, I'd be happy to address that. First, for LAPD recruiting, as you probably know, we've experienced increased competition from many other law enforcement agencies in the area which are also hiring. So that's made it much more competitive to attract candidates. And at one point, the recruitment budget for hiring LAPD officers was actually, the advertising budget was over $3 million years ago before the recession. And over the past a few years, it's averaged about $185,000. And we actually do have an interim budget request for the current budget year where we asked for an additional $585,000 to do a really concentrated campaign on LAPD is hiring and basically steering everyone to our Join LAPD website. We have a whole campaign planned utilizing buses, Dash and Metro transit trains, such as you have seen probably with our recent Join LAFD campaign, as well as using different streaming services and a number of different outreach methods to increase, again, the number of candidates applying for LAPD jobs. So we're thankful that the mayor's office has allocated an additional $115,000 for this upcoming year. But again, we did have the pending request from the current fiscal year of $585,000. And what we're requesting is an additional $270,000 for expanded recruiting effort, including increased community online presence and also an incentive program whereby current city employees can receive money for referring candidates into LAPD. So once they make it into the academy and once they matriculate successfully, city employees will be able to receive a stipend. So we feel like this campaign will greatly enhance our efforts and allow us to meet that goal of 10,000 officers. As you mentioned earlier, the fire is a different type of recruitment problem. As in our last couple of recruitments, we've received over 10,000 applications. We have been working on a campaign along with the fire department, particularly looking for females and also diversity, trying to reach communities that may not have necessarily thought of fire as a career. And so what we're trying to do is continue that effort because we believe that as we continue to need to fill drill towers over the next couple years as a part of a continuous effort, that it makes sense to continue the momentum in terms of advertising. If Mr. Kayumjin has anything to add, I'm happy to.
I just wanted to emphasize the need to not only do short-term advertising and marketing, but also long-term, so we're not constantly battling the shortages in the 10,000 strong police force and also increasing diversity. So we don't want to be in a position where we're stopping and starting every time there's a recruitment effort, but rather we want to be a presence throughout the city so there's a cadre ready to draw from whenever we are ready to recruit.
Great. So I would ask for a report back on the feasibility of those funding requests. This is kind of a minor thing. Your budget letter seeks $115,000 for medical scheduling and tracking software. What exactly is that used for?
That's used for a number of purposes. For pre-employment screening, such as for sworn and for civilians, there are a number of examinations that have to be performed. So this tracks where the candidate is at any given point during that examination process. Also, what it does is it helps us comply with OSHA and DOT mandates regarding testing, such as random drug testing, also monitoring for exposure, such as lead exposure in high-risk professions. And this is a risk mitigation factor because it avoids fines that we may be otherwise subjected to. The upgrades that we're seeking would facilitate the maintenance of the software. It would place less of a strain on our IT units. Also, it would create a health portal, which would allow candidates to submit materials online rather than having to fill them out at the medical clinic, thereby speeding up the hiring processes.
They can't fill out those things online now? That's
no, not as the software is currently configured. Correct.
No, it also seems important to do. And speaking of electronic medical records, I guess you could say, you requested software to digitize medical records in the city jails, which I guess are all paper now?
Unfortunately, they are, and that poses a number of problems, including the fact that if we are dealing with returned detainees, folks who have been arrested more than once, we can't access their prior records. So it creates a number of problems because most of the detainees tend to be under the influence of either drugs or alcohol, and getting a medical history from them is difficult enough a challenge to begin with. So this creates liability exposures if we were to overlook any kind of past medical problems or reactions to medication. The system that we are seeking, the software that we are seeking, would virtually eliminate paper in the correctional care at the jails. and it would create a system of alerts for medication administration. It would allow nurses at the jails to contact in real time doctors who are off-site, who may be at the medical clinic, and they can the records can be shared on a real-time basis. And when detainees are released from city custody to the sheriff's department, the software would interface with the system that the sheriff's department uses in order to allow for continuity of care and comply with federal mandates in that regard.
Does it also link to the hospital software and all that?
I would have to look into that, but I believe if it's compatible, because it is internet-based, it is cloud-based, then it would allow for access, yes.
Do most other big cities have this kind of thing, or would we be leading the way, or are we behind the curve?
We are behind the curve.
Okay, so I'd ask for a report back on the feasibility of that as well. Last thing, succession planning. Your department's provided funding to address the needs for succession planning. Can you tell us the status of these plans, and do the plans include the need for local hire task force?
Yes, Mr. Dion is going to respond on the status of the department's succession plans.
Good morning. This started last year with the funding that the council provided from us. We've been working with the department.
Is his microphone on? Okay.
Sorry about that. So this started last year with the funding of the positions for succession planning. We've been working with the departments. So really we had 0 starting last year. We have 8 that have been completed, including our department. We have another 16 succession plans that should be completed by the end of June, and we have a few more that are in process and should be completed by the end of the calendar year. I would comment that the succession plans are really an evolving document or a living document. As we get more information, say through the local hire working group or the Strategic Workforce Development Task Force, more information about what they want to do, that information will come back to the departments as well in terms of updating their succession plans.
Great. One last question on the sort of general issue of electronic records. At the hearing last year, we discussed the need to process the transition personnel records from paper to electronic storage. And I know the seed funds were put in to explore a pilot program. Given the seed funding and the funding provided for next year's e-records, what kind of progress has been made with the pilot, and what can we anticipate in this coming year?
I think that one's mine. We have basically, during this fiscal year, taken that seed money and built the backbone for the pilot. And so we would expect, if things continue as they have, we would begin testing with our pilot departments July, August. We would have a pilot group of about 9 of our 23 consolidated departments actually using the system this fiscal year. We had 4 phases originally planned. That's what we requested for in the original budget. With what we received, about half of that, we could continue through phase 3 this coming fiscal year. We would have to slow down the implementation for phase 4, which is all 23 consolidated departments, until July of 17. So we could complete it by the end of next fiscal year if we had the full amount. With what we have, we can get 3/4 of the way through and finish it the following fiscal year.
And is there a cost to us for going slower?
Well, the software, first of all, increases about a $10,000 increase each year. It goes about 5%. And then just all the hiring that we're talking about. So we were doing this on a go-forward basis. So to the extent that anytime we wait and start a new paper file, these new employees that we're hiring, that's going to have to be a transition. The sooner we are digital, as we bring on, these 5,000, for instance, these targeted goals, we bring them on digital from the beginning, that makes things more efficient for us.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any way to quantify that, but that always helps us with our recommendations, because I imagine that time, time is money, especially when you're talking about needed personnel.
We have done studies on that in terms of, we know the approximate hourly cost of the staff that are doing it now, the paper chase, we call it, the city paper chase, and we know the error rate, and we've gotten several studies from outside groups on the cost of doing it digitally. So when we factor in the cost of implementation over 5 years and the reduced error rates, and of course it's a security issue in the event of fire disaster, we estimate over 5 years about $249,000 savings per year over the entire 5 years including the cost of implementation. After 5 years, the ongoing cost is about $40,000 per year. This is just for the consolidated departments, the 23 consolidated departments. It's not citywide.
You're saying a savings of $249,000.
Correct.
And the whole thing costs how much?
Full implementation during the years that I mentioned, the 2 years, would be about $440,000, and then the ongoing after that is the $40,000.
$440,000 total, not per year.
Correct, total.
So if you spread that out, even over the 4-year period, you're saving more money than it's costing to put it together.
That's correct.
Which kind of makes it financial folly not to move forward on it as quickly as we can.
That's our belief.
So I would ask for a report back on that as well in terms of the funding.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I certainly would agree with that, and I've been trying to get us to do this since I got here. And I'm not even sure if in your calculations you're adding the fact that everybody that you put into paper you then have to convert. So right now, while we're doing a significant amount of hiring and have a plan to hire 5,000 people, now's the time to jump in and capture as many as we possibly can without having to first go to paper, make some mistakes, enter them in duplicate places, all the negatives to it. So I don't know if you've actually captured all of that in your calculations.
As part of our calculations includes that. One of the things that we have to consider going forward is, and we've had some discussions about, our pilot really is the consolidated departments. We will be able to demonstrate this to the rest of the city during this next fiscal year, and we would hope, that it's of interest, because we don't want to be taking digital folders that we've created next year and then, essentially printing them out when someone transfers from a department that's using this to one that's not. That would also be an added cost. So we want to get everybody in the same system as quickly as we can.
Yeah, I think this department particularly has, in the last couple of years, in terms of the budget, had a few opportunities where just by spending a few $100,000, we could, make a quantum leap in efficiency. Certainly, we did that with exams, which we thought we'd be caught up on by 2019. I think in last year's budget, we added a few $100,000, and now we're almost caught up. I think this would be, somewhat the same category. So I would be certainly in sync with Mr. Blumenfield and ask for join that report back and ask that we almost invariably add this back to the budget. I think it would be a big miss. Another question on a few questions actually on fire recruitment. How much do we spend on advertising for firefighters? And if we're getting this many responses, should we be doing very much advertising in the future?
So we've been utilizing a great deal of pro bono resources in order to get the word out that we are recruiting for firefighters. So currently we have a campaign on transit buses, on city transit buses, which have been very generously donated by the Department of Transportation wherever the advertising space has not been sold. Also, the campaign that we ran was prepared by a firm called Quigley Simpson, and that was done as a pro bono service as well. So we are utilizing whatever we can in order to get the word out. It is true that we receive a large number of applicants for firefighter positions. This year, because we have changed the mechanism of the application process, we expect those numbers to dwindle somewhat. But our challenge there, as Ms. Macy pointed out earlier, is not necessarily sheer numbers, but numbers that actually begin to reflect the diversity of the city and its workforce. So right now, for instance, the number of current applicants in the current testing process for females is barely 7% of the total, which is actually an improvement on the 2014 figures, which hovered around 5%. So those are the challenges that we are facing in getting the word out to niche applicant pools, whether it be by gender or by ethnicity, in order to diversify the firefighting force, and that's going to require some extensive recruitment efforts. And as I mentioned earlier, not just in the short term, but in the long term, investing in youth outreach, investing in certain communities throughout the city, so that at the next test cycle, we're not starting from zero again.
Now, in terms of our actual intake of these applications, have we reached the point yet where that can be done online with a screening program that can use keywords to screen out certain people that are obviously not going to make the cut, as I know are used in a number of other businesses and government entities?
We've been looking at this what you're referring to is called auto scoring, and so we have been looking at a number of different technology improvements, again, all with the aim of expediting the examination process. We have started to use Skype, for example, so that we're now not requiring candidates to need to travel to Los Angeles necessarily if they're from out of state. We did that, for example, with librarians. And so auto scoring is something that we are also looking into, as well as some video-based testing, which again hopefully will expedite. It's a more candidate-friendly process, and it also expedites the time in which it takes to get people through the process.
Is there a budget piece to the auto scoring? I don't think you requested it this year, but could you use that this year, and would you look at that?
We would certainly look at that, but we would need to get back to you with an estimate about how much investment that will require.
Could I ask that be a report back? Also, I think your budget letter said that in terms of new firefighter selection, you could yield five drill towers. I don't know if this is better left for fire department, but I could ask it now. The fire department has only requested 4, but you're saying we're capable of 5 this year. And I think they may have said we were capable of 4. So I don't know if I ask you or the CAO or, what we have 5 in one place and 4 in another.
I think we funded what the capacity at the locations call for the firefighters. So I believe that's 4. I'm not sure if a 5th class has ever been in the discussions relative to the 2 locations where classes are occurring. Was that the question you asked?
Well, this budget letter says we should yield 5, so that would imply something different. So what's the 4 based on? What's the 5 based on?
We could report back prior to the fire department's budget hearing.
That would be perfect. And I know for police recruitment, you're requesting an employee recruitment incentive program. Could you describe exactly how that works?
Under that program, city employees, they don't necessarily need to be Los Angeles Police Department employees, can refer someone, a candidate, into the process. And if that candidate, at least the way it had worked in the past, if the candidate makes it into the academy, there is a $500 stipend which is given to the employee, and then if the candidate graduates, there's another $500. And so the thought behind this is that our city employees are our best ambassadors in many ways, and they are able to tell folks that they know about the many opportunities within the city, and that this referral program, we believe, will yield additional candidates for us.
Very good. And I know we're very focused, as we should be, on succession planning. I'm not sure if we're as focused as we could be on creating career ladders within departments. I know there are some departments that seem more problematic than others. Are we taking a close look at that yet, department by department?
We are analyzing each department. That's part of the succession planning process. Is part of it is not only looking at what the hiring plans need to be, but also the knowledge transfer. And so the succession plan is intended to identify where there may be gaps, and then again to help us to advise the departments on how to build best training programs and so forth to enable that next level of employees to be able to graduate to the higher level, as it were. I see Greg and Bill are looking at me, so they may want to add something as well.
I just wanted to add or comment on the Cornerstone program that we have going that has 4 components to it: onboarding, learning, performance management, and succession plan as well. And that's going to be implemented over the next year. And one of those components, performance management, that one of the things we're going to be looking at is positions that report to supervisors, who they report to, the career ladder basically, identifying people that have the capability to move to the next step, and those that need additional training. And that's really the purpose of that software program. So we're going to be implementing that this year. We're starting with some pilot departments, and so it's going on right now.
And are you looking at departments in terms of whether they actually have adequate career ladders as opposed to whether they have the people that are ready to ascend to that next step?
That's going to be part of the software analysis. We're really just at the beginning stage right now, shifting onto the onboarding and the learning management system. Performance management is really the third component of all this, so it's really in the early stage of putting this together.
Okay, and one last area, the wellness program. I know we don't really have a comprehensive wellness program yet in the city, but I know JLMBC and others have been working on that as part of Flex Benefits. I wonder if you could describe the current status of our wellness program and what will be the components going forward and timing for implementation, all of that.
Yeah, we're really excited about the wellness program and want to express appreciation to the Personnel and Animal Welfare Committee and to the CAO and the Mayor's office for this. And this actually, the 2 wellness positions, which are hopefully the first will be hired in the next 8 weeks or so, are actually not coming out of the general fund, but they're actually coming out of monies that have been allocated by our health benefits vendors. And so these folks will, and Greg will, I think, amplify in the program. They will really be able to kickstart our program, which will yield a lot of benefits in terms of having a more healthy workforce. It will hopefully affect our absenteeism, our employee benefits costs, as well as was mentioned earlier with the city attorney's presentation on workers' comp costs. So I'll let Greg describe in detail kind of exactly where we are.
So we're in the process of creating a wellness program right now. This started last year with the Joint Labor Management Benefit Committee meeting in their subcommittees and putting forward a recommendation really to create staffing, create a strategic plan, create a communications plan, create benchmarking and figure out which data we want to look at, and then creating programs, nutritional programs, educational programs, walkathons, things like that. This is all going to happen over the next year. What we're anticipating right now is the hiring of the 2 positions over the next couple of months, working with our consultants, Siegel and Keenan, on creating a branding and communications package, making wellness and that communications package part of our open enrollment in October. And then probably we're looking at January for rolling out some of our programs.
And I know I've talked about this before. I don't know whether we're looking at this yet, but whether any of this is incentive-based, which I know has worked well in other places.
We are looking at that. I think we're going to be looking at all options, so we're not foreclosing that at all. That would also be a communication with the labor groups as well about what they'd like to see in this wellness program. So that's part of the mix, but we haven't committed one way or the other on that.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up on the wellness program. Obvious benefits in that. Tremendous benefits. I assume over the long term it will help to reduce workers' comp costs. It will probably reduce disability costs. Will we get any credit from our health benefit providers, though, for that? I mean, once it's implemented, is there any premium adjustment or anything that could be based on that? Any discounts that we're able to get?
I think that's something we have to see what the data comes out, frankly, with the benchmarking, and assuming we have lower costs for workers' comp or lower costs with our healthcare providers, that would probably be in the next RFP round. We're literally in an RFP round right now with our healthcare providers, so we're going to be coming back to council probably in June for the Flex Benefits Program approval. So I could see that in the next, as we gather more information, in the next round of the RFPs.
So they wouldn't do it speculatively. They would only do it based on retrospective analysis of the claims history, I guess.
I would think so, but
Okay.
I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Worth a thought. All right. Fire department hiring. We've all discussed the same thing on this. One of the challenges with the fire department is that our recruitment, well, I should say our standards for hiring firefighters are for the most part based on the model of firefighting of years past, when the principal requirement was being able to swing an axe and carry somebody out of a fire and climb a ladder. But our fire department is primarily a health department now. 85% of our calls are for health emergencies, not fires. And that creates a bit of a disconnect between the people that the skill set that is responsible for the majority of the calls and that one sort of baseline physical requirement that you have to have for that 15%, which is just kind of an observation. But I know that we can't eliminate that until there's a complete realignment of the fire department, maybe in a separation of those duties. We won't ever be able to get away from that fundamental disconnect. But on the health provider part of that, one of the things that I don't know that we're doing, that we haven't done enough of, is ensuring the kind of cultural and language diversity that's necessary as a healthcare provider, an emergency healthcare provider, which the fire department is. And I've discussed this issue many times, where there are many cultural differences within our city that require a different response from somebody who's providing emergency care. And without some understanding and knowledge of those cultural differences, it could actually be life endangering. And so I just want to make sure that that concept is in some way incorporated into our scoring system for new recruits. I mean, when we hire firefighters, is there some additional credit that's given to a recruit, for example, if they speak multiple languages, or if they have if they meet a need of the city for cultural understanding and diversity? Is that integrated at all into our testing and scoring system?
In the current version of the testing system, no, but we can contemplate this issue and look at possibilities.
That'd be great. I think I mean, we certainly don't have any trouble finding people who want to be firefighters. It's never been a problem that the city has faced, but it's, as we've said multiple times, it's getting the right mix. It continues to be a challenge. So I look forward to hearing your thoughts back on that issue. There's a recurring annual issue of Mr. Blumenfield started us off with discussing the hiring backlog and the testing delays, which I gather we're continuing to make good progress on. But DWP in particular has complained about that to the point that there have been proposals to eliminate DWP from the civil service system entirely. And building and safety as well, significant hiring issues there. How are we doing in those two particular areas in terms of eliminating that backlog, and are there additional steps that we can do to expedite hiring into those positions?
So we meet regularly with the Department of Hiring and Department of Power on their hiring needs regularly, as well as we have some dedicated examination analysts that work exclusively on DWP. With DWP, there are many exams that are exclusively for classifications that only exist within DWP, but there are many exams where other city departments and DWP share common classes. So we're always sort of balancing both of those. But in the context of what's been going on in the Rules Committee, we've been conducting some deeper dive into the DWP hiring issues and looking at what is within the control of our department versus what is within DWP's own internal structures. And we've also been looking at are there ways that we can reorganize our own staff and provide even more sort of custom care towards DWP. So we're in the process of working up that analysis. With respect to building and safety, I think we have been working with them, and they do fund also specific positions dedicated to their department as well.
Actually, before I get to my next point, why don't you go ahead, Mr. Kretz, with that?
Oh, I was just going to ask how much of the DWP hiring slowness is inadequate funding from the DWP for some of those activities, and how much of that could be resolved by getting more funding from DWP for their own hiring?
Well, if we were to reconfigure our examining and classification certification groups to have dedicated resources within DWP, that of course would possibly take some resources away from other departments within the city, which we wouldn't want to do. So again, we're in the process of conducting that analysis and trying to determine what's the most efficient way to provide service to all of our proprietary clients as well as other city departments.
No, what I think I'm asking is, and they're special funded, so could they advance some of their own money, and rather than taking away resources from elsewhere, could they just provide extra resources as opposed to trying to take over the process? Just add whatever funding they would have to put in to take over the process and make this more effective where it is.
What I can tell you right now is that DWP is billed for the work that personnel does. They're either billed according to the city bill, where we add up all the different services that city offices provide for DWP. They're added, the personnel is a line item as part of that bill. If there was a request, as was done in prior years, where there was a direct appropriation that was, or a direct bill made for specific services that enhanced services at personnel, that is definitely an option. So if there was a additional unit, if you will, that was going to be working strictly on personnel exams, DWP could be billed for that as well. I think part of the problems run into the common classifications that are used by DWP and the rest of the city family. So, I'm sure personnel can speak to that a little bit more, but if DWP is trying to fill management analysts, and I believe they have those classifications up there, those would be the same exams that other city family departments would be using as well. And so then you get to the problem of how do you bifurcate what was, enhanced for DWP versus benefits that other departments will gain as well.
So do we have people taking exams and having the ability to choose between several departments and where they wind up working? Or if someone takes the DWP exam that is a similar position in a couple of other city departments, do they automatically go to DWP first? How does that play out?
So there are some exams that are DWP only, classifications that are DWP only classifications, and so those candidates would compete for those exams and only be referred to DWP. There are other classifications that are used both by DWP and citywide, and they can compete. Folks can compete for all those, but after the exam is completed, the candidate has the option of saying DWP only, for instance, or refer me only to Harbor or citywide.
Not clear to me exactly how that plays out in terms of being able to hire more adequately in DWP.
So our DWP, we have a DWP selection analyst, has been said, that are funded by DWP. And I think, if I understood your earlier question, were we to enhance DWP funding, we could accelerate the speed at which DWP only examinations are completed. So it's simply a matter of resources. They already have a proportionally high level of resources because they are special funded. They have some special funding. We have, I believe, four dedicated selection analysts and a dedicated classification analyst in DWP. The more we enhance those resources, the faster those exams go.
Yeah, and I'm sure other committees will be looking at this more closely, but it's a question for me of whether that's one of the compelling reasons to reform DWP, or if it's just a question of if you would put more money into it in your reformed DWP, why don't you just put more money into it now and resolve the problem?
Mr. Koretz, the CLA in my office prepared a report to the Rules Committee on this topic. We'll be happy to report specifically on this matter to your committee as part of the budget process.
Great, thank you.
Somewhat related to the issue that I just discussed with the fire department is we've had a lot of these civil service exams for some of the positions, some of the classifications that have been around for a while. And maybe the skills of 2016 that are expected of those positions might be different than the skills of 1995. And so I know that there have been a lot of discussions about reviewing the old exams, updating them, making sure that they're capturing the appropriate skill sets for the positions of today. Where are we in terms of doing that process?
So as we receive a exam request from a department, that's part of what we do when we work with the department. Is we do basically a job analysis to make sure that what we're looking for is going to be a job relevant to the job of today. And we work with actually subject matter experts and special examining analysts from the department who actually know their technical areas more than what we do. And so they consult with us and basically explain to us what it is that we're looking for, and we sort of determine what those basic competencies are. And then so when we design the tests, which we do obviously to make sure it's job relevant, but we're also looking to reduce the number of test parts wherever possible. So where we might in 1995 have had someone do a written application and then do a writing test and then do an interview, we might work with the department. The department might say, to us an interview is all that is sufficient. And so that, again, streamlines the process. So we do that every time we do a new exam. With our cornerstone implementation that Mr. Dion referenced, what we're trying to do with that learning management and performance management and succession planning is basically to kind of have almost a bank of these competencies so that if an employee may have demonstrated that they've taken a number of trainings or that they have, through their job performance, exhibited a competency, it may not even be necessary to run them through the traditional paper or pencil test because we've done enough to do our due diligence to ensure that they have the job-related skills. So we're all moving towards a sort of a longer-term, more strategic approach to doing it rather than on an exam-by-exam basis.
Terrific. Okay, anything else, members? All right, thank you very much. That brings up City Ethics Commission. Ms. Holt, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to be here. I'm joined this morning by Deputy Executive Director David Tristan, and I want to very briefly just acknowledge the entire staff of the Ethics Commission who do a tremendous job every day, and to particularly thank Mr. Tristan and Eric Tan, our Director of Audits, who do a tremendous job of getting us through the budget process every year. As a very broad overview, we are the budget request this year was intended to start the process of getting us back to the resource levels that we had prior to the economic downturn. We appreciate the support from the mayor's office and the CAO's office in accommodating some of those requests, and we appreciate the support that this committee has always provided to us, and we're happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Why don't we start with Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your budget letter, you say that you've streamlined your processes and increased efficiencies to address violations of law. What steps have you taken to do that?
We have analyzed our internal processes in terms of how we handle incoming complaints and to provide the most efficient processes of getting those addressed as quickly as possible. We have pared down to the extent possible within existing resources, and we're at the point now where further improvements to the speed with which we can resolve cases depends on having additional staff.
Okay, and you asked for a special investigator, one position?
Yes.
What would that position provide, and would this be a resolution or regular authority?
Well, our request is for a regular authority position. This position would be like our existing investigators. It would handle complaints that come in and work cases through. Complaints that become enforcement matters would work through the investigative process and see that case through to completion, whatever the resolution in that particular case might be. But they provide all sorts of investigative tasks, such as issuing subpoenas and interviewing witnesses and reviewing documents. It's a very labor-intensive process to get through a case.
Okay, and I know you're talking about doing an electronic filing system for a statement of economic interests. Mm-hmm. So would that mean it would become a totally paperless system?
Yes, and actually I'm very pleased to say that as of the annual filing that was due on April 1st, it is an entirely electronic system. We have for the past several years leased software from a company that has provided electronic filings for the state form, but we also have about 450 or 500 city officials who have to, in addition to the state form, file a city form. And the staff worked very hard this past year with the software provider to make that an electronic process as well. So for those who have to file two forms, this is the first year that that's been available. We're very proud of that.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Next year's an election year.
Yes.
Do you have any special needs associated with that? And related to that, are there enough matching funds to cover all the expected candidates and all the expected elections?
The short answers are yes and yes. Whenever there's an election for the city or for LAUSD, we have increased demands on our resources. We provide additional advice, we process additional filings, we get more whistleblower complaints, and we do administer the matching funds program. And all of that, the only way we've been able to manage that has been by bringing on additional as-needed staff. And that gets us through the immediate needs that we have associated with an election. But elections also create long-term needs for us. We have mandatory post-election audits and investigations that we have to conduct, and that's tied into our request for additional auditor and investigator positions. In terms of the matching funds availability, we are in good shape for the 2017 elections. At the end of this fiscal year, we expect to have about $11.1 million in the trust fund, and as required by the charter, an additional about $3.2 will be appropriated this coming fiscal year. So based on historic trends, we anticipate payouts in the 2017 elections of about $4.6 million. So there's plenty to cover that in the trust fund currently. The members of the Ethics Commission are required before every election to certify the sufficiency of the trust fund and to let candidates know whether the maximum is available or not. And that will happen in December of this year when we have more precise information about the number of candidates and the needs that we expect.
Great. You've implemented a new online ethics training program.
Yes.
Can you tell us about the rollout? Has it been working? Has it affected your workload? Is it hopefully saving time and money?
Yes, it is doing all of those things. Education is a huge priority for us. We want people to understand what the laws are and what they aren't, and why it's important to comply with them. And again, the staff worked very hard on the new online ethics training, and it has been a success. We have partnered with the personnel department on that, and it's hosted through their online training academy, which is a great partnership in terms of creating one-stop shopping for various city officials who have to take multiple trainings. And we've had about 6,000 city officials complete the training so far this year, and we've gotten very positive feedback about it, including anecdotal information that people are actually learning from it. We get comments like, wow, I didn't realize that was a violation. So all of that has been a success. But a successful training program does create resource implications. All of the people who are learning about what laws exist are starting to see that there's some activity that may not be in compliance with the law. And they care enough to let us know through the whistleblower hotline that violations may have occurred. So that increases the workload again for our investigators. It also leads to an interesting dynamic in that when people complete the online training, it encourages departments to request live and in-person training, which we want to accommodate to the extent possible. But we no longer have any education staff. We used to have 2 or 3 positions in an education division that would provide that kind of support to the departments. And since the budget cuts, that responsibility has landed on the shoulders of the program staff. And so it becomes a challenge for us to meet those requests.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I hear concerns about some of the various ethics things that we've added on in the last several years, like the contractor bidder requirements that you can't participate in financially in elections if you were a contractor or a bidder, both after the filing and then 12 months after your contract may have come due, which effectively could be a very long period of time between those. And people get very confused as to whether or not they are eligible or ineligible. And as I understand, we don't have a database out there that just makes it clear to folks who is and who isn't. So my question is twofold. One, should we have a database? Is that in the works? Is there a way to make that into a feasible arrangement? And then second, is the time, the very long time frame that we have on this kind of requirement, maybe some others that you can highlight, is it creating a cost that outweighs whatever benefit it is in terms of the timing? Would there be a benefit to shortening that time frame to a more manageable block?
Yes, contracts have taken up more of the ethics space in recent years, and we actually have 2 separate mandates regarding contracts. The one that you are referring to falls within the campaign finance laws. We also have another one that falls within the governmental ethics laws, and it has to do with the definition of restricted sources and gifts that city officials can receive from those restricted sources. We have a mandate to create a database for the governmental ethics aspect of that, and that is in the works. We received one-time funding for that in the last 2 budget cycles, and that is well underway. We have not received any funding for a database on the campaign finance front, and we do think that that would be extremely valuable. Right now, bidders on contracts valued at $100,000 or more that have to be signed off on by an elected official are required to submit forms with their bid packages. Those forms get delivered to us, and we do not have the resources to do anything other that at this point then house them, and when we get requests for them, accommodate requests for copies to the extent possible. That's not how we like to do business. Our programs, the campaign finance program and the lobbying program, the governmental ethics program, to the extent possible, we like to provide searchable data on our website, and that's just not something that we have been able to provide on this front with the contracting information. So yes, we would find that extraordinarily valuable. The restrictions on campaign contributions for those who are subject to this law ends as of the date that the contract is awarded for bidders that are unsuccessful. For bidders that are successful, meaning they become the contractors, it does extend for 12 months after the date the contract is awarded. There could be some benefit to shortening that period of time. This law certainly does narrow the pool of potential contributors for candidates in elections, and that is a very real issue, especially now that we have tighter laws in terms of the matching funds qualification criteria. Getting contributions is part of that, and so that challenge is all tied in together. It has to be balanced. Any money savings on that would have to be balanced with the policy perspectives, I think, that guided this law in the first place, which are the potential for the appearance of corruption. If someone who has been granted a contract in the last year that was granted by a particular elected or signed by a particular elected official's office, whether the perception of that person providing a campaign contribution to a candidate for that office is sufficiently detrimental that the 12 months should stand. I think it's a policy question more than
it's not
financial.
just a signed by issue, right? I mean, it's anything that we as a council approve generically. It's not something that an individual council member is signing off on.
Correct. That's correct. But there would be contracts that would be signed off on by the citywide offices as well, and those are affected as well, as long as the contract value is $100,000 or more.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we get a report back on your thoughts in terms of how to streamline that process, what the costs are and the benefits are.
Yeah.
And costs are both financial and policy wise.
Absolutely.
To start that discussion, because I've heard a lot of concerns about the confusion, and also related to that, a report back on the what it would take to create the database that you have that would at least create the certainty, so folks would know if they aren't appropriate, to be able to make contributions or not make them, and there would be
Yes.
less. Because we want people to follow the law. We don't want to get this gotcha situation where people are not violating the law because of an accident. We want to crack down on anyone who is purposely violating the law, but not on. We don't want to have that ambiguity out there.
Absolutely. We couldn't agree more. That is the goal. And one thing that I should point out is that the 12-month restriction is in the charter, so changing that is a little more difficult than changing an ordinance, just for informational purposes.
Absolutely will.
But not impossible.
Not impossible.
Yeah.
Related to those kind of questions, you mentioned the $5 match. Do you all have the resources to be able to, because I'm hearing that that's taking more and more time and effort for you all in terms of having to verify each of the 200 people, and is there anything that can be done to make that process work more smoothly?
Yes. Well, that ties into the request for as-needed funding. We absolutely cannot comply with our requirements during the critical months of an election, meaning essentially the 3 or 4 months immediately prior to a primary election, without bringing on additional staff. In addition to the $5 requirement, candidates, in order to qualify, must obtain 200 contributions of $5 or more from residents within the city, or for city council candidates from residents within their districts. Because of the changes to the matching funds program in recent years, we are required to verify whether the contributions came actually from individuals who reside within the city or within the district, and we have 4 days to do that for each request, and that is a very short amount of time, just in general, but particularly because candidates tend to all submit claims at the same time. It takes a while to get to the place where you have sufficient contributions to submit a claim, and that kind of tends to happen on the same spectrum for people. So we wind up with a lot of claims at one time that all start the 4-day clock together. So we absolutely require as-needed staff to get through that. It is also a challenge to accurately determine, does someone actually reside at this address? Sometimes it's pretty clear from even a Google search, no, this is a business, this is not a residence. But it takes effort. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if there's anything that you need from us. I mean, the as-needed funding, or if there's anything else that would make that process smoother. And you mentioned a 4-day clock. What is the 4-day clock?
When a candidate submits a claim for matching funds, the Ethics Commission has 4 days to review the claim and to tell the Controller's Office how much in public money should be paid out against that claim. And part of that, well, the entire process involved in that for us is verifying that the contributions do qualify as coming from individuals who reside within a particular geographic area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
These both seem like modest and reasonable requests given the importance of the service that you provide to the people of Los Angeles. So I'd like to have reports back, if we haven't already specified, on both of these requests for the as-needed funding as well as the special investigator. I want to talk to you a little bit about the ethics hotline because we had the controller in earlier asking for additional support for the fraud, waste, and abuse hotline in his office. How do these two functions, how do they work together? Is there redundancy? Is there efficiency that can be had by combining them in some way? Talk a little bit about that.
Yes, we work with the Controller's Office on the complaints that come into both of our hotlines. Our hotline is required by the charter, and there is some overlap. Sometimes waste, fraud, and abuse will fall within our jurisdiction. Sometimes the calls that they get do not fall within our jurisdiction, and it can be confusing actually for people. They don't know which hotline to call, so an ethics complaint gets lodged with them or a controller complaint gets lodged with us. We do share information with them and work together to the extent possible when it makes sense and it overlaps. But yes, there probably are some efficiencies there, although there are distinctions. The Controller's Office, the waste, fraud, and abuse doesn't fit always squarely within the governmental ethics laws. Typically for us it would mean a misuse of authority or resources, and that isn't, even though it sounds like it should be, it isn't always exactly waste, fraud, and abuse, but there can be a lot of overlap.
Yeah, and I think there's obviously different standards, different sets of laws, and so forth that are within the jurisdiction of each of the agencies, but from the complaining person's perspective, most people aren't going to have the first idea of whether it is within your jurisdiction or the controller's.
Exactly.
When I remember on the Ethics Commission getting every different kinds of generic ethical complaint there was, you know, that
barking dogs.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
it stretched to the limits of the definition of what constitutes, you know, an ethics violation. To be sure, it had nothing to do with things that are within your legal jurisdiction. But that's as it should be, because the public shouldn't be put in the position of having to figure that out. They should have one simple place to call. If they have a complaint that something's wrong, something's fishy, I want to call and have somebody figure it out. I think it's worth exploring whether or not there might be, maybe it's just a single portal, and then whoever is responding to that makes the determination of whose jurisdiction it should fall within. But
yeah, we could certainly look into that.
It's something worth exploring, I think. And then the special investigator position that you're requested, I'm a little concerned that the length of case resolution time frame seems to be going in the wrong direction, because it used to be very bad. It would take sometimes 4 years after an election before resolution of a complaint about that election. The person's already up for re-election by the time. You've made a lot of progress in paring that down, but now it seems from your letter it indicates that we seem to be kind of having the uptick. Is it that uptick that the special investigator position is intended to address?
Yes, absolutely. And we haven't experienced, as you say, an uptick, and it's been fairly significant. The 2013 elections were the largest in our history, and every time we have an election cycle, that brings more complaints. And we are still working through the 2013 cycle. We're actually still working through the 2013 audits as well. So yes, we do. We're very close to finishing those, but it does take. It does take time, and we are troubled as well by the inability of the existing staff with just 3 investigators to get through all of the complaints that we have on backlog.
Now, is that because Mr. Blumenfield talked about a lot of the added burdens that have been layered on by changes in policy, matching fund eligibility and some of the other things? By happenstance, this last election, there were a lot of candidates running in some of the districts. So each of those things, I think, adds to the workload. Would this special investigator also be charged with investigations relating to independent expenditure campaigns as well?
Absolutely. And you're right. The 3 investigators that we have now is half the number that we had prior to the economic downturn. So adding 1 more would still not get us back up to 0 level, if you want to call it 0 level. But yes, this person would be involved, as the entire enforcement team is, in addressing all aspects of the campaign finance laws, the lobbying laws, the governmental ethics laws, and that includes anyone who participates in city and LAUSD elections, whether candidate or non-candidate.
Okay. Does the LAUSD related service get reimbursed?
It does not. The city does. The city has a very old contract with LAUSD to recoup basic election-related costs. Since the charter was changed in 2007 to place their campaign financing within our jurisdiction, that contract has not been updated to reflect the fact that there are additional expenses associated with that. We have had discussions with both the city clerk's office, who is a party to that contract, and the city attorney's office, and some initial discussions with LAUSD about amending that so that we do recoup our costs, but at this point we do not.
Okay. All right, members, anything else? Very good.
Thank you very much.
All right, so members, before we break for lunch, we have a Budget and Finance Committee questions list that has been distributed to each of us, which is pending our approval. So if you could please take a few moments to review it, make sure that it accurately reflects your requests from yesterday, and then when we return from lunch, which, we're doing well. We're ahead of schedule, so why don't we say we'll be back from lunch at 1 o'clock, and at that time, if you could please let me know if there are any recommended changes to the report list. We'll go ahead and approve that if there's not, and folks can get started on working on those reports. So with that, we'll return at 1 o'clock, and at that time we'll take up general services. Until then, we are in recess. You have before you the committee report list, report back list. The title is Budget and Finance Committee Questions, and the most recent version that you have is time-stamped at the bottom with today's date, 10:59:56 a.m. So I'd like to give you all an opportunity to look at that, and Mr. Kretz is on his way, I understand, so we're going to, when he gets here, we'll have a chance to go over this and approve it so that staff can get to work on producing those reports. I've received a couple of new cards, which, because we're ahead of schedule, I'm going to go ahead and take, just for the folks who are watching at home and who may be here in chambers from members of the public. What our practice is going to be is at 9 or 9:15 a.m. when we start each day's hearings. Some days we're agendized for 1, but in any event, at the beginning of the day's hearing, that's when we'll be taking cards and taking comment from members of the public. But in this case, I think both of these speakers have specific topics. They weren't here when they heard me announce that the other day, and we do have a little bit of time, so I'm going to go ahead and invite them up to speak. But for the future, this will be at the discretion of the chair, depending upon how much time we have as we're in the middle of our workday. So I'd like to invite up first Adrian Scott Fine, and then Judy Jensen. And you'll have 2 minutes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, councilors. I'm Adrian Scott Fine with the Los Angeles Conservancy, and I'm here on behalf of our 6,500 members. I'm here to ask you to restore funding to the Department of City Planning's proposed budget for 2 existing staff positions that help neighborhood-seeking historic preservation overlay zone, or HPOZs. These staff positions have a direct nexus with the City's Council's adopted interim control ordinance of last year and mandate to address this issue. Without restoration of this minimal funding for these 2 key positions, the work on these neighborhoods will be halted July 1st, and the city will not meet its obligation under the ICO. These staff members work to protect entire neighborhoods, so this small investment that we're talking about will have a tremendous impact for many years to come. So we respectfully ask that you restore this funding to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Jensen. And that's all the cards that I have for the moment. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Wow, this was fast. I just filled out the card. This is great. I'm on the heels of that gentleman right there. I represent the neighbors of Oxford Square. For 8 years, we've been working to get our HPOZ preservation. We're almost there. The staff that might be in question right now because of the budget has been so close in getting us over the finish line. This is a charming neighborhood. It's used in filming for Raymond Chandler novels. It's really only 2 streets. It's between Olympic and Pico. I live 1 block, 1 house west of Crenshaw. We look out over the Hollywood sign and palm trees. There are no high-rises. It's a beautiful neighborhood, 100-year-old houses. Every year we see it slightly chipping away with terrible-looking places, but the neighborhood really needs that preservation to restore it. It's a lovely golden nugget. I beg you to extend whatever it is you need to extend. We are so close to the finish line. We've been putting in thousands of dollars and thousands of volunteer hours, and it would be just a shame to shut us down now. I would appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other cards? Any other speakers present? Okay. Then we're going to go ahead, members, and take any comments you may have on the report list. Mr. Bonin, you could, and welcome, Mr. Bonin, by the way. Mr. Blumenfield? Okay. Mr. Kretz, any comments? I need a few minutes.
I do have a few, so let me look through here. On page 2, under fire, under 90 and 91, I wanted to see if those also could appropriately go to Personnel Committee as well to be heard back.
Okay.
On page 3, under planning, appropriately enough, since we just heard a couple speakers on this, I believe I requested a report back on the cost and funding to restore the 2 HBOZ positions, city planning associates. And I believe in our conversations with the mayor, that was an error in eliminating those 2 currently staffed and very necessary positions. Still on page 3, under police, number 83, I would ask also that could be heard in personnel and animal welfare. Under page 4, item 163, I'm not sure if I asked it that way, but if that's the real question, it's essentially what do we get out of doing this Nexus study? What funds are we then able to expend as a result? And a report back, obviously, on increasing the funding to $150,000. On 161, just below it, the question is if we split those two functions into two positions, as we asked to look at, where would both of those reside? Would they both be under the Public Works Board, or would one be under Public Works and one be elsewhere? So if that could be included in that report back. And I know I had one more, if I can find it. Oh, actually, I think I have two more. Page 9, number 158. It's not clear, but the question is really about the city's nursery system. So how many trees die while waiting to be planted in the system? And as we increase the use of drought-tolerant plants, how able is our nursery system to keep up with the demand for both drought-tolerant and native plants as needed? And I know I had one other that's on page 6. Number 117, where it notes studying 3 scenarios for climate change. We should include the notation that those are for 3 degrees centigrade increase, 4.5 degrees centigrade increase, and 6 degrees centigrade increase. And that is all of it.
Okay. Mr. Englander's request, I'd like to also ask that special study number 165 be reported back to the Budget and Finance Committee as well on page 4. And are there any other suggested changes? Okay. If there's none, then without objection, the list as amended is deemed approved. All right, that brings us then to our next department, which is General Services. Mr. Royster, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'd like to take this opportunity first to thank the mayor, the council, the CAO, and the CLA for their support for this 2016-2017 budget. Last but not least, I'd like to thank the staff members of the Department of General Services for their commitment and dedication to the support they provide to the elected officials and also to the city departments. Also, a thank you to my executive staff, David Pascal, Debbie Ramos, Angela Sherrick, and also to Val Meloff. And also, we just ask you to support the 3 items that we have included in that letter, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Terrific. Well, Mr. Bonin, now that you've rejoined the party, why don't we start off with you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Tony. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start off by thanking you guys for something. My understanding is that you have reported in the past year an overall reduction of 36% in water use at city facilities, and that is huge. So you deserve huge applause and recognition for that. It's been a lot of leadership, and I know it's been a lot of effort. So yes, thank you for that. Just had a couple questions for you. First one is about street sweeping.
Yes.
And I know you have been working with Bureau of Street Services and with DOT. We're trying to get to a place where we can have sufficient technology on our vehicles so that folks in DOT can know when a street has been swept, so they can know that they should no longer be issuing tickets there. We want to get to a place that once a street has been swept in a 2-hour zone, you don't issue tickets, and we can actually alert folks in the area through text or some other system that it's okay to park there now.
Yes.
How's that process going?
It's going pretty well. We've identified 100 street sweepers now. We're applying the GPS to them. I think we have close to 30-40% already completed. And I think we're working with DOT and also with street services to add the component where the street sweeper can record whatever vehicle is there to make sure there's not any issues or disagreements when it comes to issuing tickets or any complaints in that manner.
How many vehicles do you have the system?
I think we're targeting right now 100.
Out of how many?
I think it's 100 out of 100. I think all of them.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. If it's different, I'll let you know. But as far as I know, I think it's 100 out of 100.
Okay, great. Thank you. Also wanted to ask about the city's comprehensive homelessness strategy.
Sure.
In it, one of the sort of the big pillars of our strategy and sort of an underpinning of this year's budget, the funding for homelessness, is the either sale or use of city properties, parking lots, other facilities for affordable housing. And there are 8 of them which are listed in this year's budget as potential for that, but there's certainly more that could be made available by different council offices for a range of homeless services, maybe not sale, they could be used for storage and stuff like that. How are you prepared to handle that set of responsibilities?
We're working very closely with the mayor's office, with the CAO, and also we'll probably be with BOE, the planning department, and the city attorney to develop a task force to get that started. I think right now we're working on a detailed plan, trying to get it expedited as soon as possible. Like I said, we feel that basically we need to get started now. And we're working with the CAO to identify some resources that will be needed to get started this year. Most likely will be in the FSR, and also we're asking for an additional position with a senior real estate officer to address that, because the process we need to get moving now, because it takes a little while. But we're committed to expediting the process and getting the property sold or disposed of as soon as possible.
What position is that you're looking for now?
A senior real estate officer.
Okay, so I'll ask for a report back on the potential of funding and authority to do that. One of the properties, well, let me give you 2 properties in my district, and let me get a sense of how GSD will engage, because it'll help me think about how much you need for resources. One of them is a city-owned parking lot to be used for homeless housing, and it's operated by DOT. DOT is going to do the RFP for it. Is GSD involved in that process at all?
We probably would assist them with their RFP, if any, maybe appraisals or anything property related they need information on, because we work a lot together with them with a lot of their projects when different parking lots are transferred for different developments or whatever. We're heavily involved in that with our title examiner, with our appraisals, and so when it comes to property, we're heavily involved.
And what about there's a Rec and Parks property in my district, has an abandoned senior center on it. It hasn't been open in years. I've earmarked that for likely use as voluntary storage.
Right.
It's Rec and Parks. Does GSD have a role in that disposition at all?
Depending if the situation where if it's any build out or whatever like that, we'll work with them. If it's any property transfers or whatever, we could work closer with them, because when they do transactions, like for instance purchasing property or selling property in order to develop parks, we're the ones that are responsible for the transactional activities when it comes to real estate.
Okay. Then let me ask a question about sort of environment, sustainability stuff.
Sure.
I know you've been doing a lot about sustainability. I talked about the water use reduction that you've helped steer. The stuff you're doing for turf removal, energy efficiencies. How are you resourced to keep the momentum going on that?
Like I said, we're in this budget, we're, I think, allotted about $4 million. And then right at this moment, we have about 11 projects going, which those 11 projects, about 32 plus retrofit type measures are going on. And when we complete those projects, we will probably save approximately about 8 million kilowatts. And when it comes to the landscaping, we've completed about 25 or 23 locations in conjunction with the fire department, which is going to save about 1.7 million in water gallons in water a year. And also, we've identified 65 locations that are potential sites, just waiting for funding to do that. It's the same situation that we do when it comes to energy conservation. We have energy audits done of a number of buildings. We have identified a total of 300, which are probably our heaviest consumers of energy, and have audits come in and they tell us exactly what we need to do and the biggest bang for our buck. So we have about 30 audits already completed, and we have the ability to do additional work. We just need additional resources to do that.
And what sort of resources do you need to do it? Is there?
Well, probably additional resources, like, for instance, to replace equipment, and also you need staff to do specifications, staff to watch the contractor, staff to do the work if you're going to expand the work. But if we continue only with the $4 million, we're fine. If we expand it, we're going to need more support or resources to complete that work.
Is there potential for outside grants or anything to get some of that work done?
We can, like I said, a lot of the work we've done in the past, we've worked with DWP with some loans and different things. So we can look at that and work along with them. And it's also have our staff to go out and look if there's any other opportunities through grants. If you get to grants, when you say, let's turn to EV or electric vehicles, we received a grant for $102,000 to install 42 dual electric vehicle chargers. So we're moving that way, and we'll do whatever it takes to find additional money. But usually, no, it's best to get it from MICLA. Usually, if it's not free, because sometimes the interest rate's a little higher when you go through DWP.
Okay. One thing I wanted to ask you about is I tend to hear anecdotally from different departments, street services, rec and parks, that when they have a piece of equipment that has failed, that it spends a long time in the shop. Again, it's all anecdotal, but what steps are you taking to make that process go quicker?
What we do, with our major departments, we meet with them every month. And if they have any critical equipment, we have them identified, and we take care of it as soon as possible. I think with Recreation Parks, we received a call, I remember, a couple of weeks ago, and we got the equipment back in one day. However, I think the challenge we have is because, close to, by the end of next fiscal year, 49% of our equipment will be beyond its life cycle. And you have a situation where we've had over 1,000 pieces of equipment were taken out of the system. So if you only have one piece of equipment, so when it's out, 100% is out.
Right.
And in the age of equipment, it takes longer. You have obsolete parts you may not be able to have. And I know it's a huge challenge for the city with our financial difficulties that we're encountering. I think we were given $36 million, but I think the CEO did a report. If you look really to get us back to where we should be, it would take $158 million.
Wow.
49%,
you said, is
49%
past its life?
Yeah, 49%.
Well, I'd like to get a report back with some metrics to be specific on, one, the current fleet out-of-service rates and vehicle availability levels for each city department. Two, the current repair workload generated by the city fleet as compared to available hours provided by the current labor force. And three, the number of additional positions that would be necessary to bring the current fleet workload and available staffing hours into balance.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
First, I want to follow up on the life cycle question. In terms of the report backs, if you could report back on what that's costing us in terms of the equipment life cycle. Are we spending more money on maintenance on those vehicles that are beyond their life cycle? Which are the most egregious cases of those? Because we want to make sure we're being as smart as we can't spend money we don't have, but at the same time, we got to be smart about it. Also, following up on the EV stuff, which I'm very excited about, the electric vehicle stuff, and appreciate all the good work that you've been doing and continue to do on that. The 42 chargers you mentioned, are they going to be free or at cost to folks who use them, or is it a variation of some are free and some are and I'm talking about for the user?
Right. At this point, they're free.
At this point, and are they just for employees, or they're for the public as well?
Some will be in the public, and some will also be available to city employees.
Right. Well, I'd love to get a report back in terms of what the appropriate mix of that would be. We talked about this during the library discussion as well.
Right.
Doing free is great, but we could potentially stretch our dollar a lot further if we started, particularly in public areas, expanding that. The asset management system, the new asset management system, I'm excited about that. I know you guys are in the process of procuring a new system. Are we on schedule? Where are we in the procurement process? And how certain are you of the workload that will be required for that?
We are on schedule. We've selected a vendor. We're in the process of now negotiating the contract with the vendor to implement the system. Also, we have a number of staff on board now. We're cleaning data up and whatever. And also, we have procured an interim system to capture all of the information that we are cleaning up, because you don't want to put bad information into a new system. And we think probably I think August of probably 2016, we'll probably have phase 1 or 2 will be ready to go with that, but it's about a 1 or 2 year process. But it's also a very, very important system to have, what we know, what we own and where it is, and having the ability to allow the elected officials to go in and look in their particular district and know exactly what's available maybe for economic development, for nonprofits. So it's a system well needed. And also, if you look at that, we had one transfer within our department where we moved over the bill-paying portion over to our building maintenance. And one of the management analysts involved in that was heavily involved with the portions of the building book, cleaning up the information and whatever. And we've asked in our budget to give us a position for that, because it would be sad to invest $2.4 million in the system and you're not have the staff to keep the information up, accurate and accurate information in there. At the same time, we're willing to absorb the cost for that. Because the other position that's going over to building maintenance at the same time is still very important, because we've had very little time to do some of the things we need to do in energy conservation and watching the bills and different things like that. For example, the little we have done with the new WiggleWise system, we were able to identify one site where we were able to save close to 1 million gallons of water a month, a total of 12 million gallons. So if you put that in, whatever, it's because now you're spending close to, I think, about $45 million in water and electricity, and it's I think an excellent investment to have a person there to watch it, to make sure the bills are correct, to make sure we're watching what's going on and we can get to it and determine what the issues are. For instance, we have a system now where we can watch our chillers, because sometimes they have malfunction. If you don't watch it close enough, in the 3 months, you could lose 4 million gallons of water. So that's why you need the staff and whatever to take care of that, because you can use that to save money in utilities and in water.
And that's not currently in the budget, right?
No.
That's an additional ask. So I would ask for a report back on the feasibility of providing that. It does seem it's like a smart investment to make. As long as we're talking about procurement issues, I wanted to ask you, and maybe this would be affected by the asset management system, but the city has a sweat-free procurement ordinance, and this is so that we don't buy things from sweatshop related. And during the recession, I know that we cut back on that.
Correct.
And it's my understanding in this budget there's no money even for enforcement at all, which is a big concern because it's a policy that is on the books. It's enforcement has made improvements in the garment industry, and there's a number of reasons why it's important. So what will it take for us to get enforcement of this, and can the new procurement system be helpful in that regard?
I think the system can identify, but you still need a body there to make sure the particular ordinance is being enforced. And what we can do is prepare a report for you, what the necessary resources will be needed to make sure that we comply with that, and report back to you on that.
Great. So I'd like to ask for that report as well.
Sure.
Also, about the Cool Pavement Pilot project, I wanted to ask you about it. I'm excited about this project. You guys have been conducting some testing with street services. This is something that has potential, to massively change. It has a potential to change climate, which would be a massive change that we're able to engage in. Now, they've requested, street services requested but didn't receive funding to expand the program. If we're able to get them funding for the program, does that mean also correspondingly that you would need additional funding for the testing and analysis of the expanded pilot program?
Yes, because it's a very important aspect of when you're laying asphalt to make sure it's the right composition. That's the same thing when we're doing pavement preservation for the regular streets. The standards groups plays a very, very important part in that process, because you do not want to put faulty material down and find out a couple months later it's failed on you. And what we can do, we can report back to you exactly what resources will be needed in order to support that project.
Right, and whether or not it could be supported within existing resources or if additional ones. So I'd ask for that report back. Thank you.
Okay.
Last question. Notice the budget anticipates significant savings to the city from reduced petroleum costs. And as we've seen in previous years, that's a big driver for any business, and certainly for a city, is the cost of petroleum. And we've been lucky that it's very low right now. Wanted to get a sense from you if you thought the estimates for that are appropriate or too conservative, and what that impact, that a little bit of fluctuation, could have on your budget.
Well, my response is we can do the very, very best what we have, because it's extremely volatile commodity and extremely difficult to predict. And that's if I was a hedge person, I could tell you, but no, it's just basically. But I think one good thing that we found out is if you look at the retail prices, I think when it comes to our fuel, we get between probably 50 to 80 cents per gallon cheaper than retail. And we try to stay on top, but we project the best we can, but it's extremely, extremely difficult to come to an exact number on it. But what we will do, if we anticipate there is any issues or whatever, we will notify you through the FSR or through the committee as soon as possible.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, a localized question. We have a management company that's, in theory, in charge of the Broxton Garage in Westwood.
Yes.
But we haven't been able to put them in charge for over a year because we still have 5 full-time and 3 part-time staff, and for some reason we have not been able to move them. I understand you might have a solution to this, because we obviously can't have a contract just floating out there forever. At some point, we need to find other spots for these folks.
No, I agree with you 100%. It's a very, very difficult situation. It's a possibility we can do if we are giving the positions, although our salaries are extremely tight or whatever, we're willing to work with you maybe to, we can assume maybe about 80,000 of it, and see if you can allocate another, I think it's 128 to cover that. At the same time, we have work for them because that particular group has had large cuts in the past year, and there's different things that they can help. For example, they can go in, you have in the different lots, you have oil spills or whatever, which are potential liability to claim people slip and fall, and there plays a big role in doing that, and also monitoring the different cars and protecting some of the interests of whatever, where the LAPD security really don't have the resources to do. But we're willing to work with you, but at the same time, we're not in a position to absorb it all, but we're willing to come somewhat halfway to help you on that.
Well, if we could have some sort of a report back on how we finally do this, because it is an oddity that we did actually hire a company to do this, and it's been over a year, and I hope we're not paying for that company as well to not do anything.
I think it's a question for DOT.
Okay. Also, as we know, the drought is just getting worse, and we've had some recent studies that show that. So I asked sanitation to report back on ways that they're reducing their water use. It occurs to me I don't want to ask that of every department that's appropriate. So maybe I'll just ask that instead of just having that one department come back with a report, that we can try to do an overall report on the package of investments we're making for water conservation across the city. That might be a little more efficient to respond to, unless you have a couple easy things that you have to point out before, but then I will ask for that report.
You can ask the report. Well, except like we mentioned before, we've reduced water over 36%, and over the last several years that we started back a while ago, we've probably reduced water close to about 67 million gallons a year, like replacing toilets, fixtures, and whatever. So we're on the cutting edge when it comes to that. But it's always additional work we can do. What now we're focusing on is on chillers and coolers, because they use a massive amount of water. So we're looking to either modify those or refurbish those or replace those to save money, because it takes a tremendous amount of water to cool the AC and the HVAC systems.
Great. And back to another little question. The Los Angeles Theater Center roof is leaking.
Okay.
And I think you have a budget for roof repairs. I wonder if we could get a report back on how we can take care of that.
Sure.
And also, does GSD have the resources to effectively manage our asset mapping system, or do you need more resources to do that properly?
The new system that's coming in?
Yes.
I think we have sufficient staff to do that when it comes to the AMS system. I think that one of the biggest challenges more than anything is cleaning the information. I mean, you have a tremendous amount, over 800 plus facilities or whatever like that. What we can do, let me look at it again, and we will report back to you any additional resources that we think that we might need in this next year's budget to fulfill that mission.
Thank you.
All right. I think that the water and energy savings could be one of the headlines of the day. This is phenomenal success. Just to put it into a context, I did a little back-of-the-envelope calculation, and your 8 million kilowatt hours that are of electricity that are being saved by the retrofits is the equivalent of burning 13,000 barrels of oil. It's the amount of electricity that 800 homes use in a year. So that's a pretty big bite, and that's a pretty big success. What I would like to ask, and there's no real rush on this. This isn't a budget issue, but I think it will be instructive in helping us as we plan for the future. Is if you can demonstrate the payback of those retrofits. So there's going to be some investments that produce a quicker and bigger return on investment than others. It would be nice to see how you've charted that out and see where we might find there may still be some. I doubt that there's any low-hanging fruit left, but there may still be some fruit left at the top of the tree, and this will help guide us on that. And then this is a small point, but it's a potentially impactful point. I just feel like I need to raise it. The city was exposed to pretty expensive litigation because of credit card numbers that were printed on receipts in violation of federal law. And I want to make sure that your department has ensured yourself to the greatest degree possible that every credit card receipt printing machine that is under the control of the city is now not doing that, so that we conceal the credit card number. Have you assured yourself of that at this point?
Yes, we're working very close with that issue, and also working very close with our vendor, because that particular issue was an issue with the vendor.
It was.
And we're making sure we put precautions or oversight to make sure that doesn't happen again. And also, I think the budget, it was like about $70,000 in there for the new chips or whatever in there, because of technology. There, where before you had people handling the money, there was a risk there. Now you have machines handling the money, and you have another risk. So we're working very hard to put measures in to make sure that doesn't happen.
Great. In case we hadn't already exhausted it, there were the 3 requests. Have we gotten reports on all 3 of those requests yet? So there was the addition of classifications to the as-needed DPO authorities without additional funding. I'd like to ask that come back in a report with service impacts as well. A regular authority for a second management analyst position, again, with costs absorbed, with service impact indicated in the report. And then the final one was reinstatement of the Management Analyst 2 position, as indicated in your letter. So just to be comprehensive, I want to make sure we have all 3 of those reports back if they haven't already been requested. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything else, members? Okay, very good. That brings us next to Lacers. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you.
Why don't you start with introducing your team, and then you can provide a brief comment if you'd like, or else we can just go right into questions.
Be glad to do so. Thank you. With me today is Assistant General Manager Lita Payne, Assistant General Manager Lee See, and our Chief Investment Officer Rod June. And I've been very fortunate to have them on my team in a long relationship with each of them. Great team members, and we have some other great team members back in our offices that are currently doing double duty. They're processing record numbers of retirements due to the graying of the workforce, and at the same time doing a huge amount of work on a new pension administration system that we're putting in place, that will be in place about a year from now, and the current module is requiring about 2,400 tests to make sure it's working great. So they're doing double duty back there. If you'd like, I'd be glad to talk a little bit about some best practices and efficiencies, or we can launch right into your questions.
Yeah, briefly. Why don't you go ahead?
I'd be glad to do so. So I mentioned the pension administration system, which will be implemented in just over a year from now. That was based on 1,500 requirements that we came up with through our staff, and it's been a great collaborative effort with our vendor, such that it's going to be a flagship system that they're going to want to show prospective clients, and it's coming along great. It's taking some time to get there to make sure that we do it absolutely well, but it's going to create some great processing efficiencies, and the timing is very good with that, with the graying of the workforce, so help us with processing the retirements. Also, our health care funding, I always like to bring up. Our retiree health care funding in most systems are 0% funded on retiree health care. We're almost 80% funded on our retiree health care. That's going to be a huge issue for the city in a couple years when those required reports through GASB come through. The big jump we had from last year to this is attributable to the great work our staff has been doing in keeping our increases low. on our renewals. In fact, last year we had a decrease in the rates of our renewals of 2.1%, so somewhat unprecedented there for us as well. And on the investment front, in trying to be as cost effective as possible, over the last few years we have moved from about 35% of our public market investments being passively invested up to 60%, and that includes 78% of our U.S. equities. And this saves a lot of money in investment fees. And I'm also glad to report that the active management that we are paying a little extra for has been beating their respective benchmarks, so we're doing well in that regard. And with that, I throw it open to you for any questions you have.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Talk to us a little bit about the changes with the new Tier 3 benefit plan.
Well, what would you like to know, on the benefit side or on the cost side, or what?
On both.
Okay, so if I can turn it over to Lita to talk a little bit about the difference in the benefits, and then Lee has some cost information.
Hello. So the new Tier 3 of benefits for active employees hired on or after February 21st, 2016 differ from Tier 1 in certain areas, such as benefit cap, 80% benefit cap versus 100%. The retirement factors are slightly lower. The COLA is also lower with no COLA bank. Final average compensation is based on 3 years of service versus 1 year, and the normal retirement age is somewhat higher. Those are the benefit differences.
This is a microphone.
In terms of the cost and the Tier 3 contribution rate determined by our actuary is 24.96% compared with the Tier 1. Tier 1 rate is at 28.16%. So the difference is like a 3.2%. This is in terms of the rate. But because this is the first year that we have the Tier 3 membership, and so I think the city kind of conservatively estimate the cover payroll. So the cover payroll is the $20 million. So the $20 million times the difference in 3.2%. So that city has a saving about $600,000. So just like a little over $500,000
in year one, but obviously that's going to grow exponentially over the time.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Price? Yes, sure. Just one question about retiree wellness. How much are we doing in terms of a retiree wellness program, and is there an intelligent way to dovetail with that with the city's increasing efforts on wellness that are going to start around now?
Yes, we do have a retiree wellness program. We've been working at it for several years. The last few years, we've really sharpened the focus on that. It's a fully branded program with its own strategic plan and website. It's called Lacers Well. It's focusing mostly on communications and education, but also member activity. One of my favorite pieces of the program is our Lacers Champions program, where retired Lacers employees lead activities in their communities for other retired members. We were very pleased to hear the Personnel Department lay out their plans for a wellness program for active employees. When active members arrive at our doors, we'd love to see them healthy so that our plans can benefit from their healthy utilization. We've actually partnered with the Personnel Department a little bit in some communications, but they have lacked resources, which they are going to be fleshing out this year. So we look forward to partnering with them potentially and assisting them. Many of the activities that they outlined that they will be performing, we've already done, so we think they can benefit from our experience and knowledge.
Any things we can do in such a way as to avoid duplication and actually have some efficiencies by coordinating between the two systems?
We definitely can. In fact, we share a health and welfare consultant, Keenan and Associates, and so we've already been talking to them about the wellness efforts on the personnel side and how we can, again, partner with them without duplicating effort.
Very good.
Mr. Bonnet? Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I couldn't see that he wasn't there. Sorry about that. There's a screen in my way. You okay, Mr. Bonner? I know there was. Well, you know what? We went over it in the introduction. I don't think I need to beat a dead horse when we talked about the contribution rate. But I do want to just accentuate again, I guess, because there is always that talk out there about the assumed rate of return. And I have to say, Lacers over the years has done tremendously well with its investment portfolio. And in any 20-year period, it's almost never dropped below 7.5% return. And so I think that's a very strong record of performance. And although this committee and the council has absolutely no role in determining the assumed rate of return, that's done entirely by the independent board that Lacers has, I just do want to reiterate my annual point that Lacers investments do very, very well. And for those out there in the public who want to beat the drumbeat of reducing the assumed rate to 4% or something, I just have to emphasize again how ridiculous and ludicrous such a suggestion is, given the historical rate of return of Lacers pensions. So, not a question, just a point that I like to make as regularly as I can.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you pointing out our strong returns over the years, and it's a great plus for our staff and our board. They worked very hard to create a very disciplined investment process, and that we're very proud of. So thank you.
And this is with a much higher level of prudence than an average investor would have because of the nature of the investments. And still, even with that, it is a very strong rate of return, continues to be year in and year out. So congratulations on that. All right. Anything else, members? Let me just check my notes, see if I had anything else.
What was your return rate this year?
This current fiscal year?
Yeah.
Right now and we can only measure our publicly traded assets because they're marked to market every day, so that we don't have updates on the private assets, the private equity and real estate. So we're trending just a little bit above zero at this point on the publicly traded side, but we'll hope for the continuation of the recovery in a strong couple of months here. It's hard to predict where we'll be at the end of the fiscal year.
Again, when you're using the assumed rate of return, you're looking at a longer-term investment horizon. You're looking at a 20-plus year blended average, and you're going to be well above 7% in any 20-year period since the history of time.
Correct. We're really looking at 30 years plus on the assumed rate of return.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that brings up the next fire and police pensions. Mr. Serrano, welcome.
Well, thank you very much.
Welcome home.
Yes, I miss it.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Yes, it has. Sitting in the back listening, it brings back lots of good memories.
Yes, I'm sure.
Well, thank you. Thank you again for having us follow Lacers. It's always good for them to take the bulk of the questions, but as always, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you do have. I always look forward to this opportunity. As you know, we send our annual report, and so we look forward to the engagement and the questions and the interaction. We are a large part of the city's budget, and certainly I like to make sure folks are engaged and informed. So thank you again. I think as far as pensions is concerned, we are certainly on the right track. We've been moving in the right direction as far as our contribution rate. It's been slowly inching down. As you look at the proposed budget, we have a slight reduction in the actual dollar amount. So I think we are definitely, over the last several years, we've been trending in the right direction. And with that, we service over about 25,000 members. It's getting split about half and half as far as active and retirees. So we certainly are a mature system. We take great strides and pains in servicing our members to make sure we provide the best service as possible. So a couple of our highlights. We are in the first year of replacing our pension administration system. And so that's one of the projects that we are pursuing and certainly looking forward to the completion of that project so we can have some internal efficiencies and improvements as well. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, and certainly if you have any other questions, we'll be happy to answer those.
All right, very good. We will begin with Mr. Koretz.
I don't have any questions. I would just reiterate your comments to the previous board. I probably don't need to tell you that because I've actually appeared before this particular pension body's board to make these exact points. That you have a healthy system with a good funding ratio, and you clearly during any point in time would do better than 7.5. In fact, I think I appeared to encourage you not to go down to 7.5, but would certainly encourage that we not move any further. There's no sign of any necessity to do that, and it does cost the city dramatically in money that we can spend to help support our current workforce that becomes your workforce.
Sure.
Well said. Can you give us, this issue of long-term pension obligations and the aging workforce and the effect that it has on our long-term pension obligations is not unique to Los Angeles. There's public pension funds around the country that are trying to figure out how to make their pension obligations more sustainable. So can you talk about, are there things that are being done in other cities that we haven't been doing here that you think would be worthy of consideration by the council to ensure greater longer-term sustainability of our funds?
We have to give the credit to the city. Quite a bit. The decisions that have been made over the years have put both systems in a much better funding spot than you'll see other systems either across the state or across the country. Number one, the city pays the full required contribution and has been for a number of years. That is absolutely one of the most critical funding mechanisms to keep a system or a fund sustainable. And every day, just about, you'll hear about a system or a state that hasn't been making those fully actual required contributions. And it's evident in their funding levels and the long-term challenges that they will be facing down the road. The city, we've been pre-funding health, and that's had a huge impact on us. Our funding level is a little low at 45%, but we are itching up year by year, and we hope to have that up, continue increasing. But I think addressing the problem right off, as the city has done with pension reform, and making the annual required contributions says wonders to I think the city and how it approaches the issues and concerns. So,
thank you, Mr. Bonnet. Nothing. Mr. Blumenfield.
Nothing.
Okay.
Appreciate what you're doing. I would like to make one offer. Next week at the board meeting, we are actually going to discuss a new asset allocation. This is one of the biggest decisions that a board could make. Certainly sets that allocation over the next couple of years, and I would encourage and invite members, yourselves and members of your staff to participate in that discussion next Thursday.
Okay.
All right.
Very good. Thank you very much. And that will bring up next ITA. Mr. Ross, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
I would love to introduce my team, especially since we have new team members. So on the end, I have Joyce Edson, who has been with ITA for over 30 years and has come out of the public safety side. I've also just recently have Jean Holm next to her, who's coming to us from NASA JPL. Russell Carlotto, who comes to us as a deputy CIO from USC. And I've got, of course, Laura Ito, who's our director of finance and administration. If you don't mind, I'd love to make a quick comment. Please do. During the economic downturn, certainly many technology investments were put on hold to simply keep the lights on at the city of LA. These tough financial times ironically coincided with some of history's greatest technology innovations. So while the world was innovating with smartphones and cloud computing and social media, city technology was in a frozen state. But we're in different times now. Under the leadership of our mayor and our council, the IT has been working hard with every city department to dramatically improve the state of technology. Our successes have been recognized through various improved services and national awards, which of course you're familiar with. This year's proposed budget, I think, does a very good job of reflecting a mayor's leadership to modernize key city systems, to restore critical network infrastructure, and to deliver the kinds of digital services that are expected from a global city. With the support of council, we hope to further improve tech at the City of LA, not just by the Information Technology Agency, but across other city departments. Thank you again for your support.
Thank you. We'll start with Mr. Blumenfield.
Okay, thank you. Well, Ted, you've been doing a great job. Took the helm last year and have been running full steam, as have all of you. And proud of the work that you guys have been doing. I have a number of questions.
Sure.
One has to do with, you mentioned maintaining network infrastructure. We still have a ways to go in terms of staffing levels, getting them back to where they were in even 2008. How does this budget move us toward that goal, and is there something further we need to do to effectuate that?
Correct. So we appreciate the budget investment of MICLA funding around network core service, I should say network components. And so we've got over 1,500 network components, over 40% are end of life. And when we look at the failures that have occurred in the city network, in which a network is down or underperforming, those components are primary in the blame. What we are missing is certain components of services. So we received reduced funding around contractual services and staffing. And so that is one area in which we have had issues. So we'll be able to receive funding around the components, the equipment itself, but we'll likely run into issues when it comes to its implementation. And that's what's giving us issues.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of something I've talked about before with you in committee, and actually I think last year in the budget committee, is the idea of what is the appropriate amount of digital infrastructure investment we should be making every year. We have a policy in terms of general infrastructure and MICLA funding. So maybe a report back, not necessarily for the budget, but at some point to talk about what would be the appropriate policy were we to set one for a digital infrastructure investment on an annual basis.
We'd certainly like to do that. Understandably, it's difficult to use the general fund to make technology investments. So an investment in hardware could take 5 to 7 years. So you have a large investment, no investment, then another very large investment. And understandably, it's very difficult to budget that way out of the general fund. Various other organizations create special mechanisms to be able to provide funding to support the ongoing effort. So we certainly do look forward to reporting back in that area.
Yeah, and then look forward to, at some point, we need to develop that methodology where we have a digital infrastructure fund or something to that effect that we can finance against. I wanted to ask you, there have been some recent large-scale incidents of cyber attacks. How is ITA adapting to this new threat? Have more resources been allocated on cybersecurity, and is there more that's needed?
Correct. As a CIO, sometimes it's part Army general and sometimes it's part technologist. And when it comes to cybersecurity, that's when that military general side comes out. We've invested substantially in the last 2 years around cybersecurity. As part of the Mayor's Cyber Intrusion Command Center, we've created partnerships with various federal agencies. We have partnerships with other city departments, especially those that have their own cybersecurity teams. And we've invested substantial amounts of effort. We have an integrated security operations center, for example. The threat is crazy. So I just have a little statistic here. On average, we receive about 90 million cyber attacks that we shut down. That is 90 million that are shut down trying to penetrate into our network. We've had recent attacks of ransomware. That's a common one that gets seen, in which a malicious software would try to go onto your PC, encrypt your own data, and then you'd receive a communication saying, pay us, and you can get your data back. We have recent articles from Hollywood Presbyterian and others that have showed up in the news around that. We had 16 attacks of those in the last couple of weeks that were what we call zero-day attacks, which means that the antivirus software couldn't even recognize it. But fortunately, because of the investments we have made in the last couple of years, we were able to identify them quickly. It hit 5 different city departments, and we were able to resolve it without a data loss. But it also raises the point of what we need to do more. We submitted a budget proposal that wasn't funded in the current proposal for critical asset protection, or what we call high-value targets. If you learn the lessons from the Office of Personnel Management and Target and Home Depot and others, it's that you have to have 2 layers of protection, so that you protect on the outside network to block those 90 million attacks, but that you also identify critical assets inside of your infrastructure around dispatch systems, personnel records, traffic controls, those types of things. And so there was one item that we had in our budget response, our budget memo, in which we discussed that that is an additional layer of security that the city should be investing in.
Okay, so we can get a report back on what that would take.
Absolutely.
In terms of transitioning different programs to the cloud, I know we're well on our way. How far are we from being completely cloud-based?
Oh, wow. It's interesting at the City of LA, we have large data centers, and we run a lot of public safety and other types of applications. The reality is cloud is a game changer for the City of LA like it is for other organizations. Our ability to leverage, whether it's Amazon or whether it's Azure, or whatever it may be, it gives not only a scalability for our data center, in which maybe we don't have hardware, but also gives us the ability to spin things up very quickly and often at a very good low cost. We already have 30 applications up in the cloud. We've already moved lacity.org. We're already using a cloud-hosted, of course, email service. So we are making substantial improvements, but there's quite a few more applications. And so both for the ITA as well as with other city departments, we have a long road to go to fully leverage the abilities of the cloud. And I think it also reinforces the infrastructure conversation. When we discuss restoring and rescuing the city network, it's not just to have it that computers can access the internet and do basic functions. We need to support not only the ITA, but other city departments that are leveraging cloud technologies. The network is the highway that connects a person's computer to cloud applications. So as we are investing and we're restoring our network infrastructure, it's with the ability to leverage modern technologies like the cloud or voice over IP telephone systems, et cetera, because they run on our network.
Okay, so maybe get a report at some point, not a budget report, but on what savings are still out there, particularly the low-hanging fruit in terms of moving to the cloud that would save us some money.
Absolutely.
But I don't want to push that for this budget. You mentioned our phones and our VoIP system. As I understand it, the telephone providers have told us that by 2020, our plain old telephone service, as they call it, is going to be discontinued. And there's no funding as part of this budget to transition to VoIP, to voice over internet phones. So what is that going to mean for us? What would it take to get us transferred over? Does it cost more if we wait another year?
Voice over IP is low cost. It's full of rich features. It's used by over 80% of businesses. It's hardly the new kid on the block. There were something like a quarter of all phone calls in the world were on VoIP back in 2003. But once again, as I mentioned in the introduction, city technology really much was frozen, and it was kind of frozen in time, and voice over IP is a great example of that. Our existing telephone systems used by 30,000 employees across 500 different buildings and facilities is going to be disconnected in 2020, according to AT&T, Verizon, and others. So we feel it's extremely important to get on the VoIP implementation. Our original ask was for a 3-year effort, and the first year we're asking for around $3 million. What it ends up paying for is the installation, the training. It includes an audit to reduce extra telephone lines. It includes the monthly services, as well as at times, whether it's a soft phone because it's connecting to your computer, or it's the desk phone. We feel that just getting the ball rolling and starting that effort is important. We've already started piloting voice over IP. We've used the Fig Plaza fire, as terrible an incident as that was, but we used it as an opportunity. So we've already implemented cloud-hosted voice over IP solutions for all the departments that are in Fig Plaza. So we're getting under our belt experience to be able to utilize it. But we have to replace 30,000 lines. And so we really need to get, from our perspective, a move on, or else we'll end up in one of those situations that we never like to be in with council, in which we're pulling our hair out and we're screaming fire, fire. I think now's the opportunity to start the investment, to start to roll voice over IP out across the rest of the organization.
So if we get a report back on that in terms of what steps, whether it's the full amount that you asked for or whether there are critical steps that we can take short of that amount that would at least get the ball rolling, and what would be the sort of cost benefit of the different options
absolutely
that are out there. I wanted to ask about the status of the Digital Infrastructure Permitting Group, and ultimately to request for you and the CAO to report back on the status of the positions that are needed for the Digital Permitting Group. This is something that's going to be critical for CityLink LA. It's going to be critical for major projects that we have coming forward.
Certainly. We'll report back on that.
Okay. The rationale behind the transfer of 42 positions from LAPD, from ITA to LAPD and LAFD to support their dispatch centers. This stands out as sort of different than what the trend. You know, the trend has been to centralize functions to maximize efficiency, and we look at the budget here, and it's the opposite trend. And I know that there's some good reasons for that, but I wanted to ask you about it here and have us all better understand the why of something that is counterintuitive.
Certainly. Those 42 positions represent our fire department application support as well as fire and PD dispatch support. So these are primarily staff who work in dispatch centers providing desktop support to the dispatch center itself. Those are staff who, on a day-to-day operation, they're embedded with the group. They operate out of those facilities. They work very closely with fire and police department. We're in the process, as you've certainly seen in the last couple of years, in which major fire and police department projects are being lined up, especially around dispatch. The intent of this was to better align those staff who provide that direct support and participate very directly in those systems and projects, to better align them for the projects. It's something in which both police, fire, and ITA are on the same page, that it could provide that value. And if you see the day-to-day operations on how, let's say, a dispatch support person works, you'd realize that they'll still continue to use ITA technologies. They'll still use our radio systems and our microwave systems and our voice systems, et cetera. But those specific staff would shift to being a user as opposed to trying to be a maintainer. The nature of the relationship wouldn't change much, as in they would continue to do very much the same types of responsibilities, but we think that by aligning them with it, we'd actually have a better probability of success for some of the major projects coming down the pipeline.
Is there any downside?
You know, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. We've had the discussions with the staff, and I think the reality is, you know, come July 1, they'd be doing the same work, working with the very same people. Of course, whenever you're shifting organizations, the key would just be to ensure, and I'd work very closely with police and fire, that their strategic priorities wouldn't change and they wouldn't shift. From my perspective, you know, it's always very difficult. You always want to, you know, have your department and maintain your services, and these are great people. I mean, these are really great people in many ways, and we don't want to lose them out of our influence or out of control. But what we found is it's extremely important from a customer service perspective to align the priorities and to align the staff. And these staff are about that far away from being a part of police and fire as it is. And so we think this shift would actually end up providing a better service to LA. And that's why we think it could be the right move. That's why we're supporting it.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, I actually was going to ask a similar question about hacking, except I expected a completely different answer in maybe a tiny fraction of the number. How could 90 million hacking incidents actually exist? I assume you're not suggesting there's 90 million hackers out there, that 1 out of every 3 people in the U.S. is trying to hack into our system. So
that they're not.
Can one person do an automated hack that does it 1,000 times, or how does that work?
Absolutely. So one hacker can take over at times data centers, if not individual computers, and they become zombies or bots. And so those computers start to perform hacking activities, often unknown to the people who even own those servers or own those computers. So these are automatic, scripted attacks that are just constantly hammering and phishing. You can imagine someone who's trying door locks on front doors over and over again to see whoever will let them in. The rate is astounding. We were at 40 million in July of 2015. We hit 133 million in January. We work very closely with FBI, Secret Service, and Department of Homeland Security, and unfortunately, cyber attacks and cybersecurity has become a critical topic. If it wasn't already before, it's become absolutely the critical topic of 2016.
Yeah, and I've even had that experience myself when I ran for city council the first time. Not only was the server of my website hacked, and they spent thousands of dollars cleaning it up, and they found that there were elements that were hidden that immediately redid all of the things that they cleaned up. So there are a lot of little very interesting tricks that they can use. How do we completely avoid that with a system as big as ours and with as much stuff that people would want to get to as ours?
I think the short answer is with a very aggressive posture, leveraging excellent resources and advice from the federal government and local agencies. We work with MSISAC and other security professionals. I won't go into the list of everyone we work with. I guess I said I'm part general, but I guess I should say more part like secret agent, because we're not allowed to always disclose those things. But the reality is it's very important for us to control and set up the right perimeter, so we have good network perimeter to protect. We go through a solid education process, so we actually work internally to do sample phishing attacks and testing through email, whether users will click on the link when they shouldn't click on the link, and so it helps us understand and work to educate our own employee population, as well as work with some of the state-of-the-art equipment. I think one of the most important components that as a city we're really working towards was this high-value targets, this critical asset protection, because we wouldn't be talking about the Federal Office of Personnel Management if the hackers wouldn't have been able to get access to sensitive employee records. We wouldn't be talking about Target if they wouldn't have gotten credit card records. If you take your critical assets and set up a second layer of defense around them, it means that if someone can get through your network, they can't get to the quote-unquote good stuff. So we try to take a very aggressive posture in many different avenues.
Now, do we do anything to sort of silo parts of our system, so if you got in, you wouldn't be able to get the whole thing? You might only get one silo?
There's, in some areas, yes. Like dispatch systems is a great example where we utilize an air gap. It's not on the city network. If you penetrated the city network, you couldn't get directly to that machine. But there are too many areas in which those gaps don't exist. And that's what the high-value target critical asset protection budget ask was. It was to take that short list of areas. We're already in partnership with key city departments to take their most critical assets. You know, it's a shame. I'll say this. It hurts my reputation if someone gets access to a city website and defaces it. That's bad. But if someone gets in there and gets information on undercover police officers or our dispatch system in Southern area, it's deplorable and completely unacceptable. And so this second layer of defense allows us to take key areas and apply that extra additional component to be able to prevent the unacceptable.
And what would happen if ransomware was successful? What do we do? Do we pay a ransom to get back our information?
Never. Never.
Obviously not. What's our plan for that?
When it comes to ransomware, there's a few avenues for protection. So the best thing to do is completely block it. So we certainly have some systems and capabilities to prevent the intrusion. But if it does come in, and this is a good example of these zero-day attacks, this is attacks that the world's never seen before. These were unique attacks that came against the city of LA. Once they get in, you identify them very quickly and resolve them. But even if it still keeps going, probably one of the most important capabilities is data backup. If I back up my data periodically and I have a compromised machine that encrypts the data, we will never pay for a ransomware attack. It means we'll have to wipe out that machine, take the most recent data backup, and put it in. So we work very closely with city departments, and we do so at the ITA, to ensure that records are not kept on just local computers, they're put into shared folders, etc., so they're a part of a daily or weekly backup to ensure that critical data doesn't get lost forever.
Yeah, well, like I said, I probably didn't describe my previous situation perfectly, but we did that, and then we went to the backup server, and the backup server also had little tricks that re-harmed the computer system. So I don't know how you avoid that.
Cybersecurity is an arms race. And so on our side, we're working frantically to keep up with their side, who's working frantically to take us on. It's difficult, but like I said, with an aggressive, open-minded mindset from our perspective and with proper investment, we've done, I think, a good job up until now. Fingers crossed, there's no sure thing in life. And so we just work very diligently with the best of our resources and the best of our capabilities to really guard our citizens' digital assets and to do our due diligence as a city.
And I think this may have been partially asked, but how good do we feel about responding to the dramatic level of retirements that are expected in your department? And are we going to be able to handle what could be an enormous exit?
Yeah, we go from attacks from the outside coming into us through cyber attacks, from the issues on the inside in the sense of staff being ready to go. We hit it from both ends at ITA. IT skills are rapidly changing and evolving, as we all know. Every year or two, there's new programming languages, new capabilities. So we have constant change, mixed with the fact that over half of our workforce is eligible to retire in the next 2 years. So that's a dreaded 1-2 combination. So we take succession planning extremely seriously at the City of LA. It started off with us working with personnel. We were one of the first departments that did a succession plan with personnel, where they identified critical classifications. We've also been working to improve our knowledge management initiatives so that we could identify key areas so that we're documenting knowledge, so that institutional knowledge doesn't walk out the door forever in those key areas. We're also working with personnel to modernize classifications and improve civil service examination processes. As you can imagine, if I go to a university and I want to recruit someone who could be a great fit for the city, I can't tell them that in a year and a half there'll be an examination and they should take it then and then come join us. That's not an effective way for us to fill our vacancies and recruit. And we've taken a lot of steps to establish the right kinds of classifications. So we've been using Hiring Hall with our labor partners to fill communication electrician positions. So there was a recent CE exam, as we call it, in which 7 of those Hiring Hall staff were up there. We've worked with application programmer classifications. And we also have an ask for a college work start program to hire 10 student workers. Because the reality is, I hate to use baseball analogies because not everyone picks up on them, but we have to have a farm system. We can't just have regular civil service classifications. We have to have feeder systems. You have high school interns and college interns and fellows and student workers and civil service, that you're always feeding the system. The same issue that we ran into with the economic downturn is that we started to become almost cannibalizing. We stopped hiring people from the outside. So if we had a population pyramid, you could almost see the aging of the workforce as it got older, and we didn't have younger people in there. One of our programmers said, I've been here 10 years and yet I still get called the young guy, the new guy. That is not a good representation of where we stand and the demographics of our workforce. So we continue to work with personnel. We try to hit it from various different angles, but I'm very mindful that I want our capability to deliver great technology is going to be primarily impacted by our abilities of our workforce. And so those are great efforts for us to take right now.
And I know a problem we've had for a long time, which hopefully is getting reduced, is the fact that we have some really old software and some really old hardware. and it seems like the ideal would be to replace those before the one person that knows how to operate them leaves, and you're still trying to replace that bit of knowledge when in fact you really should replace the whole thing.
Correct. We are frantically working to do that. It's a sad admission to say that there's a city system that runs in assembly language. I mean, we're talking about a program that is just so old. So we're, with a passion, moving to modernize critical city systems, not only to have them to have better cybersecurity protections, because modern systems do, and not only because they'll have better features for residents and businesses and anyone who's using that system, but we can't put ourselves in a situation where we're losing the very workforce that knows how to run core operations. Because what will happen is we'll be spending 3 times more for contractors, if we can find them, to support the systems of today. So I don't want to be the general manager who says, I need 3 times more money to give you just the same old system. That's not the position we want to be in, so we are working aggressively in those areas.
And are you short funding to do that? Are you not short funding to do that?
In some critical areas, we are short funded to do that, especially around mainframe applications.
Personally, I think that's probably the most urgent place for us. So I'd like a report back on things beyond which you may have even asked for, but things that would be essential to replace some of those big, really outdated systems that run on COBOL or even older software that most people have never heard of. We really need to remove those quickly, especially before we have the people depart that can operate them.
Absolutely.
And one last question. Has funding been identified for developing and maintaining the performance dashboard and website for the Sustainable City Plan?
Joyce, I will look over to Joyce here. We've been working very closely with the mayor's office in regards to that. So we've done a lot of websites and web development for the mayor's office, and our understanding is this is something we're currently working with today. Okay, I just confirm with Joyce to ensure it's a part of the mayor's budget, and we will be working with them to deliver it on a modern Drupal platform.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. I think most of my questions have already been touched upon, but just to make sure that we've got them all in the report backs. The part-time college students proposal, I think, is brilliant. It's exceptionally important, especially in your department, and so I'd like to, if we haven't already, ask to have that included in the reports back.
And we also are going to make sure that we're not pushing them into the very old systems so that they join us and then disappear quickly, because no college student wants to go back and learn COBOL. They want to code in .NET and Java and mobile apps, etc. So we can use those skill sets where it really counts.
So, and then related to that, yeah, I guess we can probably include it within the same report. If, what are potential funding sources and service impacts that program will provide costs and benefits, but also how does it integrate into your longer-term succession planning, and are there steps that we can take to expedite moving people from that part-time college student status into the workforce, into the full-time workforce, without the kind of delays that you had talked about?
Absolutely.
Earlier?
I think another point worth making is, being the information technology agency, we're often a feeder system for other city departments. So a lot of the IT managers, especially in Department of Water and Power or airports and others, they've worked for IT at one point in time. So it's not just improving the technology from our perspective. We end up actually feeding other systems in which they'll go work there too.
You had requested, I think, the contract management system project manager. That was in part at the instigation of the Jobs Committee to try to expedite and facilitate some of our procurement activities and contracting activities. Very eager to see that report back and what benefits that will provide and funding for that.
Absolutely. As you discuss processes, there's both an element of re-engineering it to make it more streamlined, but to leverage technology where it counts.
Right.
You can, a dollar invested in technology usually has multifold returns.
Right.
And when we discussed the procurement process, I couldn't think of a better use.
Great. Mr. Blumenfield already asked for the report back on the VoIP protocol. As part of that, I assume that by moving more quickly in that transition, there will be offsetting savings in terms of our current telephone costs. And so I wanted to add that extra nuance that should be included in the report back, any offsetting savings that there are from faster transition.
Correct.
And then the budget, your budget includes a little over $500,000 for a study relating to the city's payroll system.
Correct.
And I'm not going to ask for all the justifications of it right now, but if you could include that in a report back and how that interfaces with what we're already doing with consultants on the PACER transition, the FMS, all of the other interrelated systems. I don't understand where we need the extra $500,000 for another study in all of that. I'm sure there's a good reason. Maybe you could just lay that out in the form of a report back.
I will definitely do that.
And then the one thing I would like you to talk a little bit about now, and then possibly we'll see what we can do in a report back as well, is 311 response. It's been pretty static. The only metric that I've seen that we measure 311 response with in the budget is percentage of calls answered, and that's been flat at about 90% for 4 years, which is good. 90% is pretty good. That's an A in most schools. But it has been at that level. What I don't think is captured by that is wait times, and maybe there might be other metrics that I'm not thinking of right at the moment that you might be able to propose that we can use to evaluate that. And I ask particularly because I know there's greater demands on the system.
Correct.
Especially as we're going to web-based model as well, and we all have our smartphone apps and all of that stuff. There's going to be a spike in demand for services there. And at the same time, we still haven't fully restored hours. And those were among our more painful cuts, I recall, when we cut it back in the first place, because this is the interface where people in our city who have a problem come for help. And so when we cut those hours, that's a blow to our constituents who want to try to get something done.
Yes, it is.
So I guess I'd like you to speak to that for a moment, where you stand, where 311 stands, and then maybe we can get a report back on additional metrics. And since you didn't ask for it, I hate to throw it out there, but I'd like to at least see kind of a longer-term plan for expanded 311 hours. Maybe it's not this budget year, maybe it's future years, but I would like to see that as one of our service restoration goals as well.
I couldn't agree with you more. The ITA tracks hundreds of different metrics. Easily the largest number of metrics that we track is around our 311 call center and 311 services. Those are extremely important to us. In fact, in recent years when we requested positions, we were able to demonstrate quite clearly our call response time, hold times, numbers of requests, etc., and we were able to demonstrate how bad a job was being done in regards to answering constituent questions. 311 is both an information source, it's a way to get city service requests. I'm an Angelino myself, I use it myself. We also track all sorts of information around the percentages of digital submissions. I'm very big on using the mobile app. I walk by, if I see graffiti or a pothole, my neighborhood or another neighborhood in LA, I love the ability to very quickly take with the My LA 311 mobile app to do it. But I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, Gene Holm, our new Assistant General Manager, has already been working to identify ways, whether with existing resources or identify any other additional asks, to try to expand those hours. Because the current hours are almost forcing you to take time off of work if you're working, or a time where you maybe work night shifts and are sleeping, etc. And we don't want to limit accessibility to city services. Those should be available as much as possible through a variety of avenues. So we certainly would look forward to report back on that. We feel passionately about that too.
Great. And then finally, when anyone calls any of the 30,000 employees in the city and they're put on hold, they're still listening to Tom LaBonge's cassette recording of his dance mix.
Yes.
Would you be open to considering changing that?
I am more than open to changing that.
Thank you. We don't need a report back. It'll be a project for all of us to be working on together.
Okay.
Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to request classic rock, if that's okay. Thanks. Most of the stuff has been covered, but let me just ask a few questions. First of all, let me share some love, Ted. I think you've been doing a phenomenal job as general manager. I love the team that you've brought in, the additions you've made. I think you're really doing a fantastic job.
Thank you. That honestly means something coming from you. You are a tech guy, and so I do appreciate that.
Thank you. And I want to give a particular shout out to Ryan Norwal on your staff. I don't know if he's the young guy who's been here 10 years who's still the new guy, but he's phenomenal. Don't ever let him go.
We will not.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask a question about phone lines. I know a few years ago when Wendy Gruhl was controller, she did an audit that said we were spending about $5 million on unused phone lines. And I'm wondering if we're keeping tabs on that, and do we ever have to do an updated survey to find out if more lines are going unused that we need to take offline? I mean, apparently in a few years they're all going to be dead.
Subsequent to that audit, we changed some of our processes. So we did a full phone audit at that time, and now we do an ongoing phone audit. So every month, whenever a phone line disconnects, the department has to justify the use of that. So we also go ahead and monitor a lack of use. So after a lack of use, we'll also reach out to the department and work to disconnect those. So we proactively reduce the number of phone lines, because there's nothing worse than paying for a phone line that no one's using. It's just a complete waste of people's money. So yeah, we take a lot of steps around that, but we're always working to improve in that regards.
And is that landlines or a cell or both?
Landlines specifically. Cell phones have a little bit of a different approach to it. So we work with certain departments. There's a lot more departmental control around cell phones, and so we work with the cell phones administrators to try to optimize that area too, not just including unused but also the right kinds of bills. We want people to be paying less, to have rollover minutes, to have combined minutes, and so we do not want one department overpaying for services where another department is doing quite well.
I was going to ask about that, not just the rollover minutes, but sort of do we have the right data plans, because I imagine data use on cell phones for almost every city employee has probably gone up a lot.
Correct, and so we've got multiple tiers to it. Quite often with certain vendors, we can negotiate highly competitive, so you have a nice large pool plan, and you'll often identify that most individuals would certainly not overuse that, but it gives them the ability on a monthly basis to review those bills and optimize those bills. So pool is great for certain low, certain might have higher usage, so we've got the right plan for that. So we work very hard to advise city departments on best practice with that. And we've got some of the best cell phone people at the ITA who help us with it.
So rather than, it's been a few years since I've been a chief of staff, so I don't really know how the cell phones are done for council staffers, but it used to be that there was a bill for each phone line. I know that my husband and I now at home, we get one bill because we're on sort of a family plan where we've calculated how much data we use collectively and then picked the right plan for that. Is there ability for not just council offices but departments to do that so that there's not 15 bills per council office or 40 bills per department?
Correct. We work very closely with departments to approach the department as a family so that all of the departmental cell phones will leverage a shared plan. Because what we often find is that usage is varied. Someone may utilize it very little, in which you would hate for them to overpay for data usage, and someone uses quite a lot, in which it's great for them to use the minutes and to use the data that the other person's underutilizing. So we've found that to be a very good approach, and that is indeed how we recommend to various city departments.
Great. Thank you. Question about 311. I was going to ask about, can we expand to more hours? I was going to ask about the call metrics and stuff that have been asked. But I want to also ask about when someone calls and a ticket is opened. When is the ticket closed? I'm hearing from some of my staff that the ticket gets closed when it's sort of handed off to the appropriate department.
So one of the benefits, and it's one of those unsung heroes, is that since August of this last year, we have a common 311 citizen relationship management system, the CRM as we call it. So Mile A311, in the past, you used to open up a ticket, it would go to different departmental systems, and it wasn't very much united. We now have a common city system for a large number of the city service requests. So as a 311 operator, I open up a ticket that in real time becomes available to that department, and they use the same system to close those tickets. So depending on the service request, there's quite a few service requests. It's opened, let's say, from a 311 operator. It's identified by, let's say, a public works department like Bureau of Sanitation or Street Services and others. And then they'll go through a workflow and go through a process. And for every different service request, it's defined as closed based on a certain item. So, for example, graffiti is defined as closed once the graffiti has been painted over, resolved. There may be some items that are inspection, in which the request is to inspect something, so that might be closed when it's inspected. So it really depends on the service request, and we'd have to approach the different rules based on the different requests that's done. We work with street services and sanitation and beautification and others to define the rules based on the ticket.
Could you provide a report back then that actually provides what dictates closure of a ticket in all those different circumstances?
Yes.
That'd be interesting to see, because I know my field staff has said that there are times when a ticket has been closed, but a department's still working on it, and then they have to call a department and create a new ticket so that my staff can monitor and bird dog it. So
we'll absolutely provide that.
Okay, that would be very helpful. Thank you. LAPD, still on GroupWise?
Still on GroupWise.
Is that ever going to be the case? Always going to be the case?
We're working with them. They have strong plans to get off GroupWise in a nice, secure manner.
And the federal government will allow that to happen?
That's the conversation, yes.
How long do we think that'll be?
We're still very much in the planning phase, so I would want Maggie Goodrich to weigh on that one more specifically. But we've got to get them off GroupWise.
Indeed. I wanted to ask a question about our level of cooperation and learning from Silicon Beach, the emerging tech industry in Los Angeles. I've got more app creators in my district than I could meet if I tried to do it on a daily basis.
Yep.
When we started working on the iPads for Firefighters initiative a couple of years ago, the tech community was really helpful in helping us think through what the department's needs were,
yep,
and helping the department really envision what it couldn't itself envision, because it just didn't have the experience and the skill set to know what was possible, and that was very helpful. And your department has been great in helping us sort of move that along.
But we could certainly do better.
Thank you. My experience at the time, and this was back in 2013, was that it was pretty rare that folks from Amazon and Google and all were coming in to help us think through a problem. How often does that happen now? Is that happening more frequently? How can we make it happen more?
It's certainly happening more frequently. So we have what we call an IT policy committee where we bring in all the IT managers. We also have what we call an ITPC, technology forum. And in that, we bring them in. So we've had Amazon Web Services, we've had Microsoft discussing Azure, we've had a variety of different vendors in all sorts of different areas basically pitching us on tech and on developments, et cetera. Where we've seen an interest, we would go ahead and work towards competitive contracts, et cetera. But I think you're really hitting the nail on the head, and that's something that we can do a better job of, is to create the right type of framework. We've created frameworks in which we've worked with people on the Mayor's Tech Council and other, really good, innovative companies, which sometimes people think they're really small. They're not even necessarily really small. It's just often in government you end up in one orbit and these companies are in another, and that's not appropriate. But it's working to not only bring them into our orbit and allow them to pitch on various ideas, but to also have contracting vehicles for them to be able to come in. So that's one of the areas where we run into an issue. I hate the idea that I'll have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars or maybe millions of dollars to develop something with a vendor because they happen to be an existing vendor or they happen to follow city process, when an innovative company can do it for $20,000 to $50,000 and maybe even deliver a better product. So we are working very hard in that area. We're also working with the Innovation and Performance Commission around a Google Innovation Lab effort, in which we've got Google coming in. We're going to be working with 50 people around the city, and we're identifying these 5 key business challenges So we're looking for efforts and innovations like that, because innovation is not one thing, and you don't have a contract with the innovative company or whatever it may be. It's a mindset. It's a mindset in which you look to modern technologies that are scalable and are maintainable to deliver solutions. And that is a mindset that we're working very hard within the City of LA, so that not just ITA, but every city department utilizes that. We truly need to be innovative.
And my impression or my experience is that it can't just happen in a conversation around a conference room table.
Oh, yeah.
You know, what worked well with the iPads for firefighters is that 5 or 6 of these folks, that they spent a couple days in fire stations. You know, they spent a day on the rig with the firefighters, and they actually saw what was happening, and that's what helped spark the sort of two-way imagination, is that they were actually there. Is that kind of thing happening at all in any of our departments?
It is happening in some. It's usually very much isolated to something specific. A department's launching a new website, so then they have that conversation, or in a certain key areas. But as a city, this year we're going to work very hard to do a lot more of that. So we're trying to figure out the right facilitation, the right way of balancing it. We don't want to scare off certain city departments, but at the same time, we're trying to crack that nut. We're trying to find the right balance. But we think that with work with Bixel Exchange and others, we could identify a good pool, and we don't want to overwhelm them either, our private sector colleagues, because often they'll sell a product or sell a certain set of products, and so they're not really interested in too many conversations if it's not necessarily related. So we're trying to find the right balance, but you're definitely hitting the nail on the head. And we're open for more discourse and conversations to find the right way of getting the balance so that 38 city departments are truly engaging innovative private sector local companies to identify solutions to government problems.
So as we do succession planning, so many of our employees are older, going to be retiring. I think the highest in 2018 will be the highest rate, 58% of any workforce eligible for retiring. It would be great if we could get some of the sort of homegrown talent, some permanently, some even if the companies would give us somebody for a year or two to help us think through stuff. My sense is that it's just not cool enough to work for the city of Los Angeles. And we certainly don't pay as well. So how do we make ourselves more attractive to someone who gets to work in shorts and a T-shirt on a beanbag chair and have gourmet restaurants come in and feed them all day?
Yes. There's a few ways. First of all, our recruitment process really needs to change. Like I said, I could run into the right programmer or the right systems administrator, et cetera, and until I have computer-based testing for civil service examination that they could take at least any time, but if not anywhere, I'm sending them to a civil service exam that could be a year later, a year and a half later. I've lost that person.
Yep.
So we're working to change civil service classifications so they translate into the real world outside of the city. We're working to recruit at universities and tech hubs, General Assembly, those other places to try to capture the talent. But we have to have civil service examinations that are computer-based and allow them to take an exam either at home or in a facilitated facility so that they can take that exam and get on the list quickly. Then when we have a position that becomes available, we can bring them in. The other side of it, too, is we've had, just this last year, I visited 18F over the federal government and Presidential Innovation Fellows and others, where they've been successfully changing the look. There are the bean bags there. There is espresso. And so it's changing the way. So civil service doesn't have to be old-fashioned and stodgy. In fact, when you look at the millennials and you look at their philosophy, there's fantastic. They believe very strongly in government service. Come work for the ITA. I'll tell Channel 35, come work for the ITA. It's a place where you can get your hands dirty and really work on real systems that really impact people's lives. We have a customer base of over 4 million people. We have all this tourism. We have great public safety. There's so many different areas where they can work on those systems and really make a difference. And those are the types of people we want to attract. You know, a little while ago, we attracted someone who was a UCLA graduate with a 4.0 grade point average, and they came to work for the city of LA because they wanted to have a life. Those are the kinds of people we want. Those are very good employees.
I have to commend you. You do a better job pitching working for the city of Los Angeles than the LA Chamber does opening a business in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you for that.
If you could do a report back on what particular changes need to be made in our hiring process to make it more nimble and more attractive to folks in the tech industry, that would be great as well.
Certainly.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ross.
Thank you.
Anything else, members? All right. Then that brings us to our next department, Animal Services. Ms. Barnett, welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
So, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee, congratulations on staying on schedule.
Ahead of schedule.
Ahead of schedule. I stand corrected. We actually are very happy with the budget that we got from the mayor's team. We have we have a couple of small requests. We would like for you to consider approving 2 unfunded positions in the event that we can either find funding or raise funding for them next year. One is a volunteer coordinator, and another is for an executive administrative assistant. And we would like to ask your consideration to restore our as-needed fund account. We use that money for licensed canvassers and for clerks. And the clerks work in our shelters. They keep the shelters open. And as with some departments, people come to the city to be a clerk, and they sign on with Animal Services. And when they find out that we are a 7-day-a-week operation, they will look for a position that is a Monday through Friday job. So if we don't have clerks, we can't open the shelters, we can't sell licenses, we can't complete adoptions. And then with our licensing, we had money in the as-needed account this year for licensed canvassers, and we are seeing, along with the ACE citation program, that our licensing is up 22 to 25%. So we feel that this would be money wise to keep in the budget. So this is a request to restore our as-needed funding. And with that, we'll be happy. I'm here with my Assistant General Manager, Dana Brown, and with John Forlan, who's been our budget director for many years, and we're open to questions.
Terrific. Thank you very much. We'll start off with Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the more exciting things from the department is that you just announced that your euthanasia numbers are getting us much closer to no kill, which I'm sure was met with skepticism by some of our usual critics. Although I think the animals that are getting out would probably disagree if they had the opportunity. Can you give us a quick sketch of what the numbers look like and how the department and its outside partners have achieved that?
Sure. Actually, on the budget letter, we reported that our life save rate for dogs and cats is 79.2, and I'm happy to tell you that it's gone up slightly since then. So we're continuing to make progress. And what we define no-kill as 90% of the dogs and cats who enter the shelter go out to a happy ending. And some of those dogs go out through our rescue partners. We have 243 New Hope partners who are local, or at least Southern California, 501c3s who pull animals from our shelter. Of course, we have larger partners like Best Friends, who operates the Northeast Mission Shelter. So between the adoptions we do, we have an increase in the animals that we're returning to owners, the lost pets. So between our partners, return to owners, and our own adoptions, we're saving lives like we have never done before.
Now, probably one criticism that I can't verify one way or the other, but I'd like you to speak to, is that we're not as aggressively picking up stray dogs in South Los Angeles as we could be, and that there are packs of dogs out there that should be picked up and brought to the shelters. How true is that? Are we not doing it because of lack of resources, or are we not doing it at all? What's the real story with it?
Well, as you know, we have vacancies in our animal control officers, and with this new budget, we added 12 new authorities for animal control officers. So we're actually trying to hire 32 new officers. We're in the process with city personnel. When we started the process, we didn't have a list to hire from. So now I think we have 113 applicants on the civil service list, and we're partway through on background checks. So we can't really do anything until we have the background checks.
So we expect to wind up hiring how many new officers?
At least 32, and I don't know if there are additional vacancies. So I have to look at the team.
and presumably a certain number of those will go to address this particular problem.
Well, it's a lot of our work is complaint driven. So if I was dealing with a call this morning that there was a little dog in South LA who was nipping at people's legs and ankles as they went by. I believe our officers went over and just picked that dog up. So some of it is complaint driven. I think what we need is an overall city educational program, because some people are not from cultures that believe that you should always keep your dogs indoors, so we may have to do a little bit more work. As far as dangerous dogs on the streets, I believe our officers respond to those very quickly as an emergency call. There was a situation just last week that 2 pit bulls had a man and his little dog cornered, and our officers were able to get there fast enough to get those 2 bigger dogs and to leave the man and his little dog unharmed. So they made that call very quickly.
Okay, and I noticed the mayor's placed the additional funding necessary requested by Mr. Blumenfield last year to fully fund the CAT EIR program. What's the current status of the project? How far have we gotten in that direction with the previous funding?
Yes, and thank you, Councilmember Blumenfield, for getting it started last year, and the mayor for adding to that fund this year. We are having regular meetings. There are 4 people from the city attorney's office, staff from your office, animal services, building and engineering, and what we're meeting. And last week, a request for proposals went out from BOE to some of their city-approved vendors to perform the EIR. I understand that we've had 1 positive response on that, and we'll be reviewing that as soon as we can get that going. It'll take a while. As you remember from the CEQA, once that EIR goes out, there will be public comment taken, and then the consultants will have to synthesize that and break it down into an actual report. And then we'll have the public comment phase before we have an actual recommendation to come to council.
And once we've done the EIR, does that satisfy the judge's original request that's held up some of our programming?
I don't want to play attorney, but I believe that's what the injunction asked for, is an EIR.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and as far as some of your budget requests, I know stagnation in the volunteer program has been a problem in the last few years, and that a volunteer coordinator would be very likely to be able to resolve that.
Well, we also need to manage that program. Our volunteer numbers are actually going up, but the management of that program is by one of our animal care technicians who's appointed as a supervisor to do that. So she is busy all the time trying to keep up with it and doing the orientations at all 6 shelters. So we really need a higher level management position to really make this program go where it should go.
And is that something that could be funded with salary savings, or is that something we need to fully fund in this budget?
Well, we haven't gotten a legal opinion yet as to whether that's something that could be funded from the Animal Welfare Trust Fund. We were considering asking the commission to fund it for 1 year from the Animal Welfare Trust Fund so that we could demonstrate the effectiveness of it, but I have not gotten a legal opinion on whether or not money from the Animal Welfare Trust Fund can be used for that.
I'd ask that we get a report back on whether that or other funding sources can be found for that, because I think that's a really critical position.
Thank you.
Also, I know you're preparing a report to the council on the dog licensing canvassing program. I think that's also a very critical program, and it's one that brings in a significant amount of revenue at the same time, and something we may not quantify when we look at it is not just the year-to-year revenue, but once you've licensed dogs, they tend to get relicensed without having to go and visit every year.
That's right. I think they stay in the system 5 to 7 years.
And I mean, I've worked with this personally with nonprofits that have canvassing systems, and they often go door to door. They might break even in the initial canvassing, but then you have members for years and years, so it pays an ongoing benefit.
There's another upside to that, which is most of the dogs who are licensed end up being spayed and neutered and vaccinated for rabies. And there is some belief that there's rabies near us now, and that is a state law that dogs have to be vaccinated for rabies. So there's a safety component to that, as well as the fact that if you have your dog altered, you can get a $20 dog license, and if your dog is not altered, you'll pay anywhere from $100 to $335.
And lastly, the clerical position that you requested. I'm not sure whether folks recognize the importance of some of these clerical positions. I wonder if you could elaborate on that.
Now, I'm going to ask Dana as our personnel expert.
Good afternoon. Well, in the past, the Department of Animal Services has had an executive administrative assistant that provided clerical support to both the two AGMs as well as the Animal Services Commission. We have a full-time commission, a decision-making body that is very, very active, and currently we are using a management analyst to perform those duties because the position was swept from the budget, during the economic downturn. So we really like to get back to having somebody who is dedicated, an administrative professional, to be able to complete those duties and then redirect the management analyst to duties such as contract management and procurement and some of the other areas that we are struggling with existing staff.
We have contracts with 4 mobile spay-neuter vans, and we have clinics at 5 of our 6 shelters. And one of the things we do is we allocate money to those programs. And if the programs are not performing at the rate that they need to be performing, we have money that's tied up that we can't redirect for spay-neuter in other communities or in other ways.
Okay, so I'd like to ask for a report back on both the as-needed funding for those positions and a way to fund that clerical position as well.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fritz. I was also going to ask about the funded vacant ACO positions, because it's been a priority of this committee for as long as I've been on the council. And getting more ACOs out there has been something we've been, you and we have all been screaming for. So given this long delay in filling these positions, I appreciate the updated report, but it seems as though, well, let me just ask, do you anticipate then that all of the remaining vacant funded positions will be filled before the beginning of the next fiscal year?
No.
Okay. So so consequently, we will have inherent undesired salary savings in the next fiscal year because of continuing delay in getting those positions filled as well, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So maybe you could just lay that out for us in the report back, because there are additional positions being funded in this budget. I'm not sure if they're being budgeted for a full year or not.
They're not, but we can do a report back on that.
Yeah.
There is consideration being given for the fact that they won't all be hired at the beginning of the fiscal year.
Well, and also that there will be savings realized from the existing positions that also won't be hired by the beginning of the fiscal year. So I want to see how that interplays, and where
absolutely.
Maybe there's additional services that we can realize and because of those savings. I don't know. But anyway, if you get what I mean, because we're going to have savings for the existing positions. We're not going to fill the new positions until those are filled. So that's going to be additional savings off of what would otherwise be budgeted. I want to see how that lays out.
Yeah, the new positions aren't funded. I'm sorry, John, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to say that much of this is factored into the salary savings, both for this year and next. The existing positions weren't even built into the budget until February.
Okay.
And we will have some of them filled before the year is over. So I just want to let you know that would be
very
a
good.
useful report.
Great. Now, I have to ask about this EIR. Because this came as news to me. I don't sit on the committee, so this is the first I've heard of it. This is the most ludicrous thing I've heard in a long time. And it's yet another one of these idiotic misuses of a law that has nothing whatever to do with a policy that we're adopting. And it's incomprehensible to me that we're going to be barred from neutering animals because we haven't prepared an EIR. That's unfathomable to me. No one in the legislature who wrote the California Environmental Quality Act had neutering cats in mind when they did so. So I just need to vent that a little bit, and then I want to scale it back and say, okay, that ship has sailed. The judge has already issued a ruling. Why is it going to take $500,000 to do that EIR when every single thing to be examined under environmental impact, other than biological impacts, is not going to be applicable? Not going to be an impact on historical preservation or noise or water quality or air quality or any of those other things that we usually do EIRs on. It's going to be 3 characters, N/A, for all of those. So how do we get to $500,000 to do one section of an EIR?
Well, that's actually the estimate that we were given from Building and Engineering. So some of that is their staff time, but most of it is for the consultant. I don't really have the breakdown. I think that they probably will try to make a case for impact on the water. Where cats, go to the bathroom on sandy beaches, kinds of things. I think there probably will be some impact on that, or some discussion about it. I don't disagree with you. We've been under this injunction. I've been here 5.5 years, and this injunction was about 1.5 years old when I got here. And it has cost us a lot of money in terms of the cats that are not altered, that we cannot help, that are just trapped and brought to us to kill.
Okay. Could you just include a summary of where that cost estimate comes from?
Sure,
so
we can get that from
evaluate that, because that just seems crazy to me.
Probably has to do with the birds too. Bird impact on bird population and that kind of thing with the neuter and release.
So that's one chapter, biological impacts.
Yeah.
Everything else, and even that, it's hard for me to imagine that there's an even arguably negative impact. So,
well, and who would not believe that spaying and neutering would stop the reproduction?
Well, I think the theory is that the better choice would be if we just went out, found every cat, and euthanized it right away. That would reduce the problem more. But it's not like the city is going to undertake a program where we find every cat in the city of Los Angeles and kill it. So it's kind of a bizarre thing to study, but that's what the judge has decided.
It's also studying the release. It's the trap, neuter, and release.
Okay.
Because we're releasing back.
I don't want this to go any more sideways than it has. Thank you. We'll hear that in a report back.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Kretz will deal with it in his committee. But I just want to get to why it's $500,000. That's all. The rest of it is Mr. Kretz's
Don't forget,
issue.
it's actually $800,000 because we're already spending $300,000 from last year.
God.
Sorry.
So we want to report, but we don't want to hold it up at all because it's been years in the making. But we want to report on it.
Well, I want a budget impact report because yes, it needs to be done. We've been ordered to do it. But I don't know if I'm prepared to support $800,000 of appropriation for it.
So we'd have to ask in that budget impact the offsetting costs of having cats reproduce exponentially and having many of them wind up in our shelters. We know long term this is going to be a huge savings for the city.
Okay, we don't need to belabor it. I just need to understand how it is that a consultant can, with a straight face, propose that they're entitled to 5 $100,000 a year employees working for a full year to assess the environmental impact of neutering cats. That's what I want to see in front of me, in black and white. Okay. Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually disappointed. I had 2 sort of table-pounding speeches ready to go about CEQA abuse and about how the hell we can be spending $500,000.
Pound away, brother. Pound away.
You stole, no, I couldn't put it better than you have. So, amen, brother. Amen on both counts. Let me ask about homelessness, as I have been with most departments. Can you tell me, I haven't gone too deep into your budget yet, Brenda. Can you tell me what your budget does to help us deal with or help us implement our comprehensive homelessness strategy?
Absolutely. There are 2 strategies that we are the lead agency for, and one is for emergency sheltering, and the other one is for pet owner assistance for people who are homeless. And I'm going to talk a little bit about one that actually has little to no budget impact, which is a collaboration that has already started with Inner City Law Center, with Downtown Dog Rescue, and the department in Skid Row to provide services for people who are homeless for their pets. What we know is that most of the homeless people who have dogs have gotten them on the street. They did not adopt from the shelter. And if we can go in and determine that these are good, safe people to have companion animals, help them with the spaying and neutering, help them with the vaccine, help them with food, help them with services, then we believe this is actually a big help with our stray population. One of the things there are a couple of things that we'll have to do related to that, and one is maybe change the tethering ordinance a little bit so it comes in more compliance with the state tethering. Because from time to time, a homeless person will have to tie their dog up for a short period of time. We're doing some things with expanding the spay-neuter services to make them available to people who are homeless, vaccine clinics, and things like helping them with licensing and microchipping. And then I'm going to ask Dana to talk about the emergency sheltering, because that isn't actually in the budget.
So the emergency sheltering strategy just has to do with the department maintaining various tools to help in case an emergency happens in the city and homeless people are being sheltered, and then we'll have facilities so that their animals don't have to separate from them. Mm-hmm. So it's basically large tents, varying sized kennels, and having the ability to sort of deploy those resources in an emergency. So, it's a fairly straightforward strategy. Just has to do with having the funds to purchase the equipment and house it and then deploy it when necessary. We'll probably have to talk to, Rec and Parks, or as a matter of fact, the department is a part of the citywide homeless strategy committee, and we'd probably have to put some things together in terms of determining how and when we deploy. So that's in a nutshell, that's the initiative for that one.
Talk me through a little bit what this is like. What I'm thinking of as you talk, and tell me if this is correct, is that during the 6 or 7 months out of the year when we have the emergency winter shelter program operational, we have large numbers of people who are sleeping on the streets who refuse for a number of reasons not to go into the shelter program. One of those reasons for many of them is that they can't bring their pets. Which is not only companionship, but is in many cases protection for them. Are you saying that in this case you would set up a tent or a kennel at, for instance, the West LA Armory, where the emergency winter shelter program is?
Okay, so I'm not sure. So I'm gonna explain a couple of things, because there's a little bit of crossover in both strategies in terms of sheltering. So Strategy 9G has to do with emergency situations, and so when we conceived of it, it was more of a there's a citywide emergency, and perhaps the Red Cross or Rec and Parks or somebody is doing sort of a sheltering program for homeless people for a short period of time, and then we would provide tents and kennels so that their animals would not have to be separated from them during that short period of time. The other strategy, which has to do with the overall assistance of homeless people with pets, has a facet in it where we would provide monies for temporary kenneling, like in a real border facility, for persons who fall upon temporary hard times, and we would be able to pay for the sheltering of their animals. So there would be separation, but the animal would be safe while the person addresses that temporary instability.
That last thing you described, that's in the budget or not in the budget?
It is in the budget.
Okay. The first thing that you were talking about, the emergency sheltering. Mm-hmm. We've been moving forward. Hopefully, we'll be in plum soon with a provision that will essentially declare that we are in a perpetual state of shelter emergency, one that we can not have to confine to just winter months, 5 months out of the year, but we can continue as long as there's 19,000 people who sleep unsheltered on our streets every night. Mm-hmm. How would that interact with that, if it's not just a Red Cross tent in the wake of a disaster, but it's folks who the ongoing crisis?
I think that's where the boarding care comes in for people when they're in an emergency situation, so that's not where we keep the animal with the person. The original idea of the tents beside the Red Cross is for something like during Katrina. Remember, a lot of people wouldn't even come inside or they wouldn't get in the boat because of their animals. So we have homeless people who are very, very dedicated to their companion animals. So if there is some kind of a citywide emergency, we would want to be able to not separate them. But if on the other example that you were giving, if that's the case, then we would have to separate them, but they would know where their animal was going and that they could get it back. And it would be to set up boarding arrangements with some boarding kennels in the, as close as possible to where they're located.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't think either of them gets to what the real issue is. I mean, I think part of the reason we're trying to engage on this is the fact that some folks would have to be separated from their animals has in and of itself been one of the barriers to them accepting shelter. Mm-hmm. So I haven't heard a program that is designed to deal with that.
Well, we're not working so much on the housing side, but I can very clearly make a recommendation for that, and that is to have either a division in the shelter or two different shelters where some are pet-friendly and some are not, because you have some people who are fearful of animals, some people who have allergies, and they might not come into a shelter just because there are dogs in there. So my recommendation on that would be to have the shelter either have two sections to it or two different shelters, pet-friendly and not pet-friendly.
So could you do, just to memorialize it and so we can get it referred to the Homelessness and Poverty Committee, could you do a report back on what steps we need to take to do that and what engagement with your department would be required? Because if we're not doing that, there are thousands of people who will never accept a shelter.
Agree.
And so they and their animals will live on the streets in our neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. I want to go back to the pilot program you're doing with the Inner City Law Center. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
We're very excited about that, actually. The Inner City Law Center has their offices on Skid Row, and they are providing an office in which we can either see clients or we can store supplies. And we're working with Downtown Dog Rescue, who's Lori Weiss, who's been active in rescue in this community for probably at least 15 years. And she, in her day job, runs a furniture factory, and she hires a lot of people who were formerly homeless, formerly incarcerated, and rehabilitates them. So she has a huge network of people who can sort of interface with the community in Skid Row without causing alarm, and who can just go out and say, we've got services, we're offering services for you. Our participation in the department will be to provide spay-neuter services, probably some vaccines for vaccine clinics, maybe some help with supplies. So it's actually a public-private partnership with two other agencies besides us to try this in Skid Row. And we believe if this pilot is successful that there are probably other applications for it in the city as well.
So I have, I think, a population of folks who live on the streets that at least from my observations, have a disproportionately high number of animals, particularly on the boardwalk and on 3rd Avenue in Venice. So I'd like to get a report back on what the potential is and what the resources would be required to try to expand the pilot into that area.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you. A couple of other things. First, I have to go back again to the EIR. Sorry. Are we the only city in California that has a neuter and release program for feral cats?
No, we don't have one, actually, because of the injunction.
Well, right.
But we're the only city in the world that I know of that has this noose around our neck.
Well, okay. But has any other city been faced with this dilemma? Because where I'm going with this is the issues are going to be largely the same for anybody who proposes such a proposal, whether it's in San Francisco or San Diego or here. And if there are cities that are proposing to engage in such a policy, then there's the possibility of a piggyback EIR with other jurisdictions that might help defray or reduce some of those costs. How many bidders did we get of consultants to do this?
Well, the city list, I think, is about 4 consulting firms. But the answer to your original question is we're the only city who's under this injunction. No other city has ever been challenged in this way. It's unique to Los Angeles. I don't know what happened when it first started, but it was about a year and a half before I got here. There may be people in the room who can speak to the history on it more than myself. But we believe that there's a possibility that if they prevail here, that they then can spread to other cities. The only person that I know who's not really doing TNR because of this is LA County. And when I ask Marcia Maeda, who's the director of the county, why she's not doing TNR, she said same judge, same county. But that's the only case that I know that any other city, I mean, it's a nationally recognized program to reduce the number of feral cats in the environment. It's a humane program to reduce cats overall. But it just so happened that the wetlands people who have got this injunction against the city were able to prevail. And I think there were probably some staff mistakes at the time. I think we had information on,
it's okay. Really, I don't need the whole history of it. I'm just, in terms of cost reduction, if the county is interested in doing the same program and would face the same kind of challenge, maybe we could defray some of this cost by doing it jointly with the county so that they can enact their program with an EIR as well. It's going to be the same EIR. It's going to have the exact same biological impacts, whether it's in Los Angeles City or Los Angeles County or San Bernardino, in all likelihood, with very minor differences, but certainly not $500,000 or $250,000 worth of differences.
Well, I understand the pain, but I would have to tell you that our counterpart in the county is not necessarily moving their organization in the same direction we are.
Okay. Well, I throw it out there. And then the final issue that I forgot to ask you about was the Animal Cruelty Task Force, which I've heard concerns about being perhaps not as robust as it might. Do you know offhand how many prosecutions for animal cruelty there have been that have been generated out of the task force in the last year?
I don't have it off the cuff. That's certainly an easy enough report back. We have one of our more experienced officers serving on that committee, so it's easy enough for me to get a report back.
I would appreciate it.
Sure.
Very good. Anything else, members? Mr. Blumenfield?
Sure. Although most of my questions at this point have been asked and answered, so I appreciate the thoughtful dialogue. Is this not on? Here we go. I was just saying most of my questions have been asked and answered. A couple maybe minor things. The online licensing for dogs and cats is great. How is that being utilized at this point, or what's the percentage of folks who are using it, and what can we do to up that?
Well, I'll have to do the numbers and actually, or go through the WolfStat report. It looks to me, but I'll do that in a report back rather than to try to read this report and interpret it for you. But we've installed the new upgraded Chameleon system. That's our database, and there are several points with that are due to be moved in that'll make it even easier to license online. So I believe that it'll become more user-friendly. I think in Los Angeles there are still a lot of homes that don't have computers and that don't use computers. So whether or not we'll see a significant increase because of that, or whether there'll be walk-in to the counter licensing. But we can break it down for you, how many are walk-ins and how many are on the computer.
Which sort of brings me to the next question and it wasn't, I remember when we got our dog, we did it online, and it wasn't that hard. But connecting to the 311 system and basically having an online, not just through the web, but having an online app to register your dog, have you thought about that, or what's the process in terms of getting to that place?
Well, you can just click on the website and just go right to it. I have had some conversations, and we were short on IT staffing that we've now backfilled, and we do have the staff now. But I've talked with John over at the LA City Libraries about having something on all of the computers that are in all, I think it's like 73 libraries across the city, about having some kind of a button on their computers that people could go directly to from the library system. And then I think Parks and Recs has some opportunities there too. And that's something I think we could definitely explore in the coming months.
I would just also make sure we're as integrated with the 311 system as possible. So my 311 LA app, that there's an easy interface to get
one on
to.
there, yes.
Because we're just consistently driving more and more people to that app, and while not everybody has a computer at home, most people have some sort of smartphone or device.
That's right.
I mean, even in the homeless population, the penetration of smartphones is much higher than expected.
Right.
One very small, maybe not related budget, but some of my constituents ask me about, and I'm sure you've heard this question, about the number of dogs and cats you can keep, and particularly on larger lots. A constituent out in Woodland Hills who asks me about this all the time, saying they would rescue 2 more cats if they could, but the law says that they can only have 3, but they have this very large lot. Is there anything that can be done in terms of creating exceptions potentially for lots? I understand the rationale for the number, but it seems like one size fits all may not be the best approach when folks do in fact have enough space.
Yeah, I talked to a contractor who lives out in Encino a couple of years ago, and he had a very good idea to change the number of dogs according to lot size, and apparently there's enough, plot maps and so forth available that our animal control officers could almost drive by and see how many dogs were in the yard. So I think that's something we could explore. It's not something we've explored. We handle dogs and cats a little bit differently. We would love to increase the number of cats per home, and that is part of what we're proposing with the program that goes along with the EIR. But I think we could definitely look into that. It's certainly people who have larger lots could handle more animals.
Great. So if we get a report back on that, it's not a specific budget item, but it would be a report. It would probably come to Mr. Koretz's committee, but
Sure.
would love to see that issue brought back and
Okay. Will
have a
do.
good answer for my constituents who ask me about that on numerous occasions. Thank you.
All right. Anything else, members? Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings up our next department, Cultural Affairs. Ms. Brazil, welcome. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to thank the mayor, of course, and the city administrative officer and this committee for giving us the opportunity to respond to the mayor's proposed 16-17 budget. I'm joined by DCA's dream team. We've got Alma Gibson here, our director of administration, Daniel Tarika, our AGM, and our senior team right behind us. This is a positive budget for the Department of Cultural Affairs, and I want to thank the mayor and the CAO for that. It restores badly needed positions at community art centers, and it bolsters the department's administrative capacity. We have a few requests on the table which reflect an ever demand for our services, and our commitment to fulfilling those requests to the best of our ability is very much at the top of our mind. This budget also sets a new baseline that puts the agency on a path towards sustainability for increased services and, most importantly, impact. It's been a good year for the department. I would almost say a landmark year. We served close to 3 million people through our Community Cultural Grants program. We serve close to 350,000 people through our community art centers. And I would say that the people that are served through our community art centers are those in the most need. They're on the front lines. They wouldn't have access to arts classes otherwise, and so these are youth, these are senior citizens, and these are adults looking to increase their quality of life. We've also launched the first ever public art biennial for the city of Los Angeles, which is incredibly exciting. We were awarded $1 million from the Bloomberg Philanthropies, which is actually the largest public art award that you can get in the country. We beat out 237 other cities, and we were able to match and leverage arts development fee dollars for that. So it'll be a citywide public art biennial focused on water. And we also were able to launch a new 2.0 responsive website, which is great because we are deeply, deeply committed to connecting people to our services. And finally, just yesterday, we announced that we hired a new performing arts director. He's nationally recognized. We were able to nab his talent and bring him into the city. So those are just a few little highlights. We have no asks on the table, but we did want to create the opportunity to open for any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield, why don't we start with you?
Okay, great. Well, one, I really appreciate the great work that you're doing. It's really impressive, and where we've come from and where we're going, it makes me very optimistic. You started talking a little bit about the new web presence and sort of the use of technology, which is something you're doing to make arts more accessible. You talk a little bit more about how you're doing that, and because I think there's some innovative things, and if there's any additional needs that go along with that.
Sure. Well, as I mentioned, we did phase 1 of DCA's new website, and I say it's phase 1 because I think that technology needs to be a part of everything that the agency does. We have a commitment to transforming to become a 21st century civic arts agency, and that includes being able to connect online, in person, and connect more people to our services. We have some serious infrastructure challenges around access to IT. For example, some of our community arts centers are not on, do not have access to broadband. They're basically operating with dial-up speeds. So in our budget request, we were funded to do some capital infrastructure costs. The other thing that we're really looking at towards this next budget year is to bring our class registration system online. So we're still doing lottery paper style. And in some ways that's great because it keeps the services almost within our capacity. But at the same time, don't we want more people to access arts and cultural services throughout the city? And don't we want to galvanize the support for arts and culture? So we think that that's a way to do that. We have a long road to go. We're very much behind the ball on that, but I think we have a deep commitment to get ahead of it.
Great. I just wanted to ask you about the money, the mural allocation. There was $1.5 million for murals after the ordinance was approved. Is that funding still available, or has it been used or transferred, or what's the status?
So I'll give you one of the good news headlines as everybody is looking at bolstering up their metrics. We've completed 96,000 square feet of mural restoration and new murals since the ordinance, which is pretty extraordinary. We've also been able to spend $400,000 of the original $750,000, and most of those were from the department side of the allocation. We still have just about $285,000 that need to be deployed through council, the $20,000 that was allocated towards council districts. So we're going to be focusing on that over the next year.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. Appreciate it. Wanted to start by asking about the Great Streets program.
Yes.
The Great Streets program was announced with a lot of fanfare a couple of years ago, and it was supposed to be a multi-departmental collaboration, and I think in so many cases it's really fallen into being a DOT program. Wasn't how it was envisioned, and because my Great Street is a Caltrans street, some of the progress has been slower. We're trying to get the street back from Caltrans, and one way that I've been trying to keep the momentum going is to underscore the importance of the arts. And so my constituents have had a couple art walks, and we've done some of the painted utility boxes, and I'm looking to do some more murals in the area. I'm wondering, though, how, and your department has been very helpful, and I want to thank you for that. I'm wondering how generally the department is integrating with the Great Streets program and the Great Streets Studio and the various different council districts on their Great Streets.
I love the Great Streets program, and this year we were able to launch the Arts Activation Fund. It's a pilot initiative where we can deploy small bits of resources in the form of grants to local cultural practitioners that are really interested in animating the cultural vitality of the community. And I would say that that has taken off wonderfully. We've approved the first round last month. We've got another round coming to the Cultural Affairs Commission on May 3rd. The challenge is that the requests outweigh the resources, and so as we look towards next year, we have $200,000 to deploy towards that. We think that that funding is going to move very, very quickly. And that's both a positive and a challenge. From a collaborative side, we work very closely with our Great Streets team. I participated on the Challenge Grant panel. They're participating on the Arts Activation Fund panel. And so I think that we're really figuring out how to do that. From the DOT side, I don't know if you're aware, but we put in, we are about to announce the first ever artist in residence for the Department of Transportation, and we just submitted a pretty ambitious grant award to the National Endowment for the Arts to operationalize the program linking Ciclavia, arts, culture, and Vision Zero. So can we develop arts intervention strategies to reduce traffic deaths? It's a bold idea, but we're super excited that it's going to get funded.
How would you do that with the Vision Zero aspect?
Well, I think that artists have a way of creating new experiences for people to move through space and time. A dancer, for example, or even creative interventions to help inform motorists the impact of their actions on the roadway. So there's actually some great examples in New York, for example, or even in Atlanta that we're drawing from. And this is very much a trend that's happening nationally, where again you use art as a vehicle to address some of your largest social challenges, and you deploy artists because artists are able to help, let's say, traffic engineers rethink how they're using the tools that they usually deploy.
I love that. When does the artist in residence start at DOT?
We're negotiating that now, but we'll make sure that you're aware when that announcement happens, because we'd love to have a quote from you.
Guaranteed. So let me ask you about homelessness.
Yes.
There's no homelessness money in your budget.
Right.
Given everything you've just said about the ability of artists to help us think differently about pedestrian safety, I imagine there's plenty of opportunities that you could imagine for artists to help us deal with the homeless situation.
No shortage of ideas or examples. I think the big challenge for us, of course, is always capacity and resources. I will say that our community art centers have been on the front line. Many of our community art centers are directly engaging with members of the homeless community, either through parks or in some communities, the children of homeless youth. And so our art center directors are so incredibly dedicated and passionate about making sure that everyone has access to these services. And many times our art center directors are providing food, even clothing and shoes to some of the youth and or adults that we serve. In addition, our grants program, we have several grantees that work specifically with the homeless community. Los Angeles Poverty Department is an award-winning, internationally recognized organization that has been working with homeless populations in Skid Row for over 30 years. Piece by Piece is another grantee of DCA with the Downtown Women's Shelter, and they're doing economic strategies to help homeless people use art as an economic development and job skills training program. So we have some really great models that we feel really confident that we can amplify as appropriate.
You had an idea previously, I think my staff told me, about an art therapy program?
Well, what we know is that, and I have a good friend over at my friend's place in Hollywood, and they've really built out their arts training program for the primary reason that that when you take an arts class, and this is what we also see in our community arts centers, you're actually working through a tremendous amount of trauma, and having that consistency and that community expression and creative expression makes you more likely to accept treatment. So it doesn't solve some of the issues, but what it does is it creates a readiness with the individual that is extraordinary.
And how would that work? Would that be in partnership with a nonprofit?
Yes, primarily.
This intrigues me, actually, more so than some of the other proposals I've heard, like bookmobiles and stuff like that, because I think this has an application that gets folks more ready for housing or jobs. So I'd like to see a report back on what resources it would take to create that kind of program, at least as a pilot. And I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, We're happy to do that.
That'd be wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, it can't come as any surprise that I'm going to ask about the Vera Davis Center.
Sure. and we know that this is a center in your district that needs some special attention. We are poised and ready to give it that special attention. I think, as you see in our budget, this is a restorative budget for the department.
Mm-hmm.
We simply have not had the capacity. We are very cautious about taking on additional facilities, so looking at developing a pathway towards privatization on this particular center is really the way to go. I know it's been frustrating. I know that there's several of your colleagues as well. We are so deeply committed to cultural vitality in our city. What we lack is the capacity and the resources. I think that with this budget, we've got some bolster, and we can make this a priority.
So, I mean, the history on this used to be the former Venice Library.
Yeah.
And under Councilwoman Galanter, it was turned into a community center, which housed a number of different nonprofits, some of them with an arts focus, some not. In the evening, it hosts 12-step meetings, community meetings, neighborhood council committees, and stuff like that. When HSID was created, it got the center and really got no funding for it. So it's staffed right now by some part-time workers, and this is my third budget where I have said we're going to fix this problem. Mm-hmm. And the first two budgets, we told HSID, let's get an RFP out on the street within 6 months. And so in the last two budgets, it hasn't happened. The goal is to get an RFP out to get someone who can operate the center for community use. The reason there's an arts focus is in Prop K, there's $500,000 for an Oakwood Junior Arts Center at this location. So I guess that's when your agency expressed interest in handling this. But my concern is it needs to be done with speed, because otherwise HSID continues to carry it, and there's nothing in it for them. And so I have to do a report back when they come tomorrow to ask for money for them to continue to handle it. Is there a way to get this RFP out on the street before the end of the fiscal year?
So I'm going to now give that to my assistant general manager and to my director of administration and to my community arts director, who are all grappling with the realities of the day-to-day. And I want to be super honest with you because, again, the demands of the requests that are coming with the agency and how we're able to prioritize them are extremely large. And we want to be mindful that we have a few months left in this fiscal year.
Right. And because the thing I'm weighing is whether or not it isn't better to have HSID do it and forego the Prop K money, or try to get the Prop K money later after it's been...
Right. And I believe I've heard an estimate that the actual seismic or the build out is close to $3 million. And so while $500,000 is a good start in that direction, I think we also need to look at what other funding is available, because I don't know how or what nonprofits would be able to raise that kind of money and resources within a short period of time. So I would want to make sure that we did a full analysis of community interest in the area to ensure that there would be we want to make sure we have viable bidders.
Okay.
And I think that there still are a number of outstanding issues on the building, as far as whether how it would be delivered to the department, as whether it would be vacant or whether it would continue to be occupied, as far as what potential ongoing expenses that the department would potentially be incurring as well from taking it. So these are some issues that we'd be happy to work with your staff and work with CLA and CAO.
Yeah, at this point, frankly, I'm leaning towards asking HSID to do the RFP, and then if an arts organization gets it, then the $500,000 can be used, because otherwise I'm not confident in the pacing. And I appreciate all the rationale you explained, but this has been going on for years. And if HSID can get the RFP out quicker, then that might be the way we'll go. And I'll be discussing that with them tomorrow.
Okay.
So thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a big thank you to the department for all the great work you're doing. We're the entertainment capital of the world, so we certainly should be doing more in terms of cultural affairs. With the various staffing issues the department has had, how are we doing in terms of actually fulfilling our mission and implementing grants and council office projects and all of that?
I will tell you, thank you for the question. We have an incredibly dedicated, committed staff at the Department of Cultural Affairs. I think that the staff has continued to do their very best despite the reductions. And I think that this budget reflects some hope for many of our staff members, again, many on the front lines. But it's been really challenging, and it's been challenging for staff members who are doing everything they can to fulfill the agency's mission. But when we are not able to fulfill all of the requests that we get from members around this horseshoe, I think it pings us a little bit.
Us as well, of course.
Yes.
And my district has a number of great street festivals, like Taste of Encino and the Nowruz Festival in Westwood of the Persian Community. When do we expect street festival grants to be available, and when can we tell our communities to begin the process?
Sure. This budget, we have $200,000 towards community cultural festivals. We're working on developing and revising those guidelines. We did used to do a robust kind of suite of festivals for the city. We're also working closely with the Mayor's Innovation Team on developing kind of a pathway so that community groups can navigate our city process much more streamlined. We're hoping to get those guidelines within the first quarter of the fiscal year and, move resources out the door as soon as we can.
Hey, and I know one project, the El Grito project, there's a $90,000 gap. Can we get a report back on how to try and close that?
Yes.
And a couple other questions. How many people do you think you serve on an annual basis?
We serve through our community cultural community arts division. We serve close to 350,000 people a year. What we're seeing more in terms of now that we've unlocked arts development fee dollars is a tremendous amount we can bolster through the services of those public art dollars. I think we're going to see that increase also with the public art biennial. And then again, close to 2 million people through our grants program.
And once you've got to sort of a baseline that this budget brings to you, what do you think still your outstanding needs are in terms of your greatest needs to serve the community appropriately?
I think that arts and culture is one of those amazing tools for a civil society. And so what we put into culture in terms of resources, in terms of staffing, I think that we're far below where we have been even in 2004, and the need and the desire for arts and cultural services just continue to expand. So I think that there's a real opportunity to engage a conversation with the city family and with the larger community about really what are the needs and where do we need to deploy our resources, because not every community is also equal. There are communities that need different types of services, and I think there's a real opportunity for the Department of Cultural Affairs, once we've got our baseline budget, to go back out and ask those questions and really kind of get a sense of what the appetite is and how do we best serve not just the arts and cultural sector, but the stakeholders of our city.
Yeah, I think it'd be great if we do that. That would be a great step. One last little question. When we talk about art therapy, do we include music therapy in that, or have we thought about that?
And thank you for bringing that up. When we talk about art, I think that we're looking at the full spectrum. We're thinking of a traditional folk cultural festival. We're thinking of a community arts class. We're thinking of the ballet. We're thinking of a visual arts exhibition. We're thinking of public art and murals. We're seeing the full totality of what makes Los Angeles the cultural crossroads of the world.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. There's a couple of metrics indicated in the budget that show quite a drop-off of late. One is in the arts facilities, number of individuals served in arts facilities and centers, which in 14-15 was at around 445,000, suffered a 10% decline in the following year.
Right.
And you're projecting somewhere in between this year.
Yeah.
What do you attribute that degree of drop-off to?
I would say it's twofold. I think that on one hand, when the Great Recession hit and the effort to privatize all of the centers, the Community Arts Division was hit just so deeply. And to keep the doors open, we really relied on a tremendous amount of part-time as-needed staff. When we rely on part-time as-needed staff, as much as they care so deeply, they don't always have the ability to perform at the same type of level, and we're bound by not having the doors open at the same time. So I think that what we're seeing in the dip is partly because we're seeing a dip in our workforce. We're seeing that we don't have the full-time positions to provide the consistent services. And I think that also goes true with our data collection, that if we don't have sufficient staffing and mechanisms to really make sure that we're getting quality data, I think that that's where the system breaks down. I want to commend the staff for recommitting to metrics and really understanding the role of our performance metrics. I think, again, we still have some work to do on this. I would say that we're committed to it.
For many, many years, all of the arts centers have struggled to keep the doors open, and both for staffing, infrastructure investment, and so on. And it's really been a heroic effort. When I represented Sunland Tujunga, the McGroarty Arts Center was in my district, and it was, even despite being a historic structure and everything else, was really on its last legs.
Yeah.
Plumbing didn't work, wiring, caused fires in the building. It was rodent infested. And we set aside $250,000 to help bring that back. What's the status of McGroarty now? Have those problems been rectified?
I think that some of the problems with McGroarty, I would ask Leslie Thomas, our Community Arts Director, to come to the table to talk a little bit about McGroarty. McGroarty is also a historic site, right? It's one of our cultural treasures.
It really is.
Councilman, thank you very much. McGroarty, from the standpoint, I would say, of the building itself, with the excellent work and the contribution that was made by yourself to help with that infrastructure, the building is holding pretty well. We have some issues, but for the most part, other than the fact that it's like a lot of our other buildings aging, it's doing pretty well. The issues we're having now with the organization, of course, is the fact that there's been several changes in leadership, and so we're working with the newly organized board of the center now, basically, as they seek to restructure. They've had to go through several executive directors. And so now we are really working now to kind of really help the organization grow and to be able to do what they need to do. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for that update. Also, donations received as a percentage of the budget precipitously fell between 12 and 13. What's that attributable to?
I would say it's a leadership transition. So when, the previous general manager left. It's going to take some time to ramp that up. We have been able to bring $1.5 million into the agency. And I'm also mindful of one of the things that funders love is they love the shiny and the new. And so I have a philosophy that if we don't protect our cultural treasures, and we don't invest in our cultural treasures, and if we just focus on the shiny new thing, we're not gonna deal with the real capacity issues of the agency. And so I'm a fiscal conservative in that regard. I believe in operating within our resources. I believe in supporting our people. I believe in providing quality programming. And I believe in making sure that that gets held up as the flagship. And so that's the direction that we're going in, and I feel pretty strongly that the funding will come.
Couldn't agree with you more. And that is a segue to my next question, which is mural preservation.
Yes.
It's all well and good to do the shiny and the new, right, and do lots of new murals, which we're all supportive of and which we've worked together on very well in doing. But I've had a great concern about the destruction of so many existing murals from the cancer of graffiti, which just eventually overwhelms them if there's not a regular maintenance program. And how is that funded now? I mean, what is the ongoing program for mural preservation or combat graffiti?
We do not have funding in this budget for ongoing conservation efforts for murals. It is an area that I think is of concern. We want to make sure that we keep the program going, because we've been, during the mural moratorium, we really lost so many. And there, for many, many years leading up to the mural moratorium, there was not dedicated funding for murals in Los Angeles. We did receive $750 in 13-14, which we've been able to operationalize for the most part. But, you know, I think it's a big question. And it's a huge cultural asset for our city, for cultural tourism, for neighborhood identity, for reinforcing positive messages.
And if the problem with graffiti in particular, if it's not addressed systematically, regularly, frequently,
yes,
it just becomes overwhelming. Yes. And ultimately you have to spend what you're spending on the, murals, the Olympic murals now that have just, you watch as the tide of graffiti rises and eventually overwhelms the whole thing.
And we do have $100,000 towards the Olympic Arts murals in our budget. $100,000 is a great start, but murals are also expensive.
Yeah. Which brings me to the Arts Development Fund.
Yes.
Since we've made the changes in enhanced flexibility, what's the status of spending that money now?
Do we have it? So we have operationalized quite a bit. We still have, this is our balance, right?
That's the balance. So we've used the funds from about more than half of the addresses of the developments that we've had over the last 16 months. So it's actually been quite a feat for our public art team to be able to operationalize those monies. So that and that is using funds from it's about 37%. Let's see. For the public art biennial, which we have coming up, we're actually using 37% of the total ADF payments for current. Mm-hmm. So we're actually very excited about being able to operationalize them.
Good.
Right.
Okay, very good. Anything else, members? Yeah, Mr. Bono.
I just wanted to make clear, I was looking for a report back on the Vera Davis stuff, on
yes,
what resources it would take and what the timeline would be.
Yes.
I'm going to ask the same of HSID, and then I can compare with the best
Sounds
practice.
great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kretz.
Just one follow-up question on the murals, which I think is often very unfortunate. I know we had a wonderful Olympic mural on the 10 freeway, and slowly but surely it got just so hideous that people were begging us to remove it, which we originally did, eventually did. And I'm surprised to hear that we have any left. How many Olympic murals are still in existence that could be restored?
Can I do a report back to you on that? I don't have it at the tip of my... I thought they were all on Caltrans, but I just learned that there's actually a few on city property, and I'd like to be able to give you an accurate account on that.
And just in terms of restoration, I don't know whether anyone's differentiated the murals, but there are some that have large stretches of one color where someone even as untalented as myself could help restore, and others which would actually take, perhaps the original artist to restore. Have we looked at those levels of ability in terms of mural restoration?
Indeed. And we do work with the organizations of record to make sure that we can reach the original artists in restoring those murals.
So in some cases, like I said, probably not necessary, where you just have to be able to match the color and paint large stretches of it. But
well, part of the great thing that's happening in the city at the moment is that murals are blooming all over the place. And so, there's the official process where they come through our department and work with our partners, et cetera. But then there's so many that are happening outside of that, and they're being registered, through the department, but we're not actually doing the conservation efforts. Because we have pretty high standards.
All right. Anything else, members? Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your excellent work with limited resources. You make a great contribution to our city, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right. We're doing great, members. We're ready to take up our next department, planning. Mr. Bertoni, welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience, to you and your whole team.
Thank you, Chair Krikorian and members of the committee. Vince Bertoni, Director of Planning. I just want to first thank the Mayor's Office and the CAO for the budget and the City Council's continuing support of city planning in Los Angeles. This budget, as the previous budgets that we've had in the department, really reflect the thoughts of the mayor, the CAO, and this city council in terms of the importance of city planning and how it can really transform communities in Los Angeles. So we're very pleased to be here today, and we're very pleased with the support that we've had. We're excited about what this budget provides for us this next year and ongoing years in terms of providing a real meaningful way to update our community plans, which are a very vital part of our city and how it shapes our city and how people really experience our city. So we're very much looking forward to this. I just would like to introduce key staff members that I have with me this afternoon. Right here next to me is Jan Satorsky, our Deputy Director for Administration. I also have Lisa Weber, Deputy Director in our Planning, Craig Weber, no relation, Principal Planner, and also Ken Bernstein, another Principal Planner.
Very good. Welcome all. Why don't we start this time with Mr. Bonin? Oh, I did it again. All right, we'll start with Mr. Koretz then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you briefly describe the current HPOZ workload and whether you'd be able to maintain the current program with the current cut of 2 HPOZ staffers?
Thank you, Councilmember Koretz. The proposal had the budget as proposed has a cut of several in terms of our historic preservation, and there's a cut of 2 planners which are in the process process of adopting 6 new HPOZs, or historic preservation overlay zones. It's rather a lengthy time to adopt a new HPOZ, and once those HPOZs are adopted, we need staff to do the ongoing casework as well as to manage the meetings of the HPOZ board. So we'd have presumably up to 6 new boards that would have to manage that. I'd like Mr. Ken Bernstein to elaborate on that.
Thank you. Just to elaborate a little further, we have 30 HPOZs across the city currently, really in every corner of Los Angeles. That encompasses almost 20,000 properties that we are overseeing regular review for projects and permits. This proposal by the council to adopt the interim control ordinances and adopt 6 new HPOZs would grow the HPOZ program by approximately 20%. And we are in the home stretch of that adoption process. We will be bringing those 6 new HPOZs to City Planning Commission in the months of August through October, with an eye toward getting those to council at the end of this calendar year or very beginning of next year, before the ICO expires in March of next year. So the cut of 2 positions really would not allow us to be able to move forward either with those adoptions or obviously having staffing in place to administer additional HPOZs moving forward.
And I've already asked for a report back on this one. I'll just say for the record, the 2 HPOZs in my district would literally kill me if this isn't restored. So you won't see me after July 1st if this item isn't taken care of.
We want to keep him around.
Also, we just passed a wildlife corridors motion. So I wonder if you could give us a report back on how you intend to implement this program and whether you have adequate staff to do that and bring back an ordinance as well.
We are preparing a report back to the City Council on just this item in terms of wildlife corridor, and we currently don't have the funding or staffing for that now to prepare the study. There's different ways that we could look at that in terms of to provide the staffing depending upon how the City Council would like to handle that issue. Ideally, when you talk about wildlife corridors, it's something you want to incorporate into your general plan, because wildlife corridors are policies that are more than just a line on a map. So we want to make sure that we have the policies that really support that. But what we're going to do is bring back different options for the City Council to take a look at.
Okay. Obviously, that makes sense, although we don't want to delay the implementation in any way to connect with the general plan. So
right.
If there's some way for us to do both, that would be good.
Absolutely. And I've worked a lot with wildlife corridors in the past in different jurisdictions, and there's certain studies that you want to accomplish in order to understand the specific nature of the wildlife and the connectivity and that you're handling the transitions correctly. So we're prepared to do the work, and we'll be coming back with some options for the council.
Thank you. And also, we've been talking for a number of years about an issue which may be at least somewhat related, which is funding a ridgeline ordinance in your work program as well. Since mapping of the wildlife corridors could include covering many ridgelines, there might be some cost savings in doing them both at the same time. So I'd like to ask for a report back on funding necessary for a ridgeline ordinance to be adopted before developers hack off many more of our ridges, and possibly a cost estimate for linking the 2 programs, the wildlife corridor and the ridgeline ordinance. Also, I wonder if you could describe your geographic case processing reorganization. And specifically, I've received a number of complaints regarding the length of time for determination letters, particularly in Westwood. So I wonder if you could also describe how you could improve that particular issue.
Thank you. And geographic case processing is something that we have just started to approach in the department. And the idea behind it is to do several things. One of them is to really integrate our case processing. How it's been in the past is you've had one area of the department handle environmental, such as negative declarations or environmental impact reports. Another section would handle something like subdivisions. Another section would handle use permits and other types of entitlements. What we've done is we've brought those together so that we have one planner handling a project from its beginning to the end of the process. So what we feel that does is it does several things. One thing it does is for our customers, it gives them one point of contact for an entire project. So they have one planner that they have to deal with. For the community, it's helpful too because they only have one staff member that they need to track down to understand a project. It also allows our staff to get cross-trained, so they're stronger. They have stronger technical skills. So we think that there's a lot of value to that. In fact, so especially with the community in the sense that they start to get to understand and get to know a more limited number of planners, but they get to know much better. So we feel that overall is going to be a much stronger, and it's going to provide better service to the community and to the development customers. In terms of how we've actually implemented, I'd like to turn it over to Lisa Weber on that.
Good afternoon, council members. Lisa Weber, Deputy Director of City Planning. We are in the process of restructuring our processes now. We're working on standard operating procedures and ramping up a training unit. The West-South Project Planning Division was created about a year ago, and that was to have a dedicated principal city planner and a dedicated senior city planner to the West Los Angeles area. So that is in place now. What we're in the process of doing now is filling vacant positions within that division and doing full staffing, which with regard to the Westwood DRB, we do intend to add additional staff members for that particular assignment.
Yeah, I think that would be particularly good because that area, as I'm sure you're aware, but my colleagues may not be, not only is there a design review board, which adds a lengthy period of time, but there's an incredibly high level of appeals. So we probably have a higher need in term per capita, per business application than anywhere else in the city. So if there is a plan to add staffing there, then I probably won't need a report back. I'll just hope that gets fulfilled.
We're Councilman, if I could respond, we are actually in the process of hiring some positions that were funded in this year's budget. As soon as we get through that hiring, we plan on adding that additional staff.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand Mr. Koretz already asked about the HPOZ and the conservation units. You got a report back on that? Great. Thank you all for everything you're doing. There's actually a number of thank yous I want to give to the department because I appreciate that my district probably takes up a disproportionate amount of your time. First of all, let me give a shout out to Kevin Jones. I just want to thank him for the incredible work he's been doing in our area. I know we're losing him to the Valley and it's going to be a huge loss, but Kevin's really been fantastic. And Simon Pastusha has really been helping us out with some of our real incredible and intractable problems in the district. And he just goes above and beyond, and it's really been helpful. And Michelle Levy. Today we got Palisades Village project approved unanimously at CPC. I'm in the unusual position for me of being able to support a project that has like 95% support in my district. That never happens. And I know she hung on. She's moving on to another city, and she hung on, I guess, until today. Was today her last day? Tomorrow? Okay. And Juliette I want to thank her for helping us to figure out how to do mellow determinations better. That has been a nightmare, and I'm glad we're starting to turn that around because it's really necessary to preserve affordable housing in the coastal zone, and it's probably one of the most important things we can be doing in my area. So I want to say thank you for that. Wanted to ask a couple questions. The local coastal plan, we are on track. This budget continues what we had wanted to be doing?
Yes, in fact, we filled local coastal program for Venice a position in that. We recently moved over Hagu Solomon Carey. Sorry. I'm trying to remember. I've got 300 people. I'm trying to get their names down, so I apologize. And we recently moved her over to handle the Venice community the Venice Local Coastal Program. In fact, we just had a pretty successful meeting last night, we believe, with the community. So we're moving forward with that. Mr. Weber could elaborate a little bit.
So in terms of this program has been, Craig Weber, city planning staff for the record. So this program has been broken into phases as we're working in concert with the Coastal Commission. We are on track for our first phase grant deliverables, which are largely concluded with what was thankfully a successful workshop in the community last night. So we will be wrapping up.
Still early in the
shortly.
process.
It's early, but a fantastic early start. So we are also in the process of submitting a third grant application to the Coastal Commission to look for additional funding as this program progresses. And for the time being, we are on track.
Excellent. How long do we think it'll take to finish the whole LCP process?
Moving forward, this is about a 3 to 4 year process ahead of us.
That's about what I thought. Yeah.
And I did meet with Jack Ainsworth from the Coastal Commission directly to talk about this and to express the City of LA's commitment. He wanted to have a conversation with the City of LA about its commitment because it's a very high priority with the Coastal Commission too.
Great. Wanted to ask about the Great Streets and the mobility plan. I know the department has done a tremendous amount of work over the past, several years getting the mobility plan done, and thank you for that. It was like birthing quadruplets, I think, for everybody involved, getting that passed and then repassed. Thank you. I'm curious if the department has the resources in this current budget to keep that work going. We still have a lot of work to be doing on it, to implement it, to look at alternatives for those who are proposing modifications, and how are we resourced for that?
Well, this year's budget has 5 full-time positions in it. The proposed budget eliminates 3 resolution authority positions. We're requesting one of those to be added back into the budget, specifically because we have some very important initiatives, such as the Great Streets Initiative, where we are working very closely with the Department of Transportation. We also are supporting the DOT's Vision Zero Task Force, which is an important issue. And another important thing, which is the city's moving from how it measures traffic from level of service to vehicle miles traveled, which is both required by state law, but also a very important way for us to handle CEQA better in Los Angeles. And so those are very important issues that we feel that we need to tackle. We think with the additional staff member back that we can handle those. Mr. Bernstein.
If the additional staff member could help us prevent CEQA lawsuits over feral cats, I'm sure Mr. Krikorian would fully fund it in a heartbeat. So this one position will help with all of that? That sounds like a lot.
It's 3 positions. So we have 5 existing, 2 were resolution authorities, 5 total, 3 were proposed to be discontinued, and 1 we're asking to be added in. So going from 5 to 3, we think that we can handle the core elements of the program.
If that's what your ask is, then that's what I'll ask for the report back on.
Sure.
So, and that's a fiscal impact. But I want to push back on whether or not that's actually adequate. I mean, I shouldn't be pushing you to ask for more, but the changing of the metric from level of service to vehicle miles traveled is a pretty profound rethinking about how we do traffic analysis for our projects. And yes, it's mandated by the state, but we've really got to think about how we do that. And I want to make sure we're really adequately resourced to do that. So
we're happy to do a report back on that.
Yeah.
When I was in Pasadena, we did that ahead of the state, so I understand. I've been through the process as being the bleeding edge. We're the first. Pasadena was the first in the state to do that, so I'm hoping we can learn from some of those other experiences to help us do it more quickly here, but we're happy to do a report back on that.
Great, thanks. I think it's a really big issue that it's sort of wonky, so I don't know that it's really percolated into consciousness even sort of around on the 4th floor, but it's important that we do it and that we do it right.
And I couldn't agree with you more, Councilmember, that has a lot of this could do so much for us in terms of how we do our CEQA analysis to make it much more simplified, if you will.
Absolutely. Simplified and ultimately better for communities than using sort of an old, outdated methodology that doesn't really measure what we need to measure.
Absolutely.
And that disincentivizes good projects and good modes of transportation.
Right.
I want to ask about the community plans. Big announcement in the state of the city that I was thrilled to hear about, that we're getting back to moving forward on updating the community plans. And I wanted to get some, and doing it better, actually, than the last time it was announced. Because last time it was announced, it was aspirational, but the resources really weren't there. And with the, I guess, 28 positions, the resources are there to begin to do it. How many, with the resources that you have in this proposed budget, how many community plans could be initiated in the next fiscal year?
The proposal is to update all 35 community plans within a 10-year period of time. And the idea is, in essence, we'd be doing roughly, we'd have a little period of time to gear up, and we'd be doing different things to do that, but we'd be basically doing, in essence, 10 years, 3-year cycles for the plans. So each 3 years you'd be doing, roughly 10 to 12 plans, depending upon the year. And so in order to do that, we have some plans that have been underway. So, for example, we have, I believe, 8 plans that have been in some level of process. I think Hollywood is in the process. West Adams, the West Adams, Baldwin Hills, Merritt Park, South LA, Southeast LA, Central City North, and Boyle Heights and San Pedro. So those are all of the plans that are in some form of updating. But to give you a sense of that, we have 8 plans that have 8 plans in different areas of update, and we probably have a total of about 11 staff members working on that. But they're not just working on the community plans, they're working on other parts of the community planning program. So there's other policy that needs to be developed. They have to work on that also. The difference in this plan is we're actually dedicating staff just to the community plans and only the community plans. And we're in essence we're actually increasing the number of staff members for that. So in order to do it, what we want to do is have them focus solely on the community plans, first and foremost. The next thing that we really want to do is to have them have more staffing, and does increase the staffing, not just the number of planners that is being increased. We're also adding key positions as part of this proposal, is to add staff members to demographics, staff members in terms of systems, in terms of being able to bring the information in, because population has been a very important and challenging issue for us to really understand as part of the community plans. We're bringing in people who can help us with the outreach and communications, which is very critical that we didn't have in the past. And so it's a much more comprehensive program that we had in the past. So I think that's going to really help us stay on track. We also have to be, what we're also going to do as we gear up to it is to really propose a strategy for that. In other words, what we want to do is be very clear what we're going to cover in the community plans, how we're going to do, because part of this is really the technical, preparing the plans. And as you know very well, the other part of it is getting consensus. Mm-hmm. And the consensus can be the very difficult part. So we're going to really spend some time crafting what does getting consensus look like. And so that we can get the consensus in the right way through the right type of outreach, so we can get the plans done, hopefully within the 3 years. That's the goal of the plan. And as part of that, too, we want to make sure that we're reporting back so that people can see the progress, so that you don't wait 3 years to find out if the plan's done or not. But as we go incrementally through, we can define various benchmarks that we can report back on.
So thank you for all of that. That's helpful in getting my arms around, and starting to get my arms around what we're going to be doing. So it's not as if we're going to be starting a certain number of plans in the next fiscal year, an additional number of plans in the second fiscal year, and an additional number of plans in the third fiscal year. We're going to be starting some next fiscal year and then completing them and then starting others?
There'll be rounds of community plans. So we'll be starting, we already have some that are underway that we're hoping to complete in the first phase. And then when we get through those, we'll be starting the next round. We'll basically be moving around. So we're creating the city, we're dividing it geographically. What we can do is if we group these geographically, we create some economies of scale. So that we can do one EIR for multiple plans. So the idea is, for example, in South LA, you could take the 3 South LA plans and have one environmental impact report. So that creates some economies of scale with it. And so the goal is these are units that can work together, so they'd each be preparing anywhere from probably around 3 to 4 community plans apiece, and they would all prepare the plans, do the one EIR, and then when those are completed, they can move to the next area.
So if you're doing them in batches, if the first area is South LA, and that takes 3 to 5 years, does that mean that you're not doing a batch in the valley for 5 or 6 years?
Well, we can do both, because remember, we're going to have anywhere from probably 9, 10, 12 plans at a time. So we're just talking about the 3 South LA plans as one batch. We can definitely do a valley batch as part of that too. So we can look at, we're doing clusters. So we feel that the first round we could do probably, we can do in essence about 12 through the clusters, because we're looking at doing it in 3 groups. So we're going to have 3 teams, and each team is going to have around 3 to 4 plans apiece.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get my brain around is whether or not, in that first batch, not every area of the city is going to get covered.
Correct.
So what I'm trying to get a sense of is whether or not there's an area of the city that is going to be waiting 5 or 6 years, or 3 or 4 years, whatever, to get started.
Hi, Councilmember. Jason Klein, Office of the City Administrative Officer. As part of the Development Reform Initiative, we've been working with city planning to basically augment their community planning program. Effectively, what we're going to do is we're going to set up 3 geographic regions within the city. We're going to have Valley, we're going to have South, West, and Harbor. We're also going to have Central and East. We're going to have one set of community plans within those geographic areas being worked on at all times. The anticipation is that 4 of those community plans will come through the finish line to be adopted in every fiscal year, but at any given time we'll have 10 to 12 community plans being worked on. The expectation is Pod E, which is South, Southeast, and West Adams, those programs are already in place. We anticipate that those plans, West Adams is with the City Planning Commission right now, those will come through over the next year and a half. Once those staff finish working on those plans, then they'll be able to work on another pod within the South and the West bureaus. We also have the Central East pods. So Pod I is Central City and Central City North. Those plans are being worked on. Once those plans are finished, then they can move on to either Pod J or Pod K. The expectation is with the new resources, the department will have the ability to launch a pod in the San Fernando Valley. And then 3 years from that date, they'll be able to launch another pod in the San Fernando Valley. The way we've kind of done the analysis and the model for it is almost every council district will be impacted at any given time based on the community plans in progress. So as one of the report backs from this budget committee is to actually lay out what community plans are, what's the status, and the council file that, or the council motion that was recently adopted has a more extensive report back to the Planning and Land Use Committee, talking about what plans are in progress, what the timeframes look like, and what the structure is for actually getting all of the community plans updated over the next 10 years.
So all of this zone pod stuff that you were explaining that was a little hard for me to absorb, that's all going to be in a report back?
In the budget memo, yes, sir.
Okay, because I have a hard time imagining, based on the structure you described, how every council district is going to be getting touched at the same time. It's just hard to figure, so I'm looking forward to that. Thank you. Let me ask a specific budget question about this, though. Given the amount of money allocated this year, if that amount of money is allocated every year, is that enough to get this done in 10 years?
No, this year's allocation is basically for 6 months for half.
Okay.
And so we would, in essence, need double for the following years. And the reason being is that we have to hire the staff and get them up and running. Right. But we're not just going to wait to hire the staff to get everything up and running. That's just part of it, to get everyone fully in place. We'll be doing a lot of the strategic part of that. as we're gearing up to get our staff on board.
Okay. So to fulfill this, we need to essentially double this allocation next year and in subsequent years. Okay. Thank you. Let me ask about homelessness and affordable housing. There have been a number of proposals made, most of them by Mr. Cedillo, but not all of them by Mr. Cedillo, to help make it easier and faster to get affordable projects and projects for our homeless population done quicker, front of the line or an expedited process. Do you have the resources in this budget to help us get those policies done in a quick order?
Yes, and we, the city council provided us with a new housing policy unit in this fiscal year, so we're staffing that up. They gave us 5 staff members. 2 we've hired in our Development Services Center, and they really help us expedite the plans, those actually building something and getting their permits. So that's been very helpful to really speed that along. Then there's 3 that were funded for policy, and we've hired one of those. We've staffed one of those positions. We're in the process of hiring 2 others. And we expect to get those hired within the next month. So we will have the full complement by the beginning of the budget year, 5 staffers, 2 over in Development Services and 3 in policy. And we think that's going to really help us do things such as the linkage fee, which will be very helpful in terms of supportive housing initiative, which we think will be very helpful, and overall developing the policies that we need to provide for additional housing in Los Angeles. So there's both the part of it, which is dealing with the homelessness issue, which is going to be the immediate part of it, and then the more long-term part that we have enough housing in place so people can actually find the housing. So there's both of those strategies that we're dealing with in policy, and we think that we will have those once we get staffed up.
Does that include the recent initiatives that Mr. Cedillo has proposed that make it either put affordable housing projects at the front of the queue or give them a faster expedited process?
Yeah, we have a new initiative, and we have. I'll let Lisa Weber get into that.
Yes,
the housing
Councilmember,
first.
we've recently launched the Priority Housing Project Program for the department. Projects meeting certain criteria as outlined in the executive directive receive expedited case processing through the geographic teams. So we have dedicated staff in place ready to receive those projects that come with a file with a PHP sticker on them, and they get put first on the line. We're hoping that this actually incentivizes the development community to come to the department with a higher percentage of affordable housing units as part of their projects.
Great. Okay. And the percentage of units required for that, is that a policy to get that stamp? That's a policy decision being made by the council?
It was part of Executive Directive 13, 20% covenanted affordable units for rental and 30% for sale units.
Okay, all right. And the micro unit legislation Mr. Cedillo's talked about, is that something that's being worked on?
I'll let Mr. Bernstein respond to that.
Yes, again, Ken Bernstein. This would be handled by our housing policy team, and there are several motions that Mr. Cedillo initiated as part of the House LA motion. This was one of several, and we will be looking at opportunities to combine several of those policy ideas into ordinances we'll be presenting back, including a look at our density bonus provisions, our density bonus ordinance in the city. So that is on our work program for the housing policy team.
Okay, great, thanks. And then I think my final round is about home sharing ordinance, short-term rental ordinance. Thank you for all the work the staff has done to get that out on the streets. We're getting plenty of comments, many extremely positive, many extremely not, and it's certainly sparked a dialogue, so I'm glad to see it out there. What do you think is the anticipated time frame for it to get adopted?
Well, we're anticipating we have a public hearing coming up in May, so we'll expect to have a lot of the comments that you mentioned, and we're expecting to have it to our City Planning Commission in June, and we're hoping to have it available to the City Council for their adoption in August.
Okay, so let's assume it gets, for the sake of argument, it gets adopted in August. Mayor signs it. It's effective, end of September, maybe beginning of October. What resources is the department going to need, and does it have them in the budget to start building in the online registration system so that it's available when the ordinance becomes effective?
And we'll be building that into our recommendation. We'll do the staff report. I'll let Mr. Bernstein get into the details of that.
Yes, again, Ken Bernstein. And those resources are not currently in the budget, but we are anticipating requesting 2 additional positions, a management analyst and a senior clerk typist, more on the administrative side of the department as opposed to planning assistance, to help manage the registration and intake process from the planning department.
So are we anticipating having the superstructure that the ordinance anticipates available when the ordinance becomes effective, or are we anticipating there'll be a gap?
Sorry, Jason Clean, Office of the CEO. We anticipate having the registration system up and running when the council is going to go ahead and consider the proposed ordinance. We've been successful in launching a registration program for the temporary shelter program. Basically, we're going to replicate that same online registration system and put some caveats in there to allow for the home sharers to go ahead and submit the requested information that's required as part of the ordinance to get that information out and do the notifications. And then the city planning department would go ahead and have the available staff through whatever necessary fee to maintain that website, as well as to maintain the staff to keep the program up and running. That proposed fee would go along with the proposed ordinance. So the anticipating is we'll have a website up and running for the registration. We'll have a proposed fee to maintain that registration process and give the city planning department the appropriate resources, and we'll have the ordinance that's been considered by Plum Committee and CPC all before the council at the same time.
Okay, and to do that, planning is going to need additional resources?
Correct.
Okay, so I'd like a report back on what you're going to need to do that. And then I have similar questions about enforcement, and I guess I'll ask now because it's part planning, part building and safety, part CAO, that we'll need to report back, and there'll be a budget impact report on what resources we're going to need to do enforcement, and where you anticipate getting revenue for that. I anticipate the fees and the TOT will be part of that, but if you could include that in the report. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. And, appreciate the robust conversation about the community plans. I had a lot of, most of my questions on the community plans have been answered on the macro side of thing. One little thing on the micro side. As part of the community plan program, there's a public information director who's going to be hired in addition to coordinating messages and factual updates. Are they going to play a role in helping to create a more robust and normalized public outreach and participation for the updates of the community plans?
Yes, great question. We want to use that position for many things. It's going to be really helping us both understand how to communicate with the various communities, how to reach out, and the best methods for outreach, how to prepare materials, how to have a website that's up to date that we can help communicate with. It is very much a multi-function type of communications we're looking at.
Great, it's good to hear. A lot of obviously the main bulk of the increase that you got was for updating community plans and the general plan, which is great. Recode LA is well underway and a number of other planning initiatives. With all of the work, I just want to make sure that some of these things aren't going to be put on the back burner because of the new focus. In particular, there are numerous updates and clarifications needed on existing specific plans, including the Warner Center 2035 plan, and the Ventura specific plan. So asking this by way of making sure that all of the new focus won't detract and that there'll be adequate staffing for those things as well.
Mm-hmm. And we are, one of the things that we're doing is we actually are dedicating staff members outside of the community planning effort to deal with some of the neighborhood initiatives. So that's part of the budget proposal.
Great. More narrowly, there's a request for increased services with regard to the trust fund management. This is specifically for the Warner Center 2035 plan. The department is taking oversight of the fund from the Department of Transportation. However, they're using the trust fund to pay for an accountant position. I know it's a very narrow question, so I don't expect you to necessarily know off the top of your head, but I want to make sure that the accountant position is solely focused on the Warner Center, and if not, that there is other funding from other resources so that we don't deplete the Warner Center trust.
Jan Zatorsky can answer that.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. It is dedicated solely to manage the funding. It's about $12 million available. Right now, there are multiple funding sources that we need to come back to council with new ordinances. So there's a lot of homework to be done. DOT still needs to clean up some of the records, but it's very heavy accounting, and this position will be exclusively dedicated to those purposes.
And to that fund.
Correct.
Okay, great. And you mentioned DOT, and just I know there's a lot of infrastructure improvements, and I just want to make sure the department is obviously going to coordinate closely with LADOT to leverage the funding that's collected, the development fees. I'm sure you're on that, but I'm just putting a pin in that because that's been an issue that we've need to work with. The Warner Center 2035 plan, as you know, is a great development blueprint for the West Valley, but there have been a few issues and a few items that need to be implemented and drafted by the department. Do you have the resources to meet the implementation goals, especially the cultural arts master plan at this point?
Craig Weber, if you have some additional information on that.
The answer is yes. So we do have a Valley unit that we are in the process of staffing up right now. We do have a senior planner overseeing our policy work in the Valley who's actually been working with staff in your office on the immediate implementation needs, the formation of these various committees that have oversight on implementation programs, and we anticipate being able to fill some of our additional Valley vacancies in the coming days as we're in the process of hiring.
Great. And I just wanted to hear that, and it's sort of related. I have to ask, I mean, there's been a lot of turnover in the Valley, in the geographic, and things are improving, but I want to make sure that we can expect a dedicated principal planner in the Valley in the near future, and I think you're saying yes, but
We are in the process of staffing up the Valley office. In fact, we just recently filled a senior planner position out there. We're in the process of bringing on about several new planners. We're going to be staffing up. We're bringing additional planners to doing initially what we're going to have in the Valley office that we're staffing up are additional staffing for project planning. So we have a senior planner that we just recently transferred. We're actually hiring several more project planners. As we gear up for the expanded policy next year, we're going to start bringing back the policy units to the Valley. So we're going to be doing both, as you'll see that coming up. So what you're going to be seeing over the next 6 to 9 months is going to be an increase in the Valley staffing. We really want to provide the commitment to the Valley staffing in the future. So that's something that's very high on our priority. I know our Deputy Director, Lisa Weber, spends usually about 1 day a week in the Valley office. So she provides some oversight. We're going to be rotating in more of our upper staff into the Valley office also.
great. Well, it's much welcomed and very appreciated. So thank you for that commitment. Very narrow question. I know it was looking, there's something called the Valley Plaza project, and it's in the major projects. I don't know what that is.
I do. Well, and since you queued it up on that point, that is carried over from last year's budget, and it would be fine with me if that Valley Plaza designated planner is moved just to the major projects team generally. We'll have plenty for them to do, we hope, but they don't need to be delineated as a Valley Plaza planner. So I guess we need either a report back or something so we can work that into our budget ordinance.
Yeah, and Lisa Weber can maybe give you a quick response.
We do have a dedicated planner currently working on the Valley Plaza project as well as the Laurel Canyon project as well. This individual, our staff member, Milena, and I would do terrible disservice to her last name, but Milena is a part of our major projects team that is currently based in the Van Nuys office, and we intend for her to stay there and to continue to grow the major project section in that particular office, because we do see a number of major project cases with environmental impact reports coming into the Valley area.
I guess I gave you short shrift on that, Mr. Blumenfield. Just so you know, the Valley Plaza project will be the transformative project of the East Valley that Westfield was for the West Valley. So,
all right, I'll learn more about it. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. I just want to say, Vince, since you came on board, you hit the ground running. It's really appreciated. You came out to my district early on in your tenure with the team to do a community meeting, and the community was very appreciative, and you handled all the questions brilliantly, and just excited for what you and the team are going to be doing this next year. So
thank you.
Thank you.
We'll come back. So we talked about Valley Plaza team. We talked about the Valley policy team. And did I gather from your answer that you expect that that's going to be staffed up within this fiscal year?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Recode LA, same positions are carried forward. Where do we stand in the status of that, and what do you anticipate, since we're carrying over those positions, what will be the future responsibilities that those folks will be having as that wraps up?
Well, Recode LA will be continued through the next year. So we're fully anticipating being...
For the full fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay. There are a number of positions added, 13 positions for the geographic divisions for geographic project planning, and it's indicated that they'll provide review and analysis of density bonuses as well as affordable housing project issues. For some time, one of my pet peeves has been SB 1818. In fact, since the day that I arrived here, and in fact before, and the impacts that it has that are, in my view, often disproportionate to the affordable housing benefits that are derived from some of the density bonuses. And I, what's that? Yes, and Mr. Bonin has pounded the table with me a few times on this, Mr. Kretz and others of us. And in fact, we got an inventory back some time ago, at least an initial one. But there are a number of motions that the council has presented along this line for reform of those density bonuses. And will these be the people, these new positions, will they be the people who will be working on those policy directions that the council has given?
Well, that would be in our housing unit, and I'd let Mr. Ken Bernstein elaborate on that.
Okay.
Yes, again, the housing policy team will be taking on a number of the housing motions, the House LA motions, and a number of others. And there are opportunities to look at those housing policy issues in conjunction with a look at how the city is implementing SB 18 and our density bonus provisions, both to incentivize creation of more affordable housing and to deal with issues of neighborhood protection.
Terrific. We got that one. We had several discussions about the CEQA updates, and I just don't know if I heard directly. Will all of the threshold updates be finished in this fiscal year?
Those are underway.
Again, Ken Bernstein. We will be, as part of our general plan work program, beginning the update of the city's general plan. We will be doing an update of the city's CEQA guidelines and thresholds. We anticipate it is a one-year work program.
Okay.
So we will anticipate beginning that, and it should be complete in the latter part of this coming fiscal year.
Great. And does this budget provide you with what you need in order to achieve
we
that?
are adequately resourced through our general plan team.
Do you anticipate that there will be any need for, and he didn't ask for this, so I suppose that means that there isn't, but any additional help from resources from the city attorney in completing that work?
We will be working very closely with the city attorney, and the department is providing support already to the city attorney in their CEQA support to the department on these types of provisions, and the city attorney is now has moved their CEQA support into their land use division that really works hand in hand with our department. So that will be a very close collaboration, and the resources are there.
Okay, great. I'm thrilled about the community plan updates, as we all are. There are a number of other challenges that this department has faced because it's just been so decimated, and we've all given these comments many times. But the impact that the decimation of the planning department has had on our city's ability to create jobs and stimulate the economy, you can't overstate it. And I have to give you high marks in trying to overcome that with, still inadequate resources. But unquestionably, I think the department is still lagging behind where it needs to be in terms of clearing cases and getting to closure of cases and take CUPs, for example, the length of time that it takes to get a conditional use permit from the time an application comes in until it's issued. How has that measure been changing over the last few years?
Right. I'd like Lisa Weber to elaborate in terms of some of the turnaround times recently.
Thank you. We've moved towards a performance management and metrics approach in what we call PlanStat. We're looking not just at the cycle time from the time an application comes in, but and from when a time comes in till the time that a letter of determination is issued, but individual milestone metrics along the way. We have dedicated staff now doing this work on a daily basis. We are setting goals and holding performance standards for each of the sections and divisions that process a variety of cases, and looking at the nuances of each entitlement type and the length of time that particular case should take. So the combination of that, along with the training program, along with the geographic restructuring of our case processing operations, where both the zoning function and the subdivision function will be blended in with the other entitlement work that's being done in our geographic teams. We expect to see, and with the filling of vacant positions across the board, we expect to see significant efficiencies realized over the course of this calendar year.
Great. And you touched upon my final issue, which was the vacancies. I know it's been a challenge for the department to, even when you have funded positions, to be able to find the people to get plugged into those positions. Is that improving?
Yes.
Are you getting where you need to be?
We're making significant progress there. We spent a lot of resources recently to fill those positions. We're not all the way there, but we're getting much closer to where we need to be in terms of filling those positions. So one of our first steps is to really fill the positions that we have funded and make sure we get the staffing. And I would say we're about halfway there, probably where we need to be in terms of where we are in terms of the vacancies, in terms of getting them filled, and we're more than halfway there, actually. The other thing that we're doing that I'd like to do this year is to really move together this idea of the metrics that Ms. Weber mentioned, along with how do we train our staffs and how do we also look at process improvements as one area and one unit. So what we want to do is not just measure a performance, that's important, but as we measure a performance, we want to see where we're lagging behind and where we can do some improvement. So we want to have dedicated staff in that area that are going to actually work on improving the process, and then they'll also be working on how to train staff to do the process better. So that what we don't want to do is just always keep on adding staff members to the issue of how do we deal with the long cycle times. We actually want to be changing and improving our process as we go along.
Great. What do you think have been the principal delaying factors in getting those positions filled?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the first part.
What have been the principal sources of the challenges in filling the funded positions?
I think some of them has just been in terms of just we had several positions that were vacant, and I actually wasn't here when we had the vacancies created, but there's just a certain process that we need to go through in terms of going through the recruitment process and getting the list and filling them. But we're also at a point in time, because the mayor and the city council have been providing us with additional staff. We're actually having more staff members than we've had in the past. We're also looking for basically physical locations for folks too. So it's a matter of not just the process to hire, but also having a place to find people. And we don't want to just put them just any place. One of the things we want to do is take this as an opportunity to better serve our customers. So we know that we have to move some of our staff from City Hall to Figueroa Plaza. So we're in the process of moving staff over that is much more customer interfacing, so we can create a stronger relationship with the Development Services counter, and also really move the staff over to work much more closely with Building and Safety.
Great.
The partnership with Building and Safety is extremely important with planning, and since I've been here, we've really worked together very, very closely. So what we want to do is we look at these opportunities to staff and to put a location. We want to look at an opportunity to really increase and strengthen that partnership, because one of the things we realized, we don't need to just, it's important that we integrate within our department the application process, as we mentioned, through GeoTeam, but we also have to work much more closely with our other departments, and principally Building and Safety. And there's a lot of efficiencies that I think that we can create by just a stronger partnership.
Very good. Oh, Mr. Kretz, you had a follow-up.
Yeah, actually, I just had one question that I missed asking. So I noticed that the Hollywood Community Plan Resolution Authority position was deleted. Where are we with the plan, and how would that impact it?
I don't believe the position was deleted. It was included in. It was basically moved into the new community planning program. So it was basically a deletion and an add, I believe, is how it was handled. So we still have dedicated staff to the Hollywood Community Plan. We're still moving forward with that. Craig Weber can give us a kind of an update on where that status is, but it is in the budget for next year.
So would the way it's funded impact its functionality at all? Would it slow it down in any way?
No.
Or was it just a move from one spot to another?
Just a move from one spot to the other.
Okay.
Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you.
One final point. We talked about the HPOZ positions, and we're getting a report back on that. Will those positions also assist in other historical preservation functions, or will they be specific to HPOZ? And if the answer is no, Mr. Bernstein, are there adequate resources for the demands that this city ought to be meeting in terms of preserving our historical resources?
Well, thank you very much for the question. The positions that we are requesting to be reinserted in the budget would be specific to the HPOZ unit of the Office of Historic Resources to work on the proposed new HPOZs and to administer them once adopted. We do have a small staff as well in the remainder of the Office of Historic Resources, and we do have one new position that was added in the current year's budget as well to administer Historic Places LA, which is our citywide inventory of historic resources, our designated historic resources, as well as those resources we've identified through our citywide survey, Survey LA. So we have had a recent increase to those resources, but you're correct that there are continued and growing demands.
Very good. All right. Anything else, members? Great. Thank you very much. Thank you all. All right. And batting cleanup today is Building and Safety. Mr. Chan, welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Chair and also council members. This is Ray Chan, Building and Safety, and with me is one of our Assistant General Manager, Mr. Steve Angele, and also our Chief MA, Anna Mae Utan. Unfortunately, our Executive Officer, Mr. Frank Bush, cannot make it because he has a bad flu this morning. Oh. So we're here to discuss the budget. Thank you very much for taking the time to do that. And before we answer any question, is it a possibility for us to just take 1 minute to highlight some of the status of our construction activities and also the co-enforcement operation?
Mr. Chan, since you are always the bearer of good news, you can take 5 minutes if you'd like. So I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I really appreciate that. I just want to go through this one sheet of paper and two-sided. And on one side is the construction activity graphs where you see 4 graphs on this one page. And just want to give a report saying that construction activities are still going very strong for this upcoming year, because based on the track records, last year the planned check job file has increased 11% from 56,000 to 65,000, and number of permits issued has increased significantly from 141,000 all the way to 167,000. Housing units from almost 15,000 to 16,000, but total number of inspections performed had jumped from 750,000 to 824,000. So that is new construction activities. And as for the co-enforcement, thanks to the mayor's budget and also the council budget for the last 2 years, we get some additional staff. So in terms of our average response time to new complaint, for the past 2 years, we dropped from 32 business days all the way to 19 days. It's not ideal. It's still a long way to go, but at least we are making a dent to the backlog. In terms of number of open cases, that is cases that we have not been able to close yet, it dropped from the very high peak 12,000 all the way down to 9,400 at this point. Meanwhile, with the additional staff, we have always also been able to increase our revenue. So these are the status of both the new construction and general fund co-enforcement, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you. Why don't we go ahead and start with Mr. Blumenfield?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Talking about the revenue, I wanted to hone in on that. Last year during the budget hearings, you told us your general fund revenue would increase if you received new code enforcement staff. And I think what you're showing us here is that that actually happened.
Yes.
So what the general fund revenue we can expect by approving the additional 14 positions, is that what that line is there?
What happened was that, with the 14 new full-time positions last year, our general fund revenue jumped from $6 million all the way to almost 660,000. I mean, to $6.6 million. So there's a $600,000 increase.
That is correct. And that's from this
Right.
last year. And so
Right.
what can we expect for next year?
Next year, so far, in terms of general fund, we are not getting any new position. What we expect is that from the revenue increase, it will be about the same. In terms of the average response time, it still will drop a little bit, but nothing significant. And the open case, probably we could take down from 9,400 to 9,000, because we are not getting any new positions at this point, which we hope that there's a chance we get some position.
So let's talk about that. We were talking about the phase 3 code enforcement.
Yes.
So it doesn't include that. Help us understand what the impact, if we did include that, would be.
Okay. Let's just say that if we could get 14 full-time positions, just like what we did last year and the year before, based on our track record from the average response time to new complaint, we could drop from 19 days to 11 days. The number of open cases, we could close from 9,400 all the way down to 7,300. As for general fund revenue, we believe that we could raise it from $6.6 million all the way to $7.6 million. That's the number, but we certainly understand that general fund is doing well, but because of the various competition for the same fund, we understand that it might not be possible to give us all these full-time positions. And we do have some options. The options is that, number one, instead of getting all full-time new position, that of course we have to pay for the benefits, at the same time we have to pay for the retirement. We have been using a very flexible method to get the staffing, and that is utilizing the 120 days contract. And we hire the retired employees, the good ones who have experience and the knowledge, and we hire them back on a 120-day contract, and they only work the 120 days, particularly when we need them. And it has been very beneficial. No training, no benefit, no retirement, and it works very well.
Well, so it would be great for us to get a report back on those different options, both the, what the cost, to get that $1 million in general fund, what would it cost us in positions, and what would it cost us if we went the other route with the 120-day?
Yeah, we have some numbers right here. I don't know whether we could just pass it on to you. Just verbally to explain to you is that if we get 14 full-time positions, the revenue cost would be approximately $743,000. That's only for the 9 months funding, and that's the only direct cost. And if it's a 1,420-day contract people, that only costs a little bit more than $500,000. Another option is we are even willing to accept just 720 days, and that costs only $250,000.
$250,000
yeah.
would cost, and then what would be would the estimated result be the same going from?
We would not be going down from 19 days response time to 11, but certainly we could take it down to approximately to maybe about 15 days.
Great. So even though you have the numbers here, we'll accept that as a report back so we can deliberate that on at the appropriate time. Are there technologies that could also help assist the code enforcement staff in terms of prioritization? Whether it's technology on constituent communications, reporting violations, are there things like that could also be helpful?
Absolutely, but also at the same time, we have a very good system team in our shop, and constantly we have modified all the software and different systems to how to monitor our code enforcement operation, and at the same time try to come up with different reports so that we can understand the code enforcement operation further in detail and in the right place how we allocate our resource. So that has been extremely helpful with the right technology.
Great. Thank you. A couple questions on the soft story issue. What kind of response does the department project for permit applications in fiscal year 16-17 for the soft story program? And is the program fee supported or fully supported?
First of all, if I may say that, yes, the program is totally fee supported. There are 13,000 soft story buildings in the city of Los Angeles, and we do have one sheet that indicate all the soft story buildings in each council district. Can we pass that out?
Please.
Okay. And for the 13,000 soft story buildings, based on the number of units of each building, we guesstimate that in a 7-year period, we would probably pull in approximately anywhere from $12 to $15 million. And our team is approximately at the peak of this program is going to be approximately 15 staff. So certainly this whole program can cover the cost of all the expenditure. In terms of whether we can handle the workload, because we are going to pass out the order to comply, because each building will receive an order to comply, and then they will work towards the order to comply. The owner will hire an engineer to do some calculation and bring the plans in for us to check. Our department has put together a special division called the Soft Story Retrofit Unit. And right now they have 10 people. And these 10 people, they do nothing but only handle the retrofit. In order not to flood ourselves to death with workload, we decided to send out the order to comply week by week. So each week we'll send out approximately anywhere from 100 to 150 order to comply. So to allow, usually the owners, before they get the order to comply, usually they may not want to just come in and do the retrofit on their own. But when we send an order to comply 100 to 150 per week, then the workload will come in a more controllable fashion.
And what kind of metrics for success for this program would you use?
Very simple. If we could retrofit 90% of all the buildings in 5 years instead of 7 years, I think it's very successful. And when we send out the order, we try to send out all the orders within the next 2 years. So there's very hopeful that we could do it. It depends on how we monitor it. Because like any retrofit program, and certainly this is not the first retrofit program that Building Safety is doing, we were the first in the whole United States to have the unreinforced masonry building retrofit. So we have an experience, and when you're doing that, even you send the order to comply, people may not comply. So we have to have a person designated just to follow up with every single order that we send out.
In fact, you've already started, right? With the
yes.
So how is it going at this point? How is the response been?
Yeah, it's doing very well. Even though we have not sent out the order, we will be start our first batch of orders to be sent out in the second week of May. But even without the order sent out, there are some people doing voluntary retrofit, which we encourage them to do, because the mayor had a soft story fair approximately 3 weeks ago, and 2,000 showed up because we sent out the letter to all the landlords explaining that this program is coming. So the information has been distributed to the community, and we have received a lot of phone calls. Some phone calls from the tenants, some phone calls from the landlord, even some phone calls from other cities saying that, hey, you know what, how come my city does not have the same program? So they're very interesting, and we are definitely taking care of the workload and the phone calls.
That's great. Yeah, I know the constituents have gotten it. We had a town hall, and you were nice enough to have Mr. Bush was there. It was great, and but certainly that was one of the questions that came up. Folks who are townhomes, et cetera, a little shocked to get it and asking about it. But it's good to see that even now it's a manageable process.
Yes,
it appears. So the soft story retrofit teams, where are they going to be actually located?
Actually, they are located now in Figueroa Plaza, and it is on the 8th floor, right next to our plan check headquarters. So I think this is a good place for that political unit, because if we need people to help out that unit, if workload just keep on coming, then it's just right next to our plan check headquarters. So that will be convenient for us to shift resource.
And what about, most of the soft story buildings are in the valley. Is there a chance to get at least part of the retrofit team to be located out in the valley?
Absolutely. The reason, and also on the west side, the reason that we start all the downtown, because we are learning along the way. We want to make sure that the workload is controllable, and then at the same time, we want to make sure the staff get all the proper training, and so that's why we have to group everybody together. Once the whole unit is more mature, then we will send people to West LA and also to the Valley, so that customers, they don't have to travel so far. As a matter of fact, I have to bring that up. The two council districts that have the most number of soft story actually is Council District 5, Councilmember Corres, and Councilmember Bonnet is 11. Give us a few months. Let us make sure that we get our acts together. Then we'll send people to West LA office.
Another question about the different topic. One of the new services provided in the budget is responding to my motion about water efficiency in existing commercial and manufacturing buildings. The program is being rolled out. Can you explain how the team's going to execute its new mission, and if there's enough resources to make it a success?
This is a very important program to our department, and I'm going to ask Mr. Osama Yunan, and his real title is the Division Chief of the Electrical, Mechanical, and the Green Division. Actually, he was the one who helped. He was the one who helped the state to write the Green Code. He is also the one who put the solar permits online, and he's always also the one to handle the water efficiency. So we call him the Green Giant, okay, and also the Sun God. and now is the water monster because he also handles the water. He's our sustainable officer. So can you answer the question that Councilmember Blumenfield asked?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat the question?
We have the new energy and water efficiency program that's being rolled out with this budget, and I just want to explain how you're going to execute this new mission, if there are enough resources to do it, and to make it a success. And what can we expect over this year with this new budget?
Councilmember, you're referring to the one for existing buildings or the one that just passed this Friday?
For existing commercial and manufacturing buildings.
For existing?
Yeah. This was based on the motion that I did earlier in the year.
Right. So just to give some background status on there, the ordinance is basically done. We have completed the drafting of the ordinance. We're working on the fee study for the fees, and along with that, we will need some staff to implement this program.
Can it be done within the moving around staff in the existing budget, or are you asking for additional staff to make this happen?
We will be asking for additional staff.
When?
Councilmember, we've been in talks with the mayor's office, with the CAO, and the city attorneys as well. We have determined the number of positions that we need. We need to complete a fee study. We're working with the CAO. The CAO told us that they would be done with this fee study sometime in June. And so our agreement currently is to complete an interim budget request sometime after we determine exactly how much the program is going to cost.
Okay, well, as you do that, if you could have that as a report back, I take it won't be for this immediate budget, but I want to keep close tabs on the cost of that and how the progress is moving, because I'm very much committed to seeing it be a success, and I want to work with you to make it a success. So keep us posted, keep me posted. Thank you. One other thing I just have to ask about is the residential inspections and structural plan checks. The metrics on those dipped a little bit. Wanted to understand the rationale and the remedies in place to make sure that that's not a trend.
If you talk about all the plan check revenue as a whole, actually about approximately at the end of the fiscal year 13-14, we generate $71.4 million, and it dipped down to $68.5 million. We were concerned because we thought that would be the end of the cycle. Then we work very closely with fire department, water and power, and other agencies such as planning, such as public works. And many of us together, we went out there to explain to the industry. We talked to about 1,500 to 2,000 people, probably 2,000 people. Just today, I just gave a talk to about 300 people to try to tell them that the city has come up with a lot of expeditious program, like the parallel development process, that will help projects to build fast. We want the projects here instead of in London, instead of in Sydney, instead of in New York. By doing that, we have attracted a lot of projects coming in. So the good news is that was at the peak fiscal year 13-14, $71.4 million just on the plan check revenue. It dipped down to $68.5 million. Usually, based on our experience monitoring 3 development cycles, this will be the end of the development cycle and still go down. But because of all these expeditious programs and how we go out there to sell it, we have been able to bring back the revenue this year. At the end of this year, June the 30th, our plan check revenue would be $75 million, up 20% from last year. So we really feel very happy, very proud that we are changing the development cycle in LA. Not that we are magicians. We just try to steal projects, not to go to San Diego, they'll come to us. Not to go to Santa Monica, they come to us. How to attract the funding from New York to come to us. That's what we've been doing.
Great. Thank you so much.
Mr. Bonin?
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield covered most of what I wanted to cover, but just a couple small things. First of all, Ray, thank you. You and your team are amazing, fast, responsive. There hasn't been anything I've ever contacted you about that hasn't gotten a quick response and a successful resolution. I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. I mean, it happens on a regular basis, which brings me to my question, is there's, in parts of my district, and certainly most of my district, there's so much development going on since the market started coming back, and because it's just prime real estate, that there's just not enough resources to keep up with it and keep up with the inspections. And we get reports all the time from the community that they have that they see things with illegal setbacks, or they see something that was approved as a remodel and it turns out it's a total demolition. And so the community is expecting we're catching it, and we're not, because we're not resourced enough for it. And then they get upset, and eventually some of it we catch and some of it we don't as a result of their work. So we've talked a lot about additional resources for you and why it pays off to get it, and we'll get the report backs on that. But I'm curious how the inspectors are assigned. Are they assigned sort of equally with the geographic distribution, or are there more of them in areas where there's just more stuff going on to check out?
We have, daily reports on each inspector of how many inspections that person does, and regardless of district. So we see that, let's just say that on the west side, if we have 70 inspectors as a whole of all discipline working for the west area, and if you see that suddenly their workload jumped from 10 inspections a day to 11 inspections a day, and our response time is not 90% for 24 hours request, that means we try to make 90 to 95% of all the calls within 24 hours when the requests come in. When we see that dipping, when we see the workload for the number of inspectors, when each inspector goes up, then we have to either use overtime or shift people from other districts to do that. That is to say, we don't just fix the number of, say, there's 70 in West LA, 120 in Valley, and stay there for them, because we always try to move resources around based on the workload, and we monitor that on a daily basis.
Is it based on the workload you see from them, or is it based on the number of active building permits?
Based on the number of requests comes in. That's why, as I mentioned that last year, the total number of inspection was 750,000 inspection. This year is 824. If I could put things in perspective, even 750,000 inspections a year, if you divide that by number of work days and work hours, that means during work hours time, 8 hours, it is every inspection every 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot of work already. You talk about code enforcement. I don't think Councilmember Barton is talking about code enforcement.
Well, I was asking about both, but
yeah,
for code enforcement.
As for code enforcement, definitely that we need, because we are behind. Right now, luckily, we are about 19 days, but we could do better with additional staff. That's for sure.
Okay. All right. Wanted to add, I asked for the report back when planning was up here, but it's a report back that involves you as well, so I just want to reiterate it here, is as we move towards approving a short-term rental ordinance or a home sharing ordinance, what sort of staffing needs do you anticipate to deal with enforcement of that?
I'll be very honest with you. I cannot answer this question because I'm not too sure that we are to a point that we are clear on what we are doing so that we can even do any staffing calculation. I really cannot give you an answer at this point.
So having seen the draft, you don't have a sense of what enforcement you would be doing versus what planning would be doing?
I think
CAO wants to answer.
I'm sorry. Maybe CEO could have better answer. Frank Bush is on top of this,
right?
But
okay.
So,
Jason Klein, Office of the City Administrative Officer. We've been working very closely with Frank Bush and the City Planning Department on the enforcement mechanism. DCP is actually going to be managing the registration program and ensuring that they're working with the different platforms to ensure that people are registering, they're getting their TOT permits, they're putting the listings online appropriate to our standards, building and safety and the housing department would actually be responding to complaints, and their code enforcement sections would be handling it. If building and safety got a complaint and they went out there and they actually noticed that somebody was in violation, they would utilize their existing code violation inspection fees or the non-compliance fees to actually issue citations to those individuals, and that would bring in revenue to basically fund an ongoing code enforcement program. So basically we anticipate that we'll have to ramp it up. Initially it'll be based on an overtime basis, like we did for the conditional use permit and the VIP program, and if it warrants additional full-time staff, we would actually have dedicated staff that would be funded through the violation fees.
Okay, and that'll be in the report back as well.
Sure. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
I have to commend my colleagues. I think they've covered a lot of ground, and I would say word for word exactly what Mr. Bonin did about the responsiveness of you and your staff. So I would thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
I don't really have much to say except I guess I should say ditto on the code enforcement. I'm very concerned that that's still not adequately staffed, and I would recommend 1,420-day staffers, since that has a slight revenue plus,
Yes.
but only listing direct costs. I think the indirect costs with folks on a 120-day contract are presumably pretty light. So at worst, it's a break-even. So we could say, well, we'll do a little lighter version and do 7 people, but when it's a break-even, I don't see why that would be advantageous. So as we report back on that, my sweet spot for that would be the 1,420-day staffers.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember, I do want to add though that while it's true that the department may be billing revenue at the $6.6 million, what actually gets received is a much lower number because of the waiving of fees and fines tied to liens and other items that come before council.
I think the $6 million or $6.6 million that we collect, that's our actual revenue. That is the recorded revenue.
That is correct.
What we're trying to refer to is the liens that we saw. That does not include in here. If we include the liens, we can even cover fully cost recovery, even the indirect costs.
We'll clarify that in the report back.
Please.
Thank you.
Speaking of fee waivers, the soft story issue is critically important, obviously, for the safety of the public. At the same time, a lot of the soft story buildings are owned by mom and pop apartment building owners who are, scraping to get by month to month as it is. Sure. There was an effort in the legislature to try to find some state funding that might assist them with that. That did not advance. So there has been discussion about having fee waivers to allow that work to take place by some of the smaller apartment owners. That was not funded. Fee waivers were not anticipated and funded in this draft budget. So I'd like to pursue some options for assistance to some of these apartment owners. And so I'd like to get a report back on the possibility of funding fee waivers through other sources, maybe with a loan from the enterprise fund or in some other way providing some assistance. This is really going to be a burden on people. Mr. Bonin's district, Mr. Kretz's district, I'm number 3 on the list, and, yes. And there's many others. And I know that in my district, at least, they're not the kinds of folks who are big landowners. They have that building, that's their nest egg, and this is going to be a big cost burden on them. So if there's ways that we can if there's ways that we can help them to meet that that critical safety need, that would be very helpful. And again, I think it's been said many times, I will just add to it, I think that your leadership of this department, Mr. Chan, has been an example for general managers throughout the city, and what you've done in creating efficiency and taking over the department at a time where there were challenges and morale challenges and otherwise, and really turning it around. It's been remarkable leadership, and I really want to tip my hat to you and your whole team. I think we'll just close on that note, actually. Any other questions, members, or concerns? Any follow-up? Great. Thank you very much. All right. It's a pleasure. So, members, wow, well ahead of schedule. Bravo. We've completed our last department for the day, and unless there happens to be a stray general manager in the room someplace who would like to come up and fill an hour with us, but seeing none, we did get another card from a member of the public, Barbara Ringette, and I'd like to ask her to come up. And as she's coming up, just as a reminder to the public who may be watching on TV, it will be the practice in these budget hearings to take public comment at the beginning of each budget day, and whether or not we will be able to take public comment at any other time during the day other than at the very beginning will be entirely dependent upon our schedule and will be at my discretion. So I would encourage anybody who wishes to come to offer testimony to do so at the beginning. But you didn't know that, Ms. Ringette, so I'm happy to invite you to speak now.
Thank you. I've met with Councilmember Koretz, and over time I've spoken before the Budget and Finance Committee on a couple of occasions. First, I'd like to thank the managers of the Planning Department, Building and Safety, and the Office of City Clerk for meeting with our budget advocates. We have prepared reports, and listening today, I see this committee has raised most of the concerns that we have, and I want to thank you, especially you, Councilmember Krikorian. Regarding building and safety, we support their request for the third installment of code enforcement. This is very important to the quality of life issues for the neighborhoods we represent. And in fact, I spoke before the Plum Committee on this a couple of times, and I was pleased to see that there already are 2 of those installments, and those staff are in place. But our neighborhoods need that code enforcement staff out there. Regarding city planning, we like and appreciate the several restructuring efforts that have been started and will continue, and believe there will be budget efficiencies. Our neighborhoods wish community plans could be started immediately. However, 10 years is far too long for certainty as to what is, and importantly, what is not allowed. Regarding the short-term rentals and the use of the fees that might be generated to go towards affordable housing, we believe that those fees would be far too insufficient to make a dent on what the cost is of affordable housing, which we understand is over $350,000 per unit. In fact, short-term rentals have removed a large number of units from the stock of affordable housing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and appreciate your coming down. Thank you for your patience as well. All right, members, well, that concludes our business for today. Just for the public at home and for your planning purposes, we'll be beginning tomorrow again at 9:15. And we'll begin with El Pueblo, followed by the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, Department of Aging, Economic and Workforce Development Department, Convention and Tourism, Emergency Management, Housing and Community Investment, and then LASA. And that will be it for tomorrow. So until then, if there's no other business before us, we are in recess until 9:15 tomorrow.